Hey, are you a passionate foodie, a dedicated chef, or a creative baker? Perhaps you've always dreamt of sharing your recipes with the world? Or maybe you're seeking a platform to express your culinary adventures, tips, and tricks. If any of that resonates with you, then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Ben from blogwithben.com, and welcome to the How to Start a Food Blog, the ultimate course for beginners. This is my most up-to-date food blog video tutorial, and I can honestly say that out of all of my food blog videos, this one's going to offer the most value because not only will you learn how to start a blog, but you'll learn how to monetize it and even leverage AI to become a more efficient food blogger. Now, over the years, there have been a ton of updates to WordPress and the overall tech stack that you use in the food blogging niche. And this video not only covers all of those updates, but it holds your hand and walks you through the setup process step by step so that by the end of the video, you'll have a professional food blog that you could be proud of, is safe and secure, is built right, and is ready for you to scale and grow your audience. Now, real quick, before we get started, if you find this video helpful, I would greatly appreciate it if you would like, comment, share, and subscribe to the Blog with Ben YouTube channel. Doing so helps me keep this channel going and growing, and it also allows you to stay up to date with all of the web and blogging tips and trends that are happening throughout the year. But either way, thank you so much for all your support. I also encourage you to subscribe to my mailing list, and I'll put a link to that in the video description below. That way you can gain access to my free ebook, The Ultimate Food Blog Guide. So with that being said, I'm so glad you're here, but we've got a lot to cover. So let's take a sneak peek at the food blog you're going to be creating with this video. What you're looking at right now is Kale, and this is the free WordPress theme that we'll be using to build your food blog. It has some pretty amazing features out of the box, plus with the recent updates that were made to WordPress and the theme, there are even more customization features that are available to help you easily create a beautiful food blog. The Kale WordPress theme is a fully functional website with blogging capabilities and comes standard with some pretty amazing features. For starters, the homepage allows you to present your content with a minimalist yet attractive feel. And the one thing I really love about this theme is that it comes with a full-width banner that allows you to connect to a landing page. This is a great way to build your following and grow your email list at the same time. Additionally, the homepage, logo, colors, sidebar, blog feed, and background are all easily customizable and can be built to match your particular brand. Plus, this updated version of the Kale theme has some really cool new features that give you even more flexibility over the design of your blog. It's one of the main reasons why I chose to create an other blogging tutorial around this WordPress theme. Now, the blogging features include a 2-column layout that allows you to publish great-looking content and earn money at the same time. This free theme lets you easily implement affiliate marketing offers, Google AdSense campaigns, and you can even sell your own products from your blog. The sky's the limit, and the Kale theme gives you the opportunity to earn a passive income online. Now, another bonus feature of this tutorial is that I'm going to show you how to beautifully display recipes on your blog and create a recipe index page. This feature is a must-have for any food blogger, and with the help of a few plugins, you'll be able to easily display your step-by-step recipes on your blog. Now, the flexibility of this theme is pretty incredible. Kale has introduced some new page options that give you even more creative control over the design of your blog. Additionally, the new WordPress editor, which was a huge update to the core code of WordPress, is completely different from what we used in the past 2 tutorials. The new backend editing experience streamlines the design process and lets you create unique blog posts a lot easier. Another added bonus of this tutorial is that I'm going to give you access to my CSS cheat sheet, which saves you the headache of having to manually code everything yourself. My CSS cheat sheet lets you easily copy and paste the ready-made code and gives you the ability to customize every aspect of this theme so that it fits your style and overall brand. Finally, no blog is complete without having a way to build your following. This theme allows lead generation capabilities, and it can help you build and grow your email list. I'm going to show you how to set up your email marketing campaigns using the Constant Contact email marketing platform and their amazing campaign builder. I'm also going to show you how to create and install an opt-in form and contact form within your blog. This is the perfect launchpad for any digital food blogging business. Plus, I'm going to show you how to build everything you've seen so far step by step. This tutorial is truly a free masterclass on starting a professional food blog, and I pride myself on bringing you as much value as I can in order to help you be as successful as possible. And one final note, people nowadays are spending an increased amount of time on their mobile devices, which means they'll expect your site to be responsive. And having a responsive design not only helps you meet and exceed these expectations, but it's also a ranking signal put in place by Google. So if you want to be found on the search engines, your blog needs to be responsive. And as you can see, the free Kale theme is 100% responsive and it looks beautiful. The user experience on the desktop is mimicked on any mobile device or tablet, and the responsiveness of this theme ensures that you're meeting the mobile requirements of Google's search algorithm. And that's the great thing about WordPress. They offer some pretty substantial free themes whenever you compare them to the premium themes on the market. For example, this premium theme is going for about $130, and that's just for the theme alone. That doesn't even include the professional services to install the theme. And as you can see, this company is charging you $400 to do what I'm going to show you how to do in this very video. Plus, this tutorial includes some web design and development aspects. And many WordPress freelancers will charge thousands of dollars for custom design and development. So if you think about it, you're saving thousands of dollars if you follow my video and just do it yourself. So with that being said, let's get started. In this portion of the tutorial, I'm going to show you step by step how to set up your very own self-hosted WordPress food blog using NameHero Cloud Web Hosting. And if this is your first time starting a blog, you're in luck because NameHero's Cloud Web Hosting is by far my #1 choice when it comes to starting any type of blog. I recently started using NameHero for all of my blogs because, as you'll see in a few moments, their cloud web hosting technology is built specifically for WordPress bloggers. And after all of my years doing this, I've never come across a web hosting company that offers as much value for WordPress users as NameHero does. And just know that after this tutorial, you're going to have an extremely powerful and lightning fast digital platform that will allow you to scale and monetize your blog very quickly. And speaking of monetization, as an added bonus, you're also going to learn how to monetize your blog so that you could start earning money with your digital platform. Specifically, I'll be teaching you some of my most successful strategies that helped me earn over 6 figures the past few years. And this is important because blogging has become a billion-dollar industry, and the sooner you can get your foot in the door, the quicker you'll be able to start generating revenue with your blog. Now, this tutorial will be taking you through my NameHero affiliate link, and all that means is that if you decide to make a purchase, I'll earn a commission. But by doing so, you're helping me keep my blog up and running, and you're helping me provide for my family. So for that, I truly thank you. Plus, this link is an exclusive offer for Blog with Ben viewers. As I mentioned in the intro, I've switched from my old web hosts and started using NameHero exclusively for all of my blogs because I've never come across cloud web hosting tailored specifically for WordPress users. NameHero's speed, security, and overall tech stack are unmatched within the industry. And due to this, NameHero has created an exclusive offer for Blog with Ben viewers that's packed with some amazing features for WordPress bloggers. It really is the best web hosting package that I've ever offered my audience, hands down. And one final note, this offer comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee, so rest assured that you can get a full refund if you need to. So with that being said, let's get started. Alright, so I want to quickly go over how to get the most out of this course. So I'll be the first to tell you that I totally recognize that this tutorial is somewhat long. 5 hours could seem like a lot when you compare it to some of the other videos out there on YouTube. However, the reason I make my beginner tutorials this length is so that everything is in one place. Instead of making you scour the internet trying to find information, I've compiled everything you need to know in order to start a professional WordPress food blog right here in one tutorial. Plus, with the help of the clickable timestamps in the video description below, you can work at your own pace and easily navigate through the course. And speaking of that, I've also included some important links in the video description below as well, and I'll always call them out and tell you to click on them as we're going through the course. But one of the most important links is the NameHero affiliate link. So with that being said, let's set up your NameHero Cloud Web Hosting account. So within the video description below, find the blogwithben.com/NameHero Cloud link. Again, this is my affiliate link and it should be the first one listed there, so go ahead and click on it. And this will bring you to NameHero's exclusive offer for Blog with Ben viewers. This not only gives you access to blazing fast web hosting, but as we briefly covered in the intro, you're getting cloud web hosting designed specifically for WordPress users. And this cloud web hosting technology ensures a high level of reliability, performance, and security, which makes it a must for WordPress site owners. Plus, this exclusive offer saves you over 60% when you purchase your web hosting through my affiliate link. So to get started, click the Get Started Now button. And as you can see, NameHero offers several tiers of shared cloud hosting plans. There's the Starter, Plus, Turbo, and Business WordPress cloud hosting plans, each designed to cater to different website traffic, budgets, and resource requirements. And I should point out that every plan includes essential features like automatic WordPress installation, automatic backups, 24/7 customer support with the free and auto SSL certificate, unlimited NVMe storage, which stands for non-volatile memory express. It's basically next-gen solid-state drives that deliver the fastest response times for all types of workloads. You'll also get the free Lightspeed server and caching technology. Again, this will help speed up your site. You get a free cPanel and a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you could try their web hosting for 30 days worry-free to see if it's a good fit for you and your blog. I should also point out that each plan includes free website migrations, so if you need to switch web hosts and migrate your site over to NameHero, they'll do it for you for free of charge. That's something that I don't see too often. Most web hosts make you do it yourself or they charge you. Another really cool benefit that NameHero offers that I don't see too often from other web hosts is the use of a free email address that uses your domain as well as a free webmail. This is huge when it comes to professionalism and keeping your brand aligned with your domain. So the fact that they offer free and unlimited email addresses on each hosting plan is pretty amazing. They also offer free nightly and weekly backups. This is yet another feature that you usually have to pay extra for, but the fact that it's included in each shared cloud hosting plan is not only great, but it gives you peace of mind that your site will always be backed up in case the unthinkable happens. This is very refreshing to see. Now, where the plans do vary is in price, amount of websites you can host, the RAM, and monthly visits allowed, as well as some additional add-ons and free domains. And for this example, we'll be using the Starter WordPress Cloud plan. This lets you host one website or blog, but if you plan on having more sites, then I highly recommend the Plus or Turbo WordPress Cloud plans. They allow you to host multiple domains, have some enhanced power features, and the Turbo plans give you a free domain. But again, all these hosting plans utilize cloud web hosting and everything we discussed a little bit ago, which from my perspective is a really good deal. So once you've decided on a plan, go ahead and click the Order Now button. And that will take you to the domain setup page where you have a couple options. On the left-hand side of the screen is where you'll sign up if you don't have a domain name. And on the right-hand side of the screen is where you'll sign up if you do have an existing domain. Now, I should point out that if you're signing up with an existing domain, there are still a few extra steps that you'll need to take in order for your domain to work with your NameHero web hosting account. However, for this tutorial, we'll be signing up with a brand new domain name. So if you have an existing domain, you'll still follow along in this video, but after you're done with this tutorial, there are still a few extra steps that you'll need to do in order for your blog to be hosted with NameHero Cloud Web Hosting. Luckily, I've made a separate video that walks you through that entire process. It's titled How to Point a Domain to NameHero, and you can access it in the show notes below this video. Alright, so we're going to be using a brand new domain. So on the left-hand side of the screen, under the Register a New Domain section, just type your desired domain name in the field provided and select the extension that you want to use. I recommend .com as the extension, but feel free to pick whatever you feel is best for your blog. And then once filled out, go ahead and click the search button. And if your domain is available, you'll get a green notification letting you know that it is, and you can begin to create your NameHero account. If it isn't, just keep trying until you find one that works. Okay, now that we know that the domain is available, go ahead and click the Continue button. And this is where you'll configure your WordPress hosting package. First, you'll select your billing cycle. By default, they start you off with the 3-year cycle. This means that you're paying for 3 years of web hosting. But one thing to keep in mind about the pricing is that the longer the billing cycle, the lower the monthly price. So if you opt to purchase the 3-year plan, your monthly rate will only be $3.40 per month, and you'll lock in that rate for 3 years. However, if you purchase a 2 or 1 year plan, then your monthly rate will be a little higher. Additionally, the prices are listed as monthly, but you'll pay a lump sum when it's time to check out, meaning you'll purchase everything up front, but you'll be set for how many ever years you decided to purchase. And for this example, I'm only purchasing 1 year of hosting, so I'll select that billing cycle. Then below that, you have some additional upgrades that you can add on to your plan. These are all optional, and depending on your budget, you may decide to purchase them, but for this tutorial, I'm not adding any of these upgrades to my plan. You can always add them later on in your NameHero customer portal, but if you're just starting out and are on a tight budget, then you can definitely get by without these upgrades. Okay, once you've selected your billing cycle and upgrades, click the Continue button. And next you'll be presented with 3 additional add-ons for your domain that you could purchase. There's DNS management, ID protection, and email forwarding. And without getting too far into the weeds, the only one you need is ID protection. This is NameHero's custom privacy that masks your personal information from the Whois database. Reason being, anytime you purchase a domain, your personal information is attached to that domain and is viewable on the Whois directory, meaning anyone can find your personal info. However, with NameHero's ID protection add-on, it'll keep your personal information safe and secure and will make it undetectable in the Whois directory. So it's totally worth the $5.98 in my opinion, which comes out to only 50 cents per month. And I definitely recommend purchasing this, so check that box to protect your personal info. Then, if you're purchasing web hosting from NameHero, which I am in this example, you don't need email forwarding or DNS management. These options are not needed if you have hosting with NameHero, as it'll change your name servers and null any records in cPanel. So again, if you're purchasing web hosting from NameHero, you don't need email forwarding or DNS management. Okay, with that being said, go ahead and click the Continue button. And then this is where you'll create your NameHero account and enter your billing info. But before we do, I just want to point out that you're getting WordPress cloud web hosting, a top-level domain, a free SSL certificate, free professional email, and all of the speed and security features of NameHero Cloud Web Hosting for less than $100. That's less than a cup of coffee per month to have your own professional blog or website hosted on top-of-the-line cloud web servers. There are design companies and freelancers that charge anywhere from $400 to $10,000 to build a WordPress site. We're doing it for less than $100. That is literally unheard of, and as I mentioned earlier, is one of the major reasons why I've switched to NameHero's cloud platform. You're really getting a high-quality product for a great price. Okay, the last few steps of the checkout process are to enter your billing details and account info. And this is pretty straightforward, but if you're a new customer, you'll want to fill out your personal info and then create a password for your account. This is what you'll use to log into your NameHero account. And I highly recommend that you copy and paste the password in a safe, secure location like an Excel spreadsheet or a separate file. It's just a good idea to always have a backup of your passwords. Then once that's filled out, scroll down. And next we have the domain registrant info section. This is where you could choose to use alternative contact details if you're purchasing the domain for a separate entity or business. But if you're purchasing it for yourself, which I am in this example, you can leave it as is and use the default contact info and move on to the payment method and details. And this is pretty straightforward as well. You'll select how you want to pay for your hosting by using either a credit card, PayPal, or Coinbase. And then depending on how you're paying, just enter your payment details below. Then once that's filled out, you have the option of opting out of NameHero's email list. By default, they have you opted in, but just flip that switch if you want to opt out. But I highly recommend opting in as they send out important emails that can help you save on renewals and learn about their new products. Then directly below that, check that small box confirming that you've read and agreed to the terms of service. And then do a quick review of your purchase and click the checkout button to finalize everything and set up your NameHero cloud web hosting account. Now it may take a few seconds to process, so just sit tight really quick while the payment goes through. But once it's been finalized, you'll be taken to another page where you'll get this success notification with your order number letting you know that everything went through and you can now access your NameHero client area. You'll also receive a handful of emails from NameHero, one of them being an order confirmation. And this provides all the specifics of your hosting account, so be sure to keep an eye out for it and always keep this information in a safe and secure location. Now, if for any reason you're having trouble with the checkout process, just reach out to NameHero support team via chat or their email ticketing service, and I've linked to their support in the video description below, and they'd be more than happy to help you out and resolve your issue. But once your order has been finalized, go ahead and click the Continue to Client Area button, and this will take you to your brand new NameHero client dashboard. This is home base for your cloud web hosting account and is where you could do things like log into WordPress, create an email address, manage your domain, and much, much more. It may seem like a lot if you're brand new to NameHero, but I can almost guarantee that once you learn your way around this dashboard, you'll be a pro in no time. NameHero has done a great job of making things super intuitive and easy to navigate. And speaking of that, anytime you need to get to your NameHero client area, you could do so from the NameHero homepage. Just go to namehero.com, and all you'll do is click the account button in the upper right corner of the screen, and then enter your login credentials. It should be your email address you signed up with and the password you created during checkout, and then click the Login to NameHero button, and this will bring you back to your NameHero client area. Okay, moving on. Next, let's verify your domain. In this portion of the tutorial, we're going to verify your domain. NameHero makes this process super simple by sending you an email, which is what you're looking at right now, and it will be titled, "The verification of your domain is required," and you should receive this email within 24 hours of purchasing your domain. If you don't see the email in your inbox, please be sure to check your spam or bulk email folders and then reach out to NameHero support team to have them resend it. But either way, once you receive this email, please be aware that you'll need to verify your domain info before the date listed here, which is usually within 14 days, or the domain will be deactivated. Also, please note that you'll only have to do this if you registered your domain with NameHero. If you registered your domain with a service like GoDaddy, then you'll need to follow a few additional steps in order for your domain to work with NameHero. Luckily, I've created a video that walks you through that process, and the link is in the video description below titled Point Domain to NameHero. But if you purchased your domain through NameHero, like I did in this tutorial, it's very important that you keep an eye out for this email. Then in order to verify everything, simply click this link, and then you should get a notification that the domain approval has been completed and your name and email address have been successfully verified. Again, this ensures that you're the rightful owner of the domain and you can continue to use it with your blog. Okay, moving on. Next, let's configure your SSL certificate so that you can keep your blog's web traffic safe and secure. In this portion of the tutorial, we're going to configure the SSL certificate and ensure that your blog's domain uses the HTTPS prefix. This part can get a bit technical, but I'm going to walk you through the process step by step. So if you recall, when you purchased your NameHero cloud web hosting, it came with the free SSL certificate. And this is basically a digital certificate that authenticates a website's identity and enables an encrypted connection. SSL stands for Secure Sockets Layer. It's a security protocol that creates an encrypted link between a web server and a web browser. And your SSL certificate also enables the HTTPS prefix and padlock icon that displays before your domain name. It's a best practice among site owners and is basically a necessity if you want to be successful online. So, to verify whether or not your SSL certificate has been configured properly, from your NameHero dashboard, click on your My Cloud icon, or within the sidebar on the left-hand side of the screen, hover your mouse over My Cloud and click on My Services. Then from here, you should see your web hosting product listing. Go ahead and click anywhere on that. And that will take you to your product details, and this is where you can access your cPanel, log into WordPress, create an email address, and so much more. And we'll definitely be doing all of those things in this tutorial, but right now, if you look towards the bottom of the screen, you should see a hosting information section where you could see your domain and SSL status. And right now, it's stating that no SSL has been detected, but we know that we have one because every NameHero account gets a free SSL certificate. However, since I literally just set up this web hosting account a few minutes ago, it may not detect it right away because sometimes it takes a few hours for everything to sync up. For example, if we visit the front end of our site by clicking the Visit Website button next to the domain name here, this will take you to your site, where you'll notice that NameHero has automatically installed WordPress and a WordPress theme, which is nice, but we'll definitely be changing this a little later on in the video, so don't worry. However, if you look towards the top of the browser, you'll see that my domain is marked as being not secure. And this is because the browser isn't reading the SSL certificate for some reason, and it's basically telling my site's visitors that my site isn't safe to visit. Not good. So if you're seeing this as well, here's how to quickly fix it. So back at our NameHero account, the first thing I recommend doing is forcing an HTTPS redirect. This will basically tell all web browsers to send traffic to the HTTPS version of your site. And the way that's handled is through your cPanel. So towards the bottom of the screen where it says one-click login, click on the cPanel icon, and this will log you into your cPanel account and dashboard. And if you're new to cPanel, it's basically a graphical interface used as a control panel to simplify website and server management. cPanel allows you to publish websites, manage domains, organize web files, create email accounts, and more. cPanel is one of the most popular control panels in the United States and is used by pretty much all of the major web hosts. However, they aren't all organized and easy to follow as NameHero's version of the cPanel. Trust me when I say that they've done a great job at simplifying the cPanel and making it easy to navigate and find what you need. Okay, so the reason we're here is to force an HTTPS redirect, and the way we'll do that is through the domain section. So towards the bottom of the screen, find the domains section and click on where it says domains. And this will bring you to your list of domains that are in your account. I obviously only have one, but if you have multiple domains in your NameHero account, they'll all be listed here. Then all you're going to do is underneath the Force HTTPS Redirect column is flip that little switch on. And this will tell web browsers to always send traffic to the HTTPS version of your domain, no matter what version they land on. This ensures that your site will always display the HTTPS prefix and the padlock icon before your domain. Then if we head back to our NameHero dashboard, and let's visit the site again. And this time when we view my domain, you'll see that it's no longer marked as being not secure and is displaying the HTTPS prefix and padlock icon. Perfect. Now, one thing I want to point out is that if we go back to NameHero, you may see within the hosting details and information section that the SSL status is still marked as not detected. This usually updates within 24 hours, but there is a way to manually push this through and run what is called an auto SSL. And this is handled in your cPanel as well. So let's go through that really quick, just so you can get an understanding of how it works. So let's head back to our cPanel again by clicking the cPanel icon. And this time, scroll down a bit, and within the security section, click on SSL/TLS status. And from here, you can use this interface to view the SSL status of your domains. And this displays the SSL status for all of your domains and subdomains in your account. Now you may be thinking, why do I have all these domains if I only have one domain from NameHero? Well, even though you technically have one domain, there are different versions of that domain and subdomains that are automatically created that handle different aspects of your site, like your webmail and the www and non-www versions. And without getting into the technical weeds, people can't access all of these domains and subdomains, but you will still want to make sure that the auto SSL is configured correctly and running on each one of these domains and subdomains. Now, mine are all running the Auto SSL, which is the free SSL that you get from NameHero, and you can tell due to them all being marked green. However, if you have any here that are listed with a little red no crossing icon next to them, this indicates that they do not currently have an SSL associated with them. So all you'll do is simply check the boxes next to the domains and subdomains that are marked with that little red icon, and then click the Run Auto SSL button. This may take a couple of minutes to complete, so just leave the browser window open while it does its thing. But once it's finished, you should see all of the domains and subdomains listed with a green lock beside each one. This indicates that the Auto SSL has been added and validated to the new domain. Then back at the NameHero dashboard, the SSL has been detected and our site is now marked as having a valid SSL certificate. If you still aren't seeing the green valid SSL notification and you're not seeing the HTTPS prefix, give it 24 hours. Sometimes it takes a little time for everything to sync up, and if you're still not seeing it after 24 hours, I recommend reaching out to NameHero's technical support team or leave a comment below the video. I'd be happy to take a look and help you out. Okay, moving on. Next, let's log into WordPress and begin setting up your food blog. Okay, now that the technical stuff is out of the way, we could start building your food blog. And the first step in that process is logging into your WordPress dashboard. So anytime you want to make a change to your site, whether it be publishing a blog post, creating a blog page, adding an image, etc., any change you make to your site will be done through the backend of your WordPress dashboard. And in order to do that, you'll need to log into WordPress. Now, there are two ways to go about this, and I'll show you both ways, but it will really come down to your personal preference. Either way, here are the two ways you can log into WordPress and access the backend of your site. So the first way is through NameHero. We're currently at the product details section of the client area, and a quick refresher on how we got here. If we head back to the main client area of our NameHero dashboard, this is where you'll be taken every time you log into NameHero. But to log into WordPress, you'll click on My Cloud, then click on the product listing you want to access, and then under the WordPress login section, click that link that says Login to your domain. And this will take you to the backend of your WordPress site, commonly referred to as your WordPress dashboard. And we'll definitely be getting more familiar with your WordPress dashboard, but let me show you another way to log in and access this backend part of your site. So another way to get here is through WordPress's admin login page. Every WordPress site has this, and when you purchased your NameHero web hosting account, they not only automatically installed WordPress, but they also automatically created your login credentials needed in order to log in through the WordPress admin page. Thankfully, NameHero emailed you all this info after WordPress was installed, so check your inbox for an email titled Your WordPress Hosting Order Details and scroll down to the very bottom of that email, and there you'll see your WordPress admin login URL followed by your username and password. And if you click on the admin URL, it'll take you to the WordPress login page. And then all you'll do here is enter the username and password that you got in that email, and you'll be taken to your WordPress dashboard. Again, it's really up to you on how you want to log into your WordPress site, but now that we're here, let me give you a quick tour and show you around. So if this is your first time in WordPress, I know it can look like a lot, but trust me, once you get familiar with where everything is, it becomes second nature and it's very easy to understand and navigate. Now, your WordPress dashboard is essentially two parts, and depending on when you're viewing this video, please keep in mind that it's possible that some things may have changed, but as of September 2023, the WordPress dashboard looks like this. It contains a toolbar at the top of the screen along with the sidebar menu items, and then towards the center of the screen, you'll see the dashboard. Then anytime you want to go to the front end of your site, meaning what people will see when they visit your domain, hover your mouse over this little home icon in the upper left corner of the screen and click on Visit Site. It currently says My Blog, but we'll change this when we update your site title in just a few moments. But either way, this will take you to your site's homepage. Now, one thing I want to point out is that we obviously have some work to do, but if you look at the top of the screen, you'll see the WordPress admin toolbar. This will only display if you're logged into WordPress. Your site's visitors will not see this, but this is a good way to know when you're logged into WordPress, and it's also how you'll navigate back to your WordPress dashboard. Simply hover your mouse over your site title in the upper left corner of the screen and click on Dashboard. Now, you'll obviously get more familiar with your WordPress dashboard as we begin building your site. So with that being said, let's move on and set up WordPress so that you could set yourself up for success. Alright, in this portion of the tutorial, we're going to actually learn our way around the WordPress dashboard and set up a strong foundation before we start putting content online. It's easy to get excited once you finally get set up, but a lot of people jump the gun and start publishing content without getting their digital foundation set up properly. That's why I always do and recommend these 5 things before I start any type of blog. It's extremely important that we set ourselves up for success before we publish our first blog post. So with that being said, let's make some important adjustments to our WordPress settings that will set a strong foundation for our blog. And the first thing we're going to do is reconfigure the permalink settings. Now, if you're brand new to blogging, you're probably unfamiliar with what a permalink is, so let me give you a quick rundown of what permalinks are and why they're important. By definition, a permalink is a static hyperlink to a particular web page or blog post. All it really is, though, is it's the URL of the content that you're publishing on your WordPress blog. These are the links that you're going to be sharing with the world whenever you want to share your content online, and these are also the URLs that people will enter into their browsers whenever they want to view one of your pages. That's why it's very important for these links to be set up properly. For example, your WordPress permalinks by default look like this. It's not very user-friendly, and it's pretty bad for SEO. However, if you use the permalink setting post name, which is what I highly recommend, this generates a short, memorable, and SEO-friendly URL that's based off of the title of each blog post and page. And having the title and the URL structure is good for SEO and is a common practice among bloggers and site owners. And I'll show you how to do that right now. So in order to change the permalink settings, simply hover your mouse over Settings on the left-hand side of the screen and click on Permalinks. And this will bring you to the permalink settings menu. And as you can see, WordPress offers you the ability to create a custom URL structure for your permalink. Now, the permalink setting I highly recommend you use is post name. This generates a short, memorable, and SEO-friendly URL that's based off of the title of each of your blog posts and pages. For example, if your blog post is called 10 Quick and Easy Recipes, the URL for that post would be bensdemoblog.com/10 Quick and Easy Recipes. Much better than the default setting that WordPress starts you out with. So once you've selected post name for your permalink settings, go ahead and click the Save Changes button. And then the permalink structure has been updated, as you can see from the notification at the top of the screen. And then let's take a quick look at the change we made so that you can see what your permalinks will look like from here on out. So WordPress always starts you off with the sample post, so let's visit that post really quick. And you can see that the post title, Hello World, is now in the permalink structure. Again, this creates a better user experience for your audience and also bodes well for your SEO. Alright, now that we've set up our permalink structure, let's move on to tip number 2, which is to update your Gravatar. Alright, so if you're new to Gravatars, let me break it down for you. Your Gravatar is a globally recognized avatar. It's basically an image that follows you from site to site, appearing beside your name whenever you do things like comment or post on a blog. Even if you turned your comments off, it's always a good idea to have a Gravatar to enhance your online presence and increase your brand recognition. Here's a quick example of my Gravatar. As you can see, the Gravatar displays my image next to my comment, and simply put, Gravatars help identify your comments on blogs and web forums. Here's how it works. Basically, all you do is you upload an image and create your profile just once, and then whenever you participate in any Gravatar-enabled site, your Gravatar image will automatically follow you there. It's a free service for site owners, developers, and users, and it's automatically included in every WordPress account. Now, to see if you already have a Gravatar, within your WordPress dashboard, hover your mouse over Users on the left-hand side of the screen and click on Profile. And this brings you to the user profile settings. Then scroll down to where it says Profile Picture, And if your actual picture is showing, then you have a Gravatar. But chances are that you don't and you're just seeing a silhouette, especially if this is your first WordPress blog. But setting up Gravatars in your site is very easy to do. You sign up once, upload a picture, and anytime you comment on any Gravatar supported blog or website, your Gravatar comes along for the ride. So to get started, head over to gravatar.com. You can just go ahead and click on that Gravatar link, and that should take you to the Gravatar homepage. Then to get started, click on the Create Your Gravatar button. And one thing I want to point out is that you'll need to sign up for a free WordPress.com account. And without getting into the weeds, WordPress.com is completely separate from WordPress.org, which is what your food blog will be. However, you'll still need a WordPress.com account in order to create your Gravatar. Again, don't worry, it's free, and this is the only time we'll be using WordPress.com. So, simply follow the steps to create your free WordPress.com account. So go ahead and enter the email address you want to associate with this account. I recommend using the same email address that you used to sign up for your NameHero account. And then create a username and password. And keep in mind that the username will be used as your Gravatar's display name, but I'll show you how to change that in just a few moments. And then click the Create Your Account button. And then in a few short moments, you should get a welcome notification alerting you that you need to verify your account through the confirmation email sent to the email address that you signed up with. So head over to your inbox, and the email will look something like this. Then to verify your account, simply click the Confirm Your Email button. And it may take a few seconds to go through, so just sit tight really quick while it does its thing. And a few more seconds. And success, your account is ready to go, and the next step is to upload your Gravatar image. So go ahead and click the Upload New Image button, and find the photo you want to use. I'm using a simple headshot, but it can basically be anything you want. Just try to keep it around 300 by 300 pixels in size, and remember that this photo will be used next to the comments that you leave online, so I recommend using a somewhat professional image. Okay, next you have the option of cropping the photo after it's been uploaded, so let me do that so the entire photo is used within the Gravatar. Then if you look on the right hand side of the screen, and this is new, they have this preview showing you what it'll look like when viewed on different devices. It's pretty cool. And I think that looks good, so go ahead and click the Crop Image button. Then next you can set the rating for your Gravatar. This essentially gives you the option to choose how mature your Gravatar is before allowing it to appear on your site. And I assume you're using a G-rated avatar, but feel free to change the rating here and then click the Set Rating button. And our Gravatar has been successfully created. Next, you'll want to update your profile and connect it to your WordPress site. So within the nav towards the top of the screen, click on My Profile. And then first you have the option to update your profile's name and details. This isn't required, but it is helpful and a way to spread your blog's brand recognition. You can also change your Gravatar's display name here if you need to as well. Next, you'll want to connect your Gravatar to your WordPress site. So within the sidebar on the right-hand side of the screen, click on Websites. Then click on the Add Website icon. And then enter your blog's URL and site title, and then click the Save Website button. And you'll get a success notification when it's been connected. And then if we head back to WordPress and access the user profile by hovering your mouse over User and clicking on Profile, then scroll down, and under the About Yourself section, you should see your new Gravatar image being used as your profile picture. If you don't see it, no worries, it may take up to 24 hours to show up, but either way, you now have a professional Gravatar profile ready for the world. And since we're here, I recommend updating your bio info. This will be used within the author bio and will display along your Gravatar picture at the bottom of each blog post you author and publish. So go ahead and write a quick little bio, and congrats, you now have a Gravatar profile. Alright, another thing I recommend doing since we're here is number 3 on my list of things I do before starting a WordPress blog, and that's update the display name. And what I mean by this is when we first installed WordPress, NameHero automatically created your profile's username, which is admin, and you could see it listed here in your user profile and in the upper right corner of your dashboard. And this username is then used as your display name, which is the name that's shown whenever you author a blog post. And again, right now it's using the word admin, which isn't very professional. It poses a security risk, and it kind of looks like you don't know what you're doing. So let's fix that. Okay, first I changed the nickname and then the display name. So within our WordPress user profile where it says nickname, I'm going to type the name that I want to use for my display name. And remember, this is going to be used for the byline of all your blog posts. So try to keep it professional. And then directly below that where it says display name publicly as, simply select the nickname that you just created from the drop-down menu. Then once you're done, scroll down to the bottom of the screen and click the Update Profile button. And once your profile has been updated, you'll see that the display name has been changed within WordPress. And now every time you author a blog post, this name will be used instead of the default admin username. And real quick, just to show you why it's a good idea to always update your Gravatar, your bio, and display name within your WordPress blog. Sometimes this info is used for your author bio every time you publish a blog post. Now, this is just a demo theme, and this particular bio won't be displayed like this on the Kale theme we're going to use for the food blog, but regardless, it's always a best practice to update your Gravatar image, bio, and display name when starting any type of WordPress website or blog. Alright, moving on to the next WordPress setup recommendation, and that's to update your blog's site title. So your site title may seem like a small detail, but it's used in a few important places on your blog, one being in the tab of the browser. And if we fast forward to the completed blog, you can see what I'm talking about. The site title and tagline help the reader distinguish which tab is what, and it creates a good user experience. As you can see, the tab on our finished blog displays a unique site title and tagline. Next, it's used in the search engine snippets for your search results. This is important when it comes to SEO, and it also creates a good user experience. If you don't change it, whenever someone searches for your blog, this is what they'll see. Just another WordPress site. And then as you can see, there are plenty of blogs that forgot to change this. So their site looks a little weird in the search results. Not good. So we'll definitely want to change it. Alright, so back at our dashboard, in order to change the site title, you'll want to hover your mouse over Settings and click on General. And this will bring you to the General Settings page, and if you look at the top of the page, you can see the site title and tagline default settings. They say My Blog and My WordPress Blog, so we definitely want to change that. So in order to change it to something that coincides with your blog's content, in the text box next to site title, type in the preferred name of your blog. And this is a food blog, so I'm titling this Kale and Croutons. And then below that, add a catchy tagline. And I'm going to have this say Best of Both Worlds. Then scroll down to the bottom of the screen and click the Save Changes button. And just like that, your site title and tagline have been updated, and you should get a notification letting you know that the settings have been saved. And we're good to go. So now moving forward, the browser tab will use this site title and tagline as well as the search engine snippets. However, we will be able to configure the snippet with the Yoast SEO plugin, but we'll touch on that a little later on in the video. Alright, moving on to the next WordPress setup recommendation, and that is to install your recommended plugins. Now, like I said in the intro, I always try to stay away from adding too many plugins to my blogs, but there are a few plugins that I always recommend adding when starting a blog. And if you're new to the idea of plugins, WordPress plugins are bits of software that can be uploaded to your blog, and their purpose is to extend and expand the functionality of your WordPress site. And there are literally thousands of plugins to choose from, but to help you along in the process, I've created a Google Doc that lists out and links to each plugin that is recommended for starting a WordPress food blog. And you can access this doc in the video description below by visiting the link titled Recommended Plugins. And that will take you to the list of plugins that we're going to install and use in this video. If you have any issues accessing this doc for any reason, just let me know, and I'd be happy to email it to you directly. Okay, so we're only going to be adding a handful of additional plugins. And like I said, I try to limit the number of plugins I use on my blog because the more plugins you have, the more data you're using, and it also opens you up to the possibility that some plugins may not play nice with one another and can potentially break your site. But the following plugins are essential to running a fast and secure food blog and have been tested and all work seamlessly with one another. I should also mention that all of these plugins are free. Another thing I want to mention is that for the sake of time, I'm only going to walk you through the process of installing and activating a couple of plugins. I'm not going to go through each plugin. That's what the recommended plugin list is for. So once you watch me install those 2 plugins, go ahead and pause this video and install and activate the rest of the plugins on the recommended plugin list. Alright, so to start adding plugins, go to the plugin management menu if you're not there already by hovering your mouse over plugins and clicking on installed plugins. And this is where you'll manage your plugins, and it's where all of your installed plugins will be listed. You should see at least 3 pre-installed plugins that NameHero has automatically added, which are the Akismet Anti-Spam plugin, Hello Dolly, and the Lightspeed Caching plugin. Now, one thing to point out is that only the Lightspeed Caching plugin is activated. You could tell by it being highlighted in blue. The other 2 plugins aren't highlighted, meaning they're not activated and they're not being used. But either way, it's best practice to delete the plugins that you aren't using. These plugins will just take up valuable space that could be utilized for other aspects of your blog. So I recommend deleting the Akismet and Hello Dolly plugins, as we won't be using them in this tutorial. So to deactivate a plugin, simply check the box next to it. Then towards the top of the screen, click on the Bulk Actions drop-down menu and select Delete. And then click the Apply button. You may get a final notice asking you if you're sure you want to delete them. Go ahead and click OK. And the plugins we don't want to use will disappear one by one and clear up some space. Perfect. Okay, now it's time to add the plugins that will enhance the functionality of your food blog. So to add a new plugin, you have a couple options. You can hover your mouse over plugins on the left-hand side of your WordPress dashboard and click on Add New, or you can click the Add New button within the plugin management menu. Both of these will take you to the plugin repository where you can search through all of the available plugins for you to install. Okay, the first plugin we're going to install and activate is the Kirky plugin. So in the upper right corner of your screen, there's a search bar where you could search and browse through the thousands of plugins that WordPress has to offer. Simply type in the name of the plugin you're looking for, and again, we want the Kirky plugin, spelled Kirki, so type that in the search bar, and it should be the first one listed there. This is an essential plugin for this video because it will give you the same customization options that I use in the tutorial. I can't tell you how many emails I've gotten from people in the past asking me why they don't have the same customization features as I do in the video. Well, that's because they didn't install and activate this plugin. So to ensure that you have all of the right customization features for your food blog, install this plugin by clicking the Install Now button. And then activate it by clicking the Activate button. And there we go. You'll get a notification that the plugin has been installed and activated, and it will be added to your list of plugins within your plugin management menu. Now, one thing to point out is that every time you install a new plugin, you're going to get a notification from the Lightspeed Cache plugin letting you know that the caches have been cleared. This is great, but you can go ahead and ignore these messages and close them out. Okay, I'm going to walk you through the process of adding one more plugin, and then after that, you'll need to pause the tutorial and install and activate the rest of the plugins on your own. And for the sake of time, I don't want to make you sit through me installing and activating 10 more plugins. So let's add our next plugin, which will be the Yoast SEO plugin. And once again, click the Add New button. And then this time in the search field, type Yoast, spelled Y-O-A-S-T. And the Yoast SEO plugin is my #1 recommended plugin when it comes to SEO and starting any type of blog. It's an essential component to building a strong SEO foundation and will help take care of a lot of the technical aspects of SEO so that you could focus on your blog's content. So let's install and activate this plugin by clicking the Install button and then click the Activate button. And then this time you'll be taken to Yoast's onboarding screen that will start the configuration process. However, I recommend installing and activating all of your plugins before doing this. Plus, I'm going to walk you through the plugin configuration in the next portion of the tutorial. So again, I recommend adding the remaining plugins by hovering your mouse over plugins and clicking on Add New, and then just follow the same steps to search and find the recommended plugins for starting a food blog. And if we fast forward really quick, you can see what your plugin management menu will look like once you've done that. Again, I've listed all of these plugins in the recommended plugins Google Doc that you could access in the video description below. Okay, now that you've installed and activated all of the recommended plugins, let's configure them so that you can get the most out of each plugin. Okay, in this part of the tutorial, we're going to configure the plugins. This is an important step because they play a big part in how your blog is presented online. Plus, by configuring your plugins, it will allow you to have a much more efficient and secure digital platform for starting a blog. And I should mention that we're not going to configure all of the plugins right now. Some of them we're going to configure as we use them. And then there's one plugin that I'm going to refer you to another YouTube tutorial that I've created specifically for that plugin. And the reason for that is that it would take too much time to go through each plugin's configuration step by step in this video. So for a few of the plugins, I'll point you to a separate YouTube tutorial of mine. However, there are a few that I want to touch on right now. The first being the Easy Index plugin. And as you get more familiar with WordPress, you'll find that there are multiple ways to access and accomplish things on your blog, like configuring your plugins. For example, you can easily access your plugin settings within the plugin management page. Just find the Easy Index plugin within the list and click on Settings, or within the sidebar of your WordPress dashboard, hover your mouse over Easy Index and click on Settings. Then the only thing we're concerned with right now are the thumbnail directory and thumbnail base URL fields. And you can find them both under the General Settings tab. And the reason these are important is because these two things determine whether or not your recipe thumbnails show up on your recipe index page. So you'll want to make sure that these two fields look something like this. Now, if they don't, and they look like they're using a temporary domain, then clear these two fields out, click the Save Settings button, and the plugin should update the fields automatically. If they don't, then feel free to reach out to me in the comments and I'd be happy to fix it for you. However, odds are that these two fields are either filled out correctly or they'll update when you clear them out. But like I said, feel free to reach out and I'd be more than happy to check it out for you. Okay, moving on to the next plugin, which is the Yoast SEO plugin. So within your WordPress dashboard on the left-hand side of the screen, hover your mouse over Yoast and click on General. And this will bring you to Yoast's general settings. Then the main thing we want to do here is go through the first time configuration. This will take you through a few steps to ensure that the plugin is configured and optimized for your site. And I highly recommend doing this if this is your first time using the plugin. So towards the top of the screen, click on the first time configuration tab. And then you'll see that Yoast has broken up the configuration into 5 steps, which they refer to as the Yoast Indexable Squad. And the first step is SEO data optimization. This lets the plugin analyze your site just like Google does and starts running the SEO data optimization for you. This will immediately improve technical issues without you needing to do anything. Now, if you're seeing this green notification, then that means Yoast has already successfully analyzed your site. However, if you're seeing something like this, then go ahead and click the Start SEO Data Optimization button and let it do its thing. Then as soon as you see that green notification, click the Continue button to move on to the next step, which is site representation. This will help tell the search engines whether you're a person or an organization and will help Google to better understand your site. So the first question is asking if you're an organization or a person. If you're running a blog like I am in this video, you'll want to switch this to person. So from the drop down, just select person. Below that is a field for the website name, and by default it'll use your site title, and we have kale and croutons here, and I just recommend leaving this as is if you've already updated your site title. And below that you'll be asked to select the name of the user associated with the site. So within that drop-down, select the name associated with your WordPress user profile. Next is the person logo or avatar. This is like a featured image that will be used within the search results. And for this example, we're creating a food blog, so I created an image in canva.com that represented the brand of the food blog. Now, I'm going to go into greater detail on how I created this a little later on in the tutorial whenever we go over how to create a logo, but you can always come back to the Yoast configuration wizard and update this image when you're ready. Another thing I want to point out about this image is that WordPress recommends that you use an image that's 1200 by 628 pixels for your featured images. So keep that in mind when you're creating these images. Okay, back at WordPress, let's add our image. So click the Select Image button, and this will take you to the media library. This is where all of the images you upload and use on your blog will be stored. And to upload a new image, click the Select button, and then find the image you want to use. Then one best practice that I always do after uploading images to my WordPress sites is I update the title and alt text for each image. And if you look on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see the attachment details with two fields, the alt text and title. So first I update the image's title, and by default it'll show the image's file name here, and that's what will show up when someone hovers their mouse over the image as well as in the image metadata. So I recommend changing it to something more user and SEO friendly. And I'm just going to type my site title and tagline like so. Next, I always update the alt text. And without getting too technical, the alt text is what the search engines will see since they can't actually see images. So you'll want to be descriptive when you're filling out the alt text. However, WordPress recommends that you leave this empty if the image is purely decorative. Okay, once the alt text and title have been updated, go ahead and click the Select button. And the image has been added, and the site representation step has been complete. All right, moving on to the next step, so click the Save and Continue button. Next, we have the social profiles. This will help the search engine bots know what social networks your blog is associated with. And again, this is important because when the search engines crawl your site and see that you're connected to multiple popular social networks with followings, it can give you more authority and help to boost your search engine ranking. So to add your social networks, click this link that says Update or Add Social Profiles to this user profile. And this will open a new tab and take you to your WordPress user profile settings. And all you're going to do is scroll down to the website section and then enter the URLs of all the social networks you're associated with in the fields provided. Now, one thing I want to point out is you're not going to add your social profiles from your personal social networks, but your social profiles that are associated with your blog. And if you haven't set those up yet, you can leave these blank and update them later on. Then once they're filled out, click the Update Profile button at the bottom of the screen to save your changes. And then back at the Yoast configuration, that's all for step number 3, so go ahead and click the Save and Continue button to move on. Next are the personal preferences, and here Yoast is asking you for permission to collect certain anonymous information about your site and how you use it, so go ahead and say yes or no here if you want to share your data. Finally, they're asking you to sign up to their newsletter. I actually recommend doing this. They have a ton of helpful content that they send to their subscribers to help you improve your site's SEO. So sign up here if you'd like. All right, then once it's all done, click the Save and Continue button. And then the first time configuration setup has been completed. However, there are a few settings that I recommend configuring so that you could get the most out of the Yoast SEO plugin. So first things first, click that Go to your SEO dashboard link. And then the final two pieces of configuring the plugin are to set the default search and homepage settings. This will ensure that your blog's search presence is optimized for the search engines, but it also looks professional when people search and share your blog's URL online. So within the sidebar of your WordPress dashboard, under the Yoast section, click on Settings. And this will bring you to the new and improved Yoast settings interface. This is a pretty new feature in terms of how they present the settings to the user, but regardless, it's a lot better than what it used to be in my opinion. Now, I'm not going to go into great detail on each setting, but when you have some extra time, feel free to check out these setting cards and see if any of them fit your SEO strategy. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do here is update your site basics. So under the General section, click on Site Basics. And this is where you can set the basic info for your site. This is also what's used as the fallback for any pages or posts that don't have any images or metadata set. By default, Yoast uses your site title and tagline, which I recommend using, but feel free to change it here if you'd like. Then one thing you will want to change is you want to update the image. This is like a featured image that will display when URLs from your blog are shared online or in social networks that don't have a featured image set. It's basically an SEO fallback plan, and it not only improves the user experience, but it can improve your SEO. So to add an image, click the Select Image button, and then I'm using the same image as before when we configured the Yoast plugin. So I'll go ahead and select it within my media library, and then click the Select button. And there we go. Then don't forget to click the Save Changes button, and you should get a notification that the settings were successfully saved. Then the final thing we're going to configure here are the homepage settings. So this time under the Content Type section, click on Homepage. And this is where you can determine how your homepage should look in the search results and social media. This is what people will see when they search for your brand's name online. So first we have the homepage search appearance. So when someone searches for your blog and the homepage shows up in the search results, this title and meta description is what they'll see. And by default for the SEO title, it's using what Yoast calls variables. And these are like tags that display certain aspects of text. You can simply erase them and just type out what you want the search engine to display, but these variables are another way to write it out as well. Then below that is the meta description. And simply put, the meta description is the preview text that people see when they search for your blog or your blog post's content within a search engine. So within the meta description box, simply start typing a preview of your page. So this is our home page, so you want to be sure to use keywords that describe your page to help improve your click-through rate. I know I'm kind of skimming over this, but it is important, so try to work on a meta description that you think would best describe your overall vision of your blog and try to keep it within 150 characters. Moving on to the social appearance section, this is where you can determine how your homepage looks when people share your blog's URL on social media. Again, the site title variable is used for the site title, but feel free to leave it as is or change it. Then below that is the social description, which is like the meta description that shows up on social feeds. So feel free to use the variables, but I like to write these out. Then you'll definitely want to add an image, so click the Select Image button. And again, I'm using the same image as before, so I'll select that one again really quick. Then don't forget to click the Save Changes button. And once again, you should get a notification that the settings were successfully saved. And that's going to do it for the Yoast configuration. Nice work. You are now optimized for the search engines. Moving on. Next, let's configure the Titan Anti-Spam plugin. So within the sidebar on the left-hand side of your WordPress dashboard, click on where it says Titan Anti-Spam. And this will bring you to the plugin settings page where it looks a little overwhelming at first because there's a lot going on. However, we're only going to be making a few small tweaks. Also, the good news is that the plugin is already automatically blocking spam from your comments, so we don't have to do anything there. However, there are a few small security tweaks I recommend making. So go ahead and click on the Tweaks tab. And then the only changes we're making here will have a green check mark next to them. By default, they're turned off, but if the setting has a green check mark next to it, I recommend turning it on. So flip those switches on, and turning these on will help guard you from bad actors trying to access your WordPress login credentials and will make it more difficult for people to hack your blog. Then once you've made all those changes, go ahead and click the Save button in the upper right-hand side of the screen. And once again, you should get a notification letting you know that the settings have been successfully updated. And that's it for the Titan Anti-Spam plugin. Okay, moving on to the Cookie Yes plugin. So this time, within the sidebar on the left-hand side of your dashboard, click on where it says Cookie Yes. And the Cookie Yes plugin is a compliance plugin that allows you to notify your visitors about your cookie policy. This will also give your site's visitors the option to accept or change their cookie settings. As you can see, when we're done configuring this plugin, it will display this nice little banner at the bottom of the screen and will allow you to not only remain GDPR compliant, but it looks professional too. Now, one thing about this particular plugin is that there are quite a few steps in order to customize the settings. So we aren't going to walk through those steps in this food blog tutorial because it would take about another hour, but that's why I created this separate tutorial that walks you through the entire CookieYes plugin setup process step by step. You can access this video in the video description below within the important links doc, or you can find it on the blog within YouTube channel. Either way, I highly recommend watching this video to set up your cookie notice before launching your blog. So either pause the video, watch my cookies tutorial, and then come back, or make a note to watch the CookieYes tutorial before you launch your blog. Alright, with that being said, let's configure our last plugin, the Lightspeed Cache. So once again, within the sidebar on the left-hand side of your WordPress dashboard, hover your mouse over Lightspeed Cache and click on Presets. And one of the standout features of NameHero's WordPress cloud web hosting is the free inclusion of the Lightspeed server and caching. And if you're new to Lightspeed, it's a powerful and lightweight server technology designed to significantly boost website speed and performance. And combined with Lightspeed's caching capabilities, NameHero ensures that your website loads quickly and efficiently, providing an optimal user experience for your visitors. And as a result, websites hosted on NameHero's platform consistently experience faster page load times, which can ultimately lead to improved search engine rankings and increased conversions. This is also why Lightspeed Cache plugin comes pre-installed. And since your site and web host plan utilize the Lightspeed server technology, you get free access to this plugin. Now, there are aspects of this plugin that are even over my head in terms of technical configurations, so that's why I love these presets to help you get started. Each one has various settings to help speed up your site's performance, and all you have to do is click the Apply Preset button, and the plugin automatically configures itself to that particular preset. So, since you're just starting out, I recommend the Essentials preset. This is a no-risk preset that is appropriate for all blogs and websites. Plus, a domain key isn't required in order to use it. However, if you want to test and use the other presets, you will need a domain key. And let me show you how to get that. So, within the Lightspeed section of the sidebar, click on General. And from here, find the domain key section and click the Request Domain Key button. And after you do that, you'll get a little notification stating that they've received your request and the next available request time. And I had to wait a few minutes, but whenever I refreshed my screen, I got another notification letting me know that my domain key was approved and the setting was updated within my profile. Now, if I wanted to, having this domain key would give me the ability to access additional Lightspeed setting presets, but like I said, I recommend using the Starter Essential preset whenever you're just starting out. Finally, let me show you how to flush the plugin's cache. So by default, the plugin does a really good job of automatically flushing the cache when you install plugins and create new content. But if for any reason you want to manually flush the cache, this is how you'll do that. So within the toolbar at the top of the screen, hover your mouse over the Lightspeed icon and click on Purge All. And this purges the cache and tells web browsers to display the most current version of your site. And that's going to do it for the plugin configurations. As I said a little earlier in the tutorial, we're still going to configure a few plugins later on, but we'll do that when we actually use them. For now, let's move on and start building your blog by installing the free WordPress theme, Kale. In this section of the tutorial, we're going to go over how to install a free WordPress theme to your blog. Now, the right WordPress theme can go a long way in your blog's success, and this portion of the video will show you how to turn a boring layout into a sleek, innovative, and mobile responsive design. Then once we've installed the parent theme, I'm going to show you how to create a child theme. And if you're new to all this, I know it may sound somewhat confusing, but just know that having a parent and child theme is a necessity if you're going to have a professional WordPress blog. Okay, so first things first, let's install our free WordPress parent theme, Kale. So the first thing you want to do is hover your mouse over Appearance and then click on Themes. And this will bring you to your theme management menu. This is where you can add new themes, change your current theme, and search for additional themes all from this menu. Now, we're going to be adding a new theme, so to get started, simply click on the Add New Theme icon. And this is going to bring us to the WordPress theme directory. And basically, this is where we can browse through the thousands of different themes that WordPress has to offer. And by all means, feel free to explore and look at all the different themes, but for this example, we're creating a food blog and we already know the theme that we're going to use. So one way to find a specific theme is to use the search feature. And this works the same as any search bar and is also the way that we searched our plugins. So in the upper right corner of the screen, you'll see a search bar and then type in the keyword of the theme you're looking for. And the theme we're looking for is titled Kale. So type the word Kale in that search bar, and that'll bring up the search results. And as you can see, our theme is the first one. But before you install any theme, I highly recommend that you preview it. So to preview this theme, hover your mouse over that theme icon and click on the preview button. Now keep in mind that this is just a basic demo of what the theme can do and some of its capabilities. But again, this gives you a good idea of how the theme behaves, and it gives you a good feel for the user experience as well. Then if you look at the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see that each theme displays their user ratings and a short description, which can help in the decision-making process. And as you can see, Kale has a 5-star rating, which is perfect, and that's great news for us. So let's go ahead and install this theme by clicking on the Install button at the top of the screen. And once it's installed, go ahead and click the Activate button, and this will officially activate the theme and make it visible on your blog. Then back at the theme management menu, WordPress will mark the Kale theme as active. Now a few things to note: after you activate the Kale theme, you'll probably get a welcome message. And if you click on that Get Started with Kale button, you'll be taken to the theme's welcome page. And then two things I do recommend checking out here are the Support tab and the extra documentation. The support allows you to get in touch with the actual developers of the theme, so if for any reason you can't get in touch with me, I highly recommend reaching out to their support. The documentation, on the other hand, is step-by-step tutorials to help you along as you're building your food blog with Kale. So again, both of these resources are very helpful, and just make a mental note of where these are. But again, I'm going to be walking you through everything you need to know in this tutorial, so you don't really need to do much here, but if you have some extra time, it never hurts to check it out. Okay, now that the theme has been installed and activated, it's time to create our child theme. In this portion of the tutorial, we're going to create a child theme. This is by far one of the most important aspects of building a WordPress blog because it can save you a ton of time and headache due to the updates that are made to the parent theme. Now, if you're new to the concept, a child theme is a theme that inherits the functionality of the parent theme, which is the initial theme we just installed a few moments ago. Now, the reason that a child theme is so important is because it allows you to modify or add to the functionality of a parent theme. It's hands down the best, safest, and easiest way to modify an existing theme because instead of modifying the parent theme files directly, you can create a child theme and override them within. Here's a quick example of why you should have a child theme. If you don't have a child theme, every change you make could potentially be lost when there's an update to the parent theme. But with a child theme, your changes are safe and you'll still inherit the functionality of the parent theme. Basically, if you're going to be customizing your theme, then you need a child theme. Now, there are a few ways to go about creating a child theme, but for this video, we're going to be using our trusty plugin, the Child Theme Configurator. This super lightweight plugin makes creating a child theme super simple. Alright, so to get started, hover your mouse over Tools and click on Child Theme. And this will bring you to the settings page for the Child Theme Configurator. And one thing I love about this plugin is that they recently made an update that streamlines the process and makes it super easy to go through and understand. So, the plugin does a really good job of visually walking you through the entire process, and they have numbered circles outlining each step. And the first few steps they have grouped 1 through 3. So let's go through those really quick. First one is to select an action, and we're going to create a new child theme. And since this is our first child theme, make sure that that's selected, which it is. Next, step number 2, you'll want to select the parent theme that you're going to be using to create the child theme. So whichever theme you're using, make sure that theme is listed in the drop-down menu, and we're using Kale. And then step number 3, click the Analyze button to start the child theme process. And once the plugin is done analyzing your theme, you should get a notification and a green check mark letting you know that the child theme is ready to be created. Next, you'll see a bunch of other steps that have opened up. You can go ahead and leave the default settings alone for steps 4, 5, and 6, but if you scroll down to step number 7, you do have the option to update the child theme attributes like the name, description, version of your child theme, etc. This definitely isn't required, but you can update the attributes here if you want. Then, in step number 8, you'll want to check this box if you want the menu from the parent theme to be copied and used for the child theme. And since this is our first time configuring the child theme, go ahead and check that box. Next, it's time to create the child theme. So click the Create New Child Theme button. And boom, you now have a child theme. You should see a splash notification letting you know that all is well. Then before we activate the child theme, I like to do a few things. First, I make a backup of my child theme just in case, and the child theme configurator gives you an easy way to do that. If you look under step number 2, there should be a link that will create and download a backup of your child theme on your computer for you. So I always like to do that. So go ahead and click that, and there we go, just to be safe. Then next, we'll want to preview the child theme to make sure everything looks normal. So at the top of the screen, click on the Preview Your Child Theme link, and then you'll be able to view the new theme in action. And what I like to do is just scroll through each page and post, and at the moment there isn't too much to the site, but you just want to make sure everything behaves properly and nothing looks off or broken. And so far, everything looks great. Our child theme is functioning properly. So let's go ahead and activate this theme. So click the Activate and Publish button towards the top of the screen. Then once it's published, let's close this out and confirm that our child theme is running. So click that X in the upper left corner to close the customization menu. And then back at the dashboard, hover your mouse over Appearance and click on Themes. And there it is. Our child theme is active, and we now have a theme that mirrors the parent theme. Nice work. All right, moving on. Next, let's create a logo for your blog. All right, now the fun begins. This is where we get to customize your blog and make it a unique work of digital art. I know I say this a lot, but this is one of the main reasons why I recommend WordPress over other companies like Squarespace or Weebly. WordPress gives you the freedom to customize and manipulate your site so that you can make it anything you want. For starters, let's begin by updating the logo to something that fits our brand. Now, what if you wanted to have a more custom logo? Something that stood out and drew attention to your blog. And if we fast forward real quick, you could see the custom logo that I made for this blog has a unique feel, and it looks a lot different than the standard site title of this theme. Now, you can either pay someone to create your logo for you, or you can do it yourself for free. I like saving money, so let's make it ourselves. So when it comes to designing your logo, you have a ton of options, but one quick, free, and easy option is to use canva.com. This website can help you create stunning graphics with their free design software, and I use them quite a bit, and you can get some high-quality design elements from them for free. However, if you want to access all of the features that they offer, I recommend taking advantage of the Canva Pro platform, which is only $9.99 per month. This is the plan that I personally use, and I honestly can't imagine using anything else when it comes to design. This has saved me a ton of time, and I'll show you what I mean in a few moments. But if you're interested in their Pro plan, I'll put my affiliate link in the show notes below the video so you can check it out. Okay, so after you sign up for a free Canva account, you can easily create custom graphics using their design software. You can choose from their library of photos, elements, text, even music and videos, and much, much more. And I'll quickly walk you through the design process to show you how easy it is to use. So, let's say you want to create a new logo for your food blog. Now, one thing I want to point out is that there have been some updates to the Canva homepage and some of their layout. So if something looks different than what you're seeing in this video, don't freak out. For the most part, it'll still be the same and you'll still be able to figure it out. But just wanted you to be aware that some things may have changed since I created this video. So to get started, click the Create a Design button, and then you'll be presented with some suggested templates. For this example, we're going to be creating a custom size design, so click the custom size icon. And then from here, you can enter the custom pixels of the image. I'm going to make this logo 600 by 200 pixels, but feel free to play around with different sizes. Then click the Create New Design button, and you can begin creating. Now Canva will display some recommended designs here on the left, but we're going to be creating our own logo with some text and images. So on the left-hand menu, simply click the text icon, and this will give you various options of text to use. It's fairly straightforward. You just click on the text you want to use and begin typing. So I'm going to select this text to use within my logo. Then Canva will use some default text once you add it to your design, but you can easily change it the same way you would in a Word doc or an email. Just remove the text and start typing. You can also easily adjust the size of the text in this toolbar above the image. Pretty cool. And then I'm going to swap out the tagline real quick. Perfect. Next, I'm going to add some images. So if you click on the Elements tab, you can browse through the thousands of images that Canva has to offer. And since this is a food blog titled Kale and Croutons, I'm going to implement some imagery of kale and croutons within my logo. Now, for the sake of time, I'm going to speed this video up, but I just wanted to show you how quickly and easily you can make a professional-looking logo with Canva.com. And yes, I'm an affiliate for the company, but even if I wasn't, I would still be using this hands down for every single design element of my blog. And plus, you can get a lot done with their free version. It's just a great tool overall. Alright, so after you've created your beautiful new logo, it's time to download it. So click the download button. And I recommend using the PNG file type, and then compress the file as well to help with the page load and site speed. And then click the download button. In a few seconds, your new logo will be ready to use on your blog. So back at your blog, to start customizing your logo, you'll need to access the customization menu. So at the top of the screen, towards the upper left-hand side, click on the paintbrush icon where it says Customize. And this will open your blog's customization menu. Anytime we need to make some tweaks to our theme, we'll more than likely do so through this menu. And the layout is pretty user-friendly. On the left is where you have all of your customizable sections of your blog, and then on the right is where you can see your changes in action. It's like a live action site builder where you can see your changes happen in real time. It's pretty cool. Finally, towards the bottom of the screen, you have the ability to toggle between the different device types that are used to view your blog. This is yet another way to preview your changes to ensure they look good across all devices. Okay, so we're going to be updating our brand new logo. So within the customization menu, click on the Site Identity tab. And this will give us the ability to change a few things within our blog. For now, we're only going to focus on changing the logo. As you can see, the theme starts you out with a default text logo. It also starts you out with the tagline that's also displayed with the logo. Now, I definitely want to change that. So the first thing you'll need to do is flip this switch on so that the image logo isn't hidden. This will give you the ability to add an image as your logo. Then you'll probably notice that the tagline is still showing. And if you recall, I used the tagline in my actual logo. So for this example, I'm going to remove the tagline here by unchecking this box next to where it says Display Site Title and Tagline. This removes it all together so that we have a blank canvas for our new logo. Next, go ahead and click on the Select Logo button, and this will bring us to our media library. This is where we'll upload and store the images that we're going to use on our blog. So to add the image of the new logo, simply click on the Select Files button to search for the logo on your computer. And once you've found the file and uploaded it to your media library, there are always a few things I recommend doing before you add it to your blog. If you look on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see the attachment details. The first thing I recommend doing is adding the alt text. And without getting too technical, the alt text is what the search engines will see since they can't actually see the images. So you'll want to be descriptive when you're filling out the alt text. However, WordPress recommends that you leave this empty if the image is purely for decoration. And since our logo is considered decoration, I'm going to leave that blank for now. The next thing I recommend doing for all your images is to give it a title. By default, it will show the image's file name as the title, and this is what will show up when someone hovers their mouse over the image, as well as in the image metadata. So I recommend changing it to something more user and SEO friendly. So for this example, I'm going to type my site title and tagline. There we go. And then go ahead and click the select button. Then you'll have the option to crop the image. And you can go ahead and skip this since we're going to be using the full image for our logo. And our logo is ready to use. Looks great. Then if you recall, you could see what your logo will look like on a tablet and mobile device by clicking on these icons at the bottom of the customization menu. Again, this is a great feature that allows you to preview your work and make sure your blog's user experience is perfect across all devices. And again, our logo looks great. So let's go ahead and publish our changes. So click the Publish button at the top of the screen, and this will essentially save your changes and make them live on your blog. The next thing we want to do is add a favicon, or as WordPress calls it, a site icon. Now, if you're unfamiliar with what a favicon or site icon is, a favicon is the tiny image that web browsers use to help distinguish between web pages. And if we fast forward again to the end of the video and take a look at the top of the screen, you can see what I'm talking about. These images in the tabs are favicons, and they're great for branding efforts and they help people navigate online. Additionally, some browsers and mobile devices will display a larger image, like the Safari browser, which is what we're looking at right now. The site icon that we're going to create will also be used as a browser and app icon for your blog. So that's why it's important to have a site icon for your branding efforts. All right, back to the blog. Now, before you choose your site icon image, keep in mind that WordPress recommends you use an image that's at least 512 pixels wide and tall. And that's because the image will be used for your favicon and app icon. And you can easily create your own site icon with canva.com. Just use the same steps as we did to create the logo, but make sure your image is 512 by 512 pixels. Again, this is super simple and free. All right, so to add the image you're going to use for your site icon, simply click on the Select Site Icon button, and this will bring up your media library. Then we're adding a brand new image, so click the Upload Files link in the upper left-hand side of the screen. And then the Select Files button. And then find the image you want to use. And then once you've uploaded the image, I recommend at least updating the title within the attachment details. And then click the Select button. And then as you can see, the image I just uploaded is now being used for the favicon and site icon. Looks great and looks a lot more professional. So go ahead and click Publish to make your changes live. And then if we exit out of our customization menu, and take a look at the tab in our browser, you should see the image you just uploaded as the favicon. Now, if you're not seeing it right away, give it a few minutes and clear your browser's cache or history, refresh the page, and it'll show up. Okay, now that we have our new logo, I want to revisit the Yoast SEO plugin social settings. And for the sake of time, I'm not going to walk you through this part step by step, but if you go to the Yoast settings, and if you recall when we configured the Yoast plugin, we briefly went over the social sharing images for the homepage, shown here, as well as for the site as a whole, shown here in the General Site Basics section. And now that you know how to use Canva to create a logo, I recommend using it again to create your homepage and site social images. And these images are very important for your brand as they are used when people share your site's URL on various social networks. And speaking of creating your image, here's a list of the recommended image sizes for Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn. And they have the image dimensions listed out based off of what type of image you're using and where you're using it. However, for this example, we're going to be using a landscape image that's 1200 by 630 pixels. This is the recommended image size for a landscape image on Facebook, but it will fit nicely with most social media channels. And then I'm not going to walk you through the entire process of me creating this image, but as you can see, I've used canva.com again, and I'm using the 1200 by 630 pixels for my dimensions, but the image is basically mimicking the logo we created a few moments ago. And I'm obviously speeding through this part of the video, but you get the idea. Canva is super easy to use. Okay, moving on. Next, let's create our blog's pages, categories, and primary navigation menu. And real quick before we do that, let's head back to the WordPress dashboard by hovering your mouse over your site title in the upper left corner of the screen and clicking on Dashboard. The next thing we want to do is configure our blog by adding additional pages, additional categories, and creating a primary navigation menu. And if we fast forward to the end of this video again, you can see what I'm talking about. Having a primary menu with separate pages and categories allows you to diversify your content and helps your visitors navigate through your blog. This not only creates a better user experience, but it's great for SEO. So first things first, by default, WordPress starts you off with the sample page to help you visualize what your content will look like within the theme. But we want to get rid of this. So to delete the sample page, head over to your WordPress dashboard if you're not there already, and then hover your mouse over where it says Pages and click on All Pages. And this will bring you to your Pages menu. This is where you can collectively review all of the pages that are on your blog, one of them being the sample page. So to delete the page, simply hover your mouse over the sample page and click the red trash link. Then the page will be unpublished and sent to the trash. Next, it's time to add the pages we want to use on our blog and our primary navigation menu. And I should point out that a page is different from a blog post, because a page is a static, standalone piece of content that is separate from your blog feed. I also want to point out that WordPress starts you off with the privacy policy page that's in draft mode, meaning it hasn't been published yet. But don't worry about that right now. We'll address it later on in the video. For now, let's add our About page and Contact page. So when it comes to adding new pages to your blog, WordPress gives you a few ways to accomplish that. The first way is within the Pages Management menu. Simply click on the Add New button at the top of the screen, and that will allow you to add a new page. You can also hover your mouse over Pages on the left sidebar and click on Add New as well. And finally, at the very top of the toolbar, you can hover your mouse over the plus new icon and click on Page from the drop-down menu. These will all take you to your WordPress editor and will allow you to create a brand new page on your blog. Okay, so what you're looking at right now is the visual editor. And this is a somewhat new WordPress editing experience. This was a major change in the WordPress 5.0 update, and it has drastically affected how you build and design your pages and blog posts. Now, one of the major differences in this editor is that each section is broken down into a specific type of block. There are image blocks, paragraph blocks, column blocks, and much, much more. And the blocks are a new experience that really give you a lot of creative control over what your blog looks like. And you'll get very familiar with the blocks as we begin creating content. But let me give you a quick rundown of the visual editor before we move on. So first we have a field for our title. Then there's the content section directly below that, and that's where you'll add your various blocks of content. Then on the right we have the page and block settings. This is where you can configure the settings for specific blocks or for the page overall. Then in the upper left is a toolbar where you can do things like go back to your WordPress dashboard, make edits, add a block, and undo and redo changes. Then in the upper right is another toolbar where you have your publishing options as well as some additional settings. Then towards the bottom left of the editor, you'll see the Yoast SEO settings if you've installed and activated the plugin. Then one final thing I want to go over before we create our pages is the visual editor layout. By default, WordPress starts you out with their full-width visual layout. This too is new and is meant to remove distractions, but I personally like the original setting where they displayed the dashboard menu items. So if you want to see what that looks like, you can change the layout of your visual editor by clicking on the three-dot icon in the upper right-hand side of the screen, and this will give you access to some more options. The first thing I'm going to change is to have the top toolbar. This will display some additional editing options for our blocks and will make us more efficient as we begin creating content. So go ahead and click it to turn that on. And you should see an additional toolbar appear in the upper left corner of the editor that will give you some additional editing options. Next, I like having the WordPress dashboard menu items display. I feel like I can navigate a lot quicker through the back end of my blog when I can see them. So if you uncheck the full screen mode, you'll see that the WordPress menu items and toolbar reappear. Again, this is just a personal preference, but it helps me be more efficient. Okay, now that our visual editor settings are configured and you're familiar with the visual editor layout, let's create our About page. And I just want to point out that yes, we are creating our About page, but we're not going to be adding content to it just yet. We're going to create and publish it now so that we can add it to our primary navigation menu. Then once the menu has been set and configured, we'll come back and add content to this page. So the first thing we want to do is give our page a title. And since this is our About page, go ahead and type About in the title section. And as you do that, the Yoast SEO plugin is already beginning to take care of our Google snippet for us by automatically adding the page title to the snippet, as well as the permalink. And keep in mind, this is the snippet that will show up when people search for your page in the search engines. And I'll show you how to edit this snippet when we start adding content to our pages, but editing your search engine snippet for each page and blog post is just a good habit to get into. And speaking of the permalink, I want to point out that you may notice that it's not updating even though we've added a new title and our permalink structure was set to use the post title in the permalink. However, when we publish these changes, the permalinks will automatically update. Just want to let you know. And just to reiterate, we're not going to be adding content to these pages just yet. We're simply creating them so that we can add them to our primary navigation menu. Then once we've created all of our pages and added them to our nav, we'll worry about adding content to those pages. All right, so once you've named the page, go ahead and publish the page by clicking the Publish button. And don't worry about anyone seeing this page without any content on it. We haven't launched our blog yet. Then WordPress has implemented this somewhat publishing failsafe that asks you to double check your changes and make sure that you want to publish, which is great, but you can always turn this setting off by unchecking this box, and that way you won't have to click the Publish button twice every time you want to publish a page. However, for the sake of this video and the example, I'm just going to keep this turned on, and then I'll click the Publish button again to publish this page. And then once published, we'll get a notification that the About page is live, as well as the page address and this View Page button. So if we take a look at it really quick by clicking that View Page button, you'll see that our About page has been created. We obviously have to add content to it, but it is live and ready to go. And then if we head back to the WordPress editor, I want to show you how the permalink updates. So to get back to the editor at the top of the screen, if you click the Edit Page link in your toolbar, that will bring you back to the editor. And then if we look at the permalink and the page settings on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see that it's been updated, and you can also edit it here as well if you need to. Next, we'll just follow the exact same steps to add the contact page. So just like before, hover your mouse over the plus new link and click on Page. Then let's create our contact page. So first things first, I'm going to title this Contact. Then due to the fact that we have the WP Forms plugin installed, they know that we're creating a contact page and are reminding you to add a contact form to this page, which we will do in a few moments. So we can go ahead and close this out. And then again, we're going to add content and the contact form to this page later. So let's just go ahead and publish it. So click the Publish button in the upper right corner of the editor. And then publish again. And there we go. Now, if you have more pages in mind that you want to create, by all means, create those pages. I do want to point out, though, that we will be adding a privacy policy page to our footer, and we will also create a recipe index page as well, but that's later on in the tutorial. Okay, now that we have our two pages, let's create our menu. So let's visit our site really quick. And you'll notice that WordPress has already added the new pages to our primary nav, which is great. But let me show you how to configure this menu. Now, you have a few ways to go about building your menus, and I'll be showing you both ways in the tutorial. But for now, hover your mouse over your site title in the upper left-hand side of the screen and click on Menus. And this will open up your blog's menu settings. And this is where we'll be creating our primary navigation menu. Okay, let me give you a quick introduction to how things are set up here. On the right is the menu structure where you can name and edit your menu items. And on the left are the menu items you can add to your menu. So under the menu structure section, like I said, you have the option to name your menu, which you can do here, but I'm just going to leave it as is. Then below that are the actual menu items that will display on your blog. And by default, WordPress actually starts you out with the home menu item followed by 2 pages that we just created. This is super convenient because we no longer have to create a custom link home menu item, and WordPress will do that for you automatically. And then if you click on that drop-down arrow on the home custom link menu item, you'll see that it's linking to our home page. And then the navigation label is home, but you can change it here if you'd like. Then another cool feature is that you can drag and drop these menu items, situating them in any order that you'd like. And then I should mention that we're also going to be adding categories to this menu structure, which we'll do in a few moments. But once you have these particular menu items in order, you can go ahead and click the Create Menu button. And it may take a few seconds to load, so just sit tight real quick. Then after the menu has been created, if you look below there, you'll see the menu settings. And we want to set the display location as the main menu. So go ahead and check that box. And then click the Save Menu button. And in a few seconds, our new menu has been updated and saved. Then if we visit our site really quick, you can see that our new primary navigation menu is displaying and the correct menu items are there as well. Nice work. So the remaining menu items are going to be categories. And if you're new to categories, a category is a group of related blog posts that are about similar subjects. And when you create a blog post, WordPress lets you add it to a particular category. For example, in this tutorial, I'm going to create a category called meal prep. Then when I write blog posts about meal prepping, I'll add them to the meal prep category. Then what's even cooler is that I'm going to add that category to the primary navigation menu so that when someone clicks on meal prep, it'll take them to that page that lists all of the blog posts that have been added to the meal prep category. Bottom line, whenever you create a category, it makes it easier for people to find your content. This is not only a cool feature, but it's a great user experience as well. Your readers will appreciate the convenience of not having to search through your entire blog to find relevant posts. So, back at our blog, there are actually a couple of different ways to add categories. You can do it in the back end of the blog post or within the WordPress dashboard. We're going to cover both ways in this tutorial, but right now I'll show you how to add the categories in the WordPress dashboard. So let's head back to our WordPress dashboard by hovering your mouse over your site title in the upper left-hand side of the screen and clicking on Dashboard. Then on the left-hand side, hover your mouse over Posts and click on Categories. And this will bring you to your category management page. And you'll see that WordPress starts you off with an uncategorized category by default, but you can easily create new categories here as well. Okay, since this is a food blog, I'm going to be creating categories that you usually associate with the food industry. And these are just examples, so don't feel that you're confined to the categories I make in the next few minutes. When you're making your categories, think about your content and your target audience. Your category should be like a topic bucket that can house various types of blog posts. For example, the first category I'm going to create is vegan. So to create the category, simply type vegan in the name field, and be sure to type this out the way you want it to look on your site. Then directly below that is the slug. And the slug is the URL-friendly version of the category name. And it's usually lowercase and contains only letters, numbers, and hyphens. So this slug is going to be vegan, but with a lowercase v. Then directly below that, you'll see a drop down for the parent category. And the reason for this is because categories are able to have a hierarchy. And WordPress's example of this is that you may have a jazz category, and then under that have children categories like bebop and big band. However, for this tutorial, we're not going to have a category hierarchy. So you can go ahead and skip that, as well as the description, and click the Add New Category button. Then on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see that our new category vegan has been added to our blog. Super easy. All right, let's add our second category. So this one will be pasta. And then the slug is going to be pasta, but with a lowercase p. And again, we're going to skip the parent category option and description and click the Add New Category button. There we go. Then for the sake of time, I'm going to fast forward through me adding the rest of the categories. But now that we've successfully created all of our categories, it's time to add them to our primary navigation menu. So let's head back to our menu management page by hovering your mouse over Appearance and clicking on Menus. This is yet another way to get to your menu settings. Then this time around, we're going to be adding categories to our menu structure. So on the left-hand side of the screen, click the Categories tab, and then click the View All if you're not seeing all the categories you created. Then simply select the categories that you want to add to your primary navigation menu, and click the Add to Menu button. Then you should see the categories added to the menu structure on the right. So far, so good. Next, it's time to situate your menu items. And this is one of the reasons why I love WordPress. It makes things like this super simple with their drag and drop features. Simply drag and drop the menu items in the order that you want them to appear on your navigation menu. You can even indent them to create sub-menu items if you'd like as well. However, for this tutorial, I'm not going to be using sub-menu items. So let me situate these really quick. Okay, once you have the menu items in order, go ahead and click the Save Menu button. And you should get a notification letting you know that the menu has been updated. And we can take a look at it really quick, but I want to show you something before we do. If you look towards the top of the screen, you should see a Managed with Live Preview button. And if you click on that, it'll take you to your customization menu and allow you yet another way to edit and customize your menu, which looks great, I might add. But this is essentially letting you do the same thing we just did, but from the customization menu. And as I mentioned earlier, WordPress gives you multiple ways to accomplish certain tasks. Building your menus is one of them. And it really comes down to personal preference, but configuring your navigation menu through the customization menu allows you to get a live preview of your work. And I should also mention that we're going to be using the customization menu to create our footer menu a little later on in the tutorial. I just wanted to show you all the ways that you could build things in your WordPress dashboard, and this way you could find what works best for you and become a more efficient blogger. Okay, moving on. Next, let's start piecing together your sidebar. All right, in this portion of the tutorial, we're going to start building your sidebar. And your blog sidebar is a great place to advertise and grow your email list because it's a global element, meaning that it stays the same on every page and post that has a sidebar. And if we fast forward real quick, you can see that each page and blog post has a 2-column layout that can easily be customized to your liking. On the left side is where we add the content, and on the right side is our sidebar. This is where we can add various widgets, links, images, and even earn money with affiliate campaigns and AdSense ads. Now keep in mind that the content on each page will be different, but the sidebar remains the same throughout your blog. Now by default, WordPress starts your sidebar off with some pretty basic widgets. These are bad and you may want to keep some of them, but for this video, we're going to be reconfiguring the sidebar quite a bit. So the first part of the sidebar we're going to build is an About Me section. We're going to have an image followed by a little intro blurb that links to your About page, and this is a great way to introduce yourself to your audience and drive traffic to your About page. So back at our blog, to start making changes to your sidebar, you'll need to access your customization menu. So the first thing is you'll need to go to the home page of your blog by visiting your site, and then click the Customize link at the top of the screen, and this will open the customization menu. And then your sidebar may display some different widgets than what you're seeing in the video, but the steps to update them are going to be the same. So don't worry if your sidebar looks a little different than mine right now. We're going to change that. Now for this particular part of the tutorial, we're going to focus on the bordered sidebar and add an About Me section. Then a little later on in the video, we'll address the non-bordered sidebar. First things first, let's clean up the bordered sidebar. So to access your sidebar within the customization menu, click on the Widgets tab, and then open the Sidebar Default Border tab. And I should point out that the Kale WordPress theme used to pre-install widgets in the sidebar just so that you can get an idea of what it would look like. So if you see any widgets here, I recommend deleting them. And let me show you how to do that really quick. So here's a quick example of what the sidebar will look like if you have pre-installed widgets. And I should point out that right now you're seeing the classic widgets version of the sidebar. And this is due to the classic widgets plugin that we installed earlier in the video. If you're seeing blocks and your sidebar is different than mine, I recommend pausing the video and installing and activating the classic widgets plugin. Okay, so this version of the sidebar is almost identical to how we built our primary nav and the way that you could drag and drop the widgets in the order that you want them to appear on your blog. Each widget represents a different section of the sidebar, and you can easily rearrange them by dragging and dropping the widgets in any order you'd like. It's pretty cool. However, I'm not going to use any of these widgets within the bordered sidebar, so I want to remove them. And this is how you'll do that. You simply click on the tab of the widget you want to remove, and that will open it up. And then click the red remove link, and you'll see the widget disappear in real time from the sidebar. Then let me do that to the remaining two really quick. There we go. Now we have a blank canvas to build our About Me section within the sidebar. Okay, so for this section of our bordered sidebar, we're going to add an About Me intro that will include an image and a text blurb linking to your About page. This is yet another great way to introduce yourself to your audience and direct traffic to your About page. So first things first, we need to add a new widget. So click the Add a Widget button, and then you'll see all the widgets that you can add to your sidebar listed on the right. And we're going to be adding an image, so find and click the Image tab, and this will give you the ability to add an image to your sidebar. And let's give this a title. So in the title field, type out what you want to appear above your image, and I'm using About Me for this example. And I should point out that the text won't show up until we actually add our image for some reason, so let's do that right now. And for your About Me sidebar image, I highly recommend using an image that's 668 by 668 pixels. It's a square image, but this ensures that it looks good on all devices, mobile, desktop, and tablets. And once again, if we head over to canva.com, you can easily create and resize your custom image here if you need to. Okay, back at our blog. To add the image, simply click the Add Image button and follow the same steps to upload your new image. Again, hopefully these steps are starting to become somewhat familiar to you by now. So click the Upload Files link, and then the Select Files button. And find the image on your computer. There we go. Then don't forget about the title and alt text. Then another thing I want to point out is that under the attachment display settings, you can add a link to the image and change the size. So make sure you have custom URL selected, then directly under that, enter the URL you want the image to link to. For example, I'm going to link to our About page. There we go. And then WordPress has the size set to medium, but I want to use the full size image. And for this example, it says 400 by 400, but please disregard that. You want to make sure that it's 668 by 668. The reason it says 400 by 400 here is because I'm using a recording from a previous tutorial, but either way, you'll want to make sure this is 668 by 668. Okay, so go ahead and select full size, and then click the Add to Widget button. And beautiful, our image and About Me title are now displaying in our sidebar. Next, I want to add a quick little blurb of text below the image. So we're going to add a new custom HTML widget to our sidebar to accomplish this. So once again, you'll want to click the Add a Widget button and find a custom HTML widget. And feel free to add your own text here, but if you head over to my code cheat sheet, I've created some custom HTML that you could use for this blurb. And all you have to do is copy the code underneath the About Me section of the cheat sheet, then paste it to the custom HTML widget, and replace the purple text with anything you'd like. And let me show you how easy this is to do. So I'm going to copy this really quick. I'm on a Mac, so I'm clicking Command-C on my keyboard. Then back at the blog, simply paste the ready-made code within the content box of the custom HTML widget, and you'll see that the HTML is translating perfectly to our sidebar. Now, you'll obviously want to update the dummy text, so all you're going to do is within the custom HTML widget, swap out this dummy text in between the center opening and closing tags with your own personal intro. Then the final thing we're going to do is add an image of a signature. This is a cool way to add a little unique flair to this section of your sidebar. And just a quick tip, as you're working with your widgets, you may find it easier to close them and help you stay more organized. So within the widgets, if you click this little arrow in the upper right corner, that'll close the widget that you're currently working on. Just a quick tip to stay organized. Okay, so let's add our next widget. So click the Add a Widget button. And then click on Image. And then like I said, we're going to be adding an image of a signature. Let me actually upload this image really quick so that you can get a better idea of what I'm talking about. So click the Add Image button. And then we're uploading a new image to our media library, so click the Upload Files link. And then the Select Files button. And I know this stuff is repetitive, but I've found that the more you repeat it, the quicker you learn. So thanks for bearing with me. There we go. And then let me update the alt text and title really quick. And then I'm going to adjust the display settings and set the image to full size. And again, I want to point out that this full size image in this example is only 400 by 100 pixels. However, I recommend you use an image that's 668 by 200 pixels for your signature images. This will ensure that the signature is centered and looks great no matter what device is being used to view it. And then click the Add to Widget button when you're done making your edits. And voila. We have a beautiful and unique way to personalize your About Me section and make it stand out. Now, if you're wondering how I made this signature, you guessed it, I made it with Canva.com. I simply created a custom dimension image and used their styled font to create this signature. And for the sake of time, I'm not going to take you through the entire design process, but you can easily create your own signature with Canva.com in a quick few minutes. Also remember, if you do decide to use Canva.com to create this image, make sure you use the dimensions 668 by 200 pixels. Okay, back at our blog, if we scroll down, you'll see the remaining widgets that came pre-installed with the Kale theme. These are in the sidebar default, meaning they don't have the border line around them, but regardless, I want to remove them. And let me show you how to do that. So let's go back to our customization menu by clicking that little arrow in the upper left corner. And then this time select the Sidebar Default tab. Then you'll notice that there aren't any widgets here, but they're still showing up in the sidebar. I'm actually not sure why that's happening, but if we add a new widget, it will replace all of the default widgets. So go ahead and click the Add a Widget button. And this time I'm going to add the search widget. And you can give it a title if you want, but I'm just leaving it blank for now. And then as you can see, it replaced the default widget and looks a lot cleaner. Now we'll definitely add to this sidebar a little later on, but for now let's save these changes and make them live. So click the Publish button at the top of the screen. And moving on. Next, let's add our social network icons to our homepage. And again, real quick, I'm going to head over to that portion of the customization menu. So let's click the arrow button in the upper left corner 2 times. There we go. And then from here, we'll access the Menus tab for this next step. In this section of the tutorial, we're going to add social icons to our homepage that allow people to access your social channels when they click on them. And if we fast forward again really quick, you can see what that will look like. So the Kale theme gives you the ability to add social icons in the upper left or right hand side of your blog. And this is a great way to generate traffic to your social channels, boost your following, and expand your brand's reach. And it's super easy to set up. I should also point out that you'll need to have at least one social media account for your blog in order for these icons to work. You won't want to link to your personal Facebook or Twitter page from your blog. That's just not a best practice and it isn't very professional. Just a heads up on that before we move on. So back at our blog, we'll be adding our icons through the customization menu. So head on over there if you're not there already. Then to add the social icons, you'll want to open the Menu tab. And then we're going to be creating a new social menu, and the icons are actually going to serve as their own menu item. So click the Create New Menu button, and then in the menu name field, type social with a capital letter S. It's very important that the word social uses a capital S in the menu name or it won't work. Then go ahead and click the Next button. And now it's time to add our menu items, which will serve as our icons. So click the Add Items button. And then from there, you'll want to open the Custom Links tab. And then the idea here is that you'll create separate custom links, which will translate into the social icons. And let me show you what I mean. So the first icon is going to be for Facebook. So in the URL, type your Facebook URL. Then in the link text field, type Facebook with a capital F. Again, this is important, use a capital F. Then click the Add to Menu button. And you'll see that our custom link has been added to the menu. Now I should point out that you won't see the icons until we publish this menu and add it to our header. So in the meantime, let's add our next custom link for Twitter. So follow the same steps as before. Under the Custom Link tab in the URL field, type your Twitter URL. Then in the link text field, type Twitter with a capital T. And click the Add to Menu button. Then for the sake of time, I'm going to speed through the next one real quick, but I'm going to add YouTube. Perfect. Then let's publish this really quick, so click the Publish button. And now that we've created our social menu, it's time to add it to this header. And this will allow the icons to display. And if you're confused, no worries, it'll all make sense in a few seconds. So what we're going to do is actually add a menu widget to our header. So you'll need to go back and find the Widget tab. And then you'll need to click that arrow one more time to get back to the customization main menu. And then open the Widget tab. And then the Kale theme gives you the option of adding your social icons to the left or right hand side of your header. And for this example, we're going to be adding the social icons to the left header. So go ahead and open the Header Left tab. and then click the Add a Widget button, and find the navigation menu widget. Then from there, select the social menu that we just created from the dropdown, and boom, you now have your social icons displaying on your blog. Okay, so let's go ahead and publish these. So click the Publish button. And then I'm going to exit out of the customization menu and take a look at our new social icons. And they look great. I love the minimalist look and feel to them, and I like how they aren't too overbearing. They're perfectly placed to draw the reader's attention without taking away from your blog's content. Plus, this is a great way to boost your social following, grow your audience, and extend your brand's reach. Nice work. Okay, moving on. Next, let's craft your About page and start adding content to your blog. Alright, so the first page we're going to configure is the About page. And if we fast forward real quick, you can get a better idea of what we're going to be designing. So your About page is not only a great place to introduce yourself, but it also serves as a way to communicate your mission and vision to your blog's readers. Plus, the Kale theme gives you a ton of flexibility on how to present your content. You can use the default layout, which is what you're looking at right now, or the banner layout. This spreads the featured image out above the content and adds the page title to the image. Or the full width layout. This completely removes the sidebar and gives the reader a more distraction-free user experience. All three layouts are super easy to implement, and I'll show you how it's done right now. Alright, since we're editing our About page, let's access it first if you're not there already. So you can go ahead and click the About menu item in your primary nav. Then to edit it, at the top of the screen, click the Edit Page link, and this will bring you to the back end of the page and give you access to the WordPress editor. And I know we covered this a little earlier in the video, but just a quick refresher. So first we have a field for our title. Then there's the content section directly below that, and that's where you'll add your various blocks of content. Then on the right we have the page and block settings. This is where you can configure the settings for specific blocks or for the page overall. Then in the upper left is a toolbar where you can do things like go back to your WordPress dashboard, make edits, add a block, and undo and redo changes. Then in the upper right is another toolbar where you have your publishing options as well as some additional settings. Then towards the bottom left of the editor, you'll see the Yoast SEO settings if you've installed and activated the plugin. Plus, the Kale theme gives you a ton of flexibility on how you present your content. You can change the layout here with these settings to either use the default layout, the banner layout, or the full width layout. All three are super easy to implement, and I'll show you how that's done right now. Okay, now it's time to start writing content for your About page. However, this time, we're going to do things a little differently. Typically in the past, I would have written this myself, which I'm not saying you shouldn't do. This is your About page and you know yourself and your blog's mission better than anyone else. However, we now live in an age where artificial intelligence has taken a seat at the table of content creation. And as a blogger, I have not only accepted this, but implemented it in my blog's content. This new technology has presented an opportunity for bloggers like you and me to enhance our creativity and be much more efficient with our content. And one way to do that is with your About page content. Now, I'm not saying you just use AI to write the content and then paste it directly to the page. However, there are some great use cases for AI within your blog, like using it as a starting point to help you come up with ideas or exploring different ways to structure your content. This not only saves you time, but it can spark creativity in your writing. And let me show you what I mean. So for this example, we're going to be using an artificial intelligence language model called ChatGPT. And if you've never heard of ChatGPT, it's a highly advanced artificial intelligence language model that can create human-like text. It's like having a virtual assistant who's always ready to generate content with you. And for this particular example, we'll be using ChatGPT 4. and I'll link to this in the video description below. But you can get started with ChatGPT for free by visiting the OpenAI homepage and clicking the sign up button in the upper right corner of the screen. It's a pretty straightforward process. You'll basically just create an account with them, and then you'll have access to ChatGPT 3.5. And as I just mentioned, we'll be using ChatGPT 4 in this video, which you'll have to pay for, but you can still get by with the free version of ChatGPT for this part of the tutorial. Okay, so the first step in the process is that you formulate a prompt that ChatGPT can understand and respond to. This could be as simple as write an about page for my food blog. However, the more specific your prompt is, the better the output from ChatGPT will be. So to create your prompt, simply begin typing in the field provided towards the bottom of the screen. And for this example, I'm going to get super specific with my prompt so that the AI will have a clear understanding of what I'm trying to accomplish. Feel free to try this with your prompt and tailor it to fit your specific niche. So my about page prompt reads, I'm a stay-at-home chef with the food blog. I specialize in healthy, quick meals for busy professionals looking for healthier options when it comes to food and diet. Can you please help me write an about page introducing my food blog? Can you also break up the content with 3 headings introducing me, what people will get out of the blog, and then ask them to join my culinary journey? And then once you've filled out the prompt, go ahead and feed it to ChatGPT by clicking that little purple icon in the bottom right corner, or just click enter on your keyboard and watch the magic happen. And then in a few seconds, the AI goes to work and starts typing out your request. Now, as this is going, I want to point out that I realize that there may be some of you out there that are against using AI for blog content, and I get it, but I want to emphasize that I don't condone just copying and pasting what ChatGPT outputs onto your blog post. While ChatGPT is powerful, it's not perfect, and you should review the output carefully. Make sure the content makes sense, the messaging is clear, and the grammar is correct. So be sure to edit the text as needed to make sure it meets your standards and fits your blog style. But either way, I'm a huge advocate and fan of ChatGPT, but use it responsibly. Okay, so we have our about page content from the AI, and if you're not satisfied with the response, you can always click the regenerate response button at the bottom of the screen, and ChatGPT will give you an alternate version of the content. But for the sake of time, I'm going to use this version. So once you're satisfied with the results, highlight the text and copy it. I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C on my keyboard to copy it. Then back at WordPress, place your cursor where it says type or to choose a block and paste the content from ChatGPT. Again, I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-P on my keyboard to paste it. And as I mentioned a little earlier in the tutorial, I don't recommend just copying and pasting AI content and then calling it a day. You'll definitely want to review it, make sure it's in the right tone, as well as tailor it to fit your specific needs and wants. And the reason I love AI content though is that it speeds up the creative process and saves me a ton of time. That's why I promote using it to my audience, and I can almost guarantee that as you get used to using it, you'll start to see the benefits and find ways to implement it into your workflow. So with that being said, let me make some quick tweaks to the content. For example, ChatGPT used the name Jane Doe in the content, so I'll want to change that, as well as the name of the blog. It used the placeholder text the blog, so I'll change that to kale and croutons. And then instead of our journey and our community, I'll change it to my journey and my community. See, little edits like this will have to be made when using AI content, but like I said, once you get the hang of it, it saves you a ton of time. Okay, the next thing I want to change are the headings. By default, when we pasted the content from ChatGPT to WordPress, it pasted all of the text using the paragraph blocks. However, I recommend breaking your content up with headings, and having different headings within your content is good for SEO, content structure, and readability. Headings help people skim through your content and quickly find what they want. So to achieve this, we'll need to convert these 2 lines of text from paragraph blocks to heading blocks. And one quick and easy tip is to use the toolbar at the top of the screen. And all you'll do is place your cursor at the beginning of the text that you want to change like so. Then in the upper left corner of the editor, you'll have this editing feature that lets you quickly transform the paragraph block to different blocks. This could come in handy when you want to make quick changes on the fly without having to delete the whole block and re-add a completely new block. So for this example, our text is currently being displayed using a paragraph block. But if you click on the paragraph icon, you'll be presented with a drop-down menu where you can choose different blocks to transform to, one of them being a heading block. So go ahead and select heading from that list. And just like that, the paragraph block has been transformed into a heading block. And you can even tell here by the size of the font, as well as the new block settings on the right-hand side of the screen. Pretty cool. Then I'll do the same thing to create the next heading. I'll place my cursor in that particular paragraph block. Then within the toolbar, click on the paragraph icon and select heading. Voila, we have another heading. Love it. Next, let's add some images to the post, starting with the featured image. And a featured image can be described as the image that visually represents either your blog post or blog page on social media. It's also the image that's above the content of your page. Now, one of the really cool features of the Kale WordPress theme is that it gives you multiple ways to implement and display your featured image, and I'll show you that in just a bit. But first, let me show you how to add the image to your page. And before we do that, I should point out that the recommended size of your featured images should be around 1200 by 628 pixels. These dimensions tend to work well across WordPress themes, pages, posts, and multiple social network feeds. And one quick and easy way to create a featured image with those specific dimensions is with, you guessed it, canva.com. Remember, we can create custom-sized images and then upload our own images and resize them all here within Canva's workspace. I use Canva for all of my featured images, and I highly recommend you do as well if you want a quick and easy way to get this done. Okay, back at WordPress, in order to add the featured image to your About page, within the editor on the right-hand side of the screen, make sure you have the Page Settings tab opened and click on the Featured Image tab. Then click the Set Featured Image tab, and this will take you to your media library where you can upload your new image. So go ahead and click the Upload Files link, and then the Select Files button, and find the image you want to use. There we go. Then once we've uploaded our featured image, don't forget about the alt text and the title. Again, these are under the attachment details. And once you fill those out, go ahead and click the Set Featured Image button. And the featured image has been successfully added to your page. Now, before we move on, I want to show you a few different ways you can display this featured image. But first, let's take a look at the default settings by previewing the page. And this is a really cool WordPress feature that allows you to preview what your content will look like once published. It's a great resource to have because sometimes what we build in the back end of the WordPress visual editor doesn't always translate exactly to the front end of your blog. So that's why it's important to always preview your edits before publishing them and making them live on your site. So to preview the About page, simply click the Preview button in the upper right corner of the screen, and then you'll have some options as to how you'd like to preview the page. We're going to select Desktop and then click the Preview in New tab link. And this will open a separate browser tab with the preview environment where we can see what things will look like before we publish them and make them live. And as you can see, the default settings has the featured image displaying above the content, and it's using the two-column layout where the content is on the left and the sidebar is on the right. Then if you're feeling creative, let me show you a quick way to change the position of the featured image and layout of this About page. So if we head back to the WordPress editor, if you look on the right-hand side of the screen within the page settings, you'll see the Kale page options. This is where you can quickly change the position and layout of the featured image. And there are three options here: default, banner, and hide. We saw the default option, and the hide option is pretty self-explanatory. It hides the featured image altogether, but let's check out the banner option. So go ahead and select banner. And then when it comes to template changes, you can't preview them for some reason. You have to publish the changes. So click the update button to push these changes live. And then let's view the page, so click the View Page link or button. And check that out, the featured image is now spread across the top of both columns of content, and it even has the page title listed over the image. It's pretty cool. Okay, so you can definitely leave your About page as is and move on if you'd like, but if you're feeling even more creative, let me show you how to utilize the different blocks within the new block editor so that you can add things like images, videos, and GIFs to your content if you'd like. So, as I mentioned earlier, the new WordPress editor utilizes blocks, and these are a new experience that really give you a ton of creative control over what your blog looks like. And for this quick example, I'm going to show you how to add some images to your About page by using the image block. And one quick way to do that is to scroll down to the bottom of the page, and to add a new block, simply click the plus icon towards the right-hand side there, and this will open a little pop-up block menu. This displays some of your most frequently used blocks, but you can also search for blocks by name or keyword in the search field towards the top of that little menu. You can also click the Browse All button, and this will display all of the blocks that are available. This is a wealth of resources when it comes to the different types of blocks that you could use to create content. And when you have some extra time, I recommend browsing and exploring the different types of blocks. But for this particular example, we are going to be adding a new image. So find the image block and click on it. And then from here, you have the ability to upload a new image, add from your media library, or insert an image from a URL. I'm going to add a brand new image, so click the Upload button, and then find the image you want to use. And then it may take a few seconds to load, so just sit tight really quick while it does its thing. And then once it's officially updated, you'll see the image, block settings, and toolbar display. And then anytime you add a new image to your site, I always recommend updating the alt text. And you could do so in the media library like we did with our featured image, but you could also do so here in the block settings whenever you add an image block. Just find the alt text box and add your text describing what is happening within the image. Next, you can reposition the image if you'd like by using the Move feature. So make sure you have the image block selected, and you can do that just by clicking on the image. Then in the toolbar in the upper left corner, click on that little arrow, and this allows you to easily move the image block above and below the paragraph blocks within the page. How cool is that? What used to take a ton of time and effort now takes a few seconds with this new WordPress block editor. Alright, before we do anything else, let's preview our work again and see what this image looks like within the content. So click the Preview button in the upper right corner of the screen and select Preview and New Tab. And as you can see, the image is settled within our content, but the spacing looks pretty horrible. The text is right up against the bottom of the image. So one way to fix that is with a spacer block. So let's head back to the WordPress editor, and all we're going to do here is add what is called a spacer block. This is a WordPress block that allows you to easily adjust the space within your content. As you can see, sometimes what the content looks like within the WordPress editor doesn't always translate perfectly to the front end of the WordPress theme that you're using. So that's where the spacer blocks come into play. They help your content look more aesthetically pleasing, and they're super easy to add. So let me show you how to do that. Okay, so for this example, we're going to add a spacer block in between the bottom of the image and the paragraph block. So go ahead and click on the image to ensure that the image block is selected. Then within the toolbar at the top of the screen, click the three-dot icon to open the More options. And then select Insert After, since we're adding a new block after the image block. And there we go. You can tell by the extra space that has been added. However, we still need to add the spacer block. So in order to add a new block, click the plus icon, and from the block menu, find the spacer block. You may need to search for it if you're not seeing it here in the pop-up menu. And then once added, you'll see this grayed out space indicating where the block is and how much space it's adding. And by default, it adds 100 pixels of space, which is more than we want, but you can easily adjust the amount of pixels here within the block settings on the right-hand side of the screen. So instead of the spacer block providing 100 pixels of space, I'm going to change this to 25 pixels. There we go, looks much better. And we'll preview this in just a bit to see what it looks like. But since we're here, let's add some additional spacer blocks between the headings to help break up the content and make it easier to read. Now, this is just a personal preference and you don't have to do this, but I just want to show you how to get creative with these spacer blocks. So, place your cursor within the heading block to select it. Then once again within the toolbar, click the three-dot icon to open the More options. And this time select Insert Before since we're adding the spacer block above the heading. Then click the plus icon and find the spacer block. Then within the block settings, change the amount of pixels to your desired space. And for this example, I'm going to have it add 15 pixels of space. Perfect. Then for the sake of time, I'm going to speed through me adding another spacer block above the second heading, but the steps to do so will be the exact same. And there we go. Okay, let's preview our work to see what these new spacer blocks look like on the front end of our blog. So click the preview button and select Preview and New Tab. And check that out. The spacer blocks are adding an adequate amount of space between our headings and image block. Again, this is just a personal preference, but I wanted to show you some ways to get creative with the WordPress blocks. Okay, we're almost done with this page, but next, let me show you how to configure your SEO settings for a particular page with the Yoast SEO plugin. So let's head back to the WordPress editor, and real quick, I'm actually going to remove the image and spacer block below it that we added a few moments ago. So anytime you want to remove something within your content, it's as simple as clicking on it and then hitting delete on your keyboard. So I'll click on the image block to select it and then delete. Perfect. Now I'll do the same thing for the spacer block. There we go. All right, moving on. So the last thing we want to do to this page is configure the Yoast SEO settings. And if you scroll down to the bottom of the editor, you'll see the Yoast settings if you've installed and activated that plugin. And you can also access the Yoast SEO settings in the upper right-hand side of the screen here as well. Both will help you optimize your pages and posts for the search engines. Okay, so the Yoast SEO plugin is a powerful tool and should be used every time you create a page or post on your blog. And if you look towards the top of the plugin, you'll see some of the features available, like setting your focus keyword, creating your Google snippet, schema and social settings, as well as a readability analysis, which we'll cover in a few moments. Okay, so now that you have a brief overview of the plugin, let's take a closer look at how to use it. So the first thing that you can do is set your focus keyword or key phrase. This is where you can tell Yoast the keyword or key phrase that you're trying to rank for. And once you've set your keyword, the plugin analyzes the content, determine whether or not you're using that focus keyword in a way that benefits your SEO. Plus, after adding the keyword, you'll be given an SEO grade that helps you optimize your content for the search engines. Below that is the Google Snippet Editor. And this is where you can configure how the search engines see your Google snippet. And the cool thing about this is that Google gives you a mobile and desktop preview of what that snippet will look like as you edit it. And you can toggle between the two previews here. But again, this is super helpful when it comes to optimizing your snippet for the search engines. Then below the preview is where you can edit the snippet. And first is the SEO title. Now by default, Yoast starts you off with what is called snippet variables of the title and the page dash separator followed by the site title. And you can easily add or remove the variables, or you can remove them completely and just type out your SEO title. And one thing I want to point out is that this is only changing how your title looks in the search engines, not the actual title on your page or blog post. Now you'll also probably notice the orange line moving below your text as you type. And this feature helps you stay within the character limit set forth by Google and other search engines and lets you know when you should stop adding content to the snippet by turning green. Next is the slug. And the slug is just your permalink. So whatever comes after the .com of your page will show up here. Below that is the meta description. And this is the preview text that people see when they search for your blog post on a search engine. So to change it within the meta description box, simply start typing a preview of your post. But if you have some writer's block, no worries. This is a great opportunity to leverage AI and have ChatGPT create your meta descriptions for you. I do this all the time and it saves me a ton of time. So let's head over to ChatGPT again. And for this prompt, I'm going to ask it to help me write a meta description for my about page on my food blog. I'll also specify that it needs to be between 120 and 150 characters in length. And then I'll send that to the AI and check that out. In a few seconds, I have a professional meta description that I could use within my Google snippet. So let's go ahead and highlight this text and copy it. I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command C on my keyboard to copy it. Then I'll head back to WordPress, and within the meta description box of the Yoast SEO plugin, place your cursor there and paste the text from ChatGPT. I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command P on my keyboard to paste it. Then you'll always want to review the text from the AI to ensure that it's using the correct phrases and grammar, and I definitely want to change the placeholder text of food blog to the title of my blog. So I'll type kale and croutons, and there we go. And we even have the green line below the text indicating that the meta description is within the recommended character limit as well. Awesome. Then below that we have the SEO analysis. And once you've entered your focus keyword, the SEO analysis checks the presence of your focus key phrase or keywords throughout the content of your page. The plugin will then reward you with a colored bullet based off of its findings and tell you what is good and what needs to be worked on. Now, Yoast states that when you follow the instructions and craft your pages and posts so that they get green bullets, they have a better chance of ranking higher on the search results. However, you don't need a green bullet every time, so don't stress too much if it's not green. Next, there are some advanced settings where you could tell the search engines not to show this page in the search results. You could set the meta robots, breadcrumb titles, and canonical URL, but for this tutorial, we aren't going to worry about those features, so you can go ahead and skip those. Next, if we close this and then scroll up and click on the Readability tab, this will show you the readability analysis. And this uses an algorithm to determine how readable your page or post is. And Yoast has carefully crafted this algorithm to make it as accurate as possible without being too strict. It features several checks that'll give you advice when to write your post. In other words, by following the advice, you can make your text easier to read and understand, which is good for the overall user experience and SEO. Now, you'll probably notice that Yoast gives you a score on your readability and SEO analysis, resulting in a colored smiley face. Red is bad, green is good. However, should all of your bullets be green? Well, Yoast says no, not every bullet and smiley face should be green. So don't freak out if you have some orange or red bullet points here. But thankfully, the scoring system shows you what you need to improve upon, and this is new, but Yoast has added these little eyeball icons that you can actually click on, and it will highlight the text within your content that Yoast recommends you edit in order to increase your score. This is such a helpful tool that I recommend using if you want to improve your page's SEO. Next, we have the Schema tab. And this is a somewhat advanced and technical aspect of SEO, but schema is markup. And it's found at schema.org, and it's a form of microdata. And once added to a web page, schema markup creates an enhanced description which appears in search results. And top search engines like Google, Yahoo, and Bing all collaborated to create schema.org back in 2011. So it is important to your SEO, but Yoast does a lot of the heavy lifting for you. And without getting too far into the technical weeds, all I recommend doing here is setting the page type so that it coordinates with the type of page you're creating. For example, within this dropdown, just select About Page, since this is our About page. Then below that is the article type, but since this is a page, not an article, just leave the default setting as is. And that's all you're going to do for the schema settings. And again, you only have to do this one time per page. And last but not least, we have the Social tab. And this allows you to fill out the social data for the page. This means that you could tell social media channels like Facebook and Twitter what to show whenever you share this page on their platform. You can add a social description, title, and an image here as well. Again, for the sake of time, I'm skipping past this, but if you know you're going to be sharing these pages and posts across Facebook and Twitter, then it makes sense to update this social data here. Okay, so that's the Yoast SEO plugin in a nutshell. But one final thing I want to point out is that within the page settings on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see that the Yoast SEO tab gives you a quick snapshot of the readability and SEO analysis of the page. Just a heads up on that. All right, we're almost done with this page, I promise. But the last thing I want to show you, and again, this isn't required, but I want you to see all of the different options you have when it comes to your blog's layout. And if you recall, under the Kale page options within the page settings, we initially changed the featured image layout so that it was using the banner. However, I want to fall back to the default featured image, which is the 2-column layout. So I'm going to select the default Kale page option. And just for the sake of this example, you also have the ability to change the entire page layout, not just the featured image layout, but the page layout from default to full width. And let me show you what I mean. So every page and post you create will always start with the default template. This is the 2-column layout with the content on the left and the sidebar on the right. However, you can remove the sidebar and make your pages full width by using the full width page layout. And if you look in the pages setting again towards the upper right hand side of the screen, there's the template option. It will always use the default template, but if you click on that default link, you'll have the option to change it to a full width template. Just select full width from that drop down, and when you republish the page, it'll look like this. The sidebar has been removed and the content and featured image are spread across the full page. I personally think it looks great. I like this layout because it doesn't distract the reader or present them with another avenue to leave the page. This is just another option when it comes to how you want to present your content to your audience. However, for this example, I'm going to use the default template, so I'll keep that selected. And then feel free to experiment with different blocks and images, GIFs, videos, etc. And I have another YouTube tutorial that walks you through the process of embedding GIFs in your WordPress pages and posts that you could check out on the Blog with Ben YouTube channel if you'd like. All right, so we've created our content. We have set our featured image and layout and configured the Yoast SEO settings. It's now time to republish the page. So go ahead and click the update button to push those changes live. And then let's view the page real quick. And it looks awesome. You now have a sleek About page that will introduce you to your blog's visitors in a creative and unique way. And I know I say this a lot, but I love the Kale theme. It does a great job of displaying the content in a way that draws the reader in and keeps them engaged. Nice work. Now, before we move on, I want to show you a quick CSS tip. Now, over the years, I've gotten a ton of emails and comments asking me how to change the size of the font. Some people like the default font a little larger than what Kale starts you out with. And there are some plugins that you could use to change the font size, but a quicker and easier way to change the font is with CSS. Okay, to accomplish this, we're going to need to access our additional CSS widget, which is located in the customization menu. So go ahead and click Customize at the top of the screen. And open the additional CSS tab. And this is where you can quickly add CSS snippets of code whenever you make a change that requires some additional coding. This is an amazing new feature that WordPress added a few updates ago, and it really comes in handy whenever you want to make design changes that require CSS. And again, I've made this super simple for you so that all you have to do is copy and paste the ready-made code within this CSS module. So to change the font size, head over to my code cheat sheet, which I've linked to in the video description below, and find the Change Body Font Size code. Then highlight it and copy it. Again, I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C on my keyboard to copy it. And I should point out that anything that is red within the code is what you can change. So after you paste this code, you'll want to swap out the number 16 with whatever size font you want. And let me show you what I mean. So let's head back to our blog and simply paste that code from the code cheat sheet within the CSS widget like so. And then you can see the CSS go to work. It's increased the size of the font so that it's 16 pixels. This spreads things out a bit and makes the font a little easier to read. Then if you recall, the 16 within the code was red. So remember, you can swap out that and test different sizes of font if you'd like. And there's 18 pixels and then 24 pixels, which is really huge, but I'm going to go back to 16 pixels for my font size. It's not too large, but it's big enough so that my old eyes don't have to squint. Okay, then once you've updated the CSS and you've settled on a size of font, go ahead and click the Publish button to make these changes live. And then let's exit out of the customization menu by clicking the X in the upper left corner of the screen. And moving on. Next, let's create a custom email address using your blog's domain name. In this portion of the tutorial, we're going to create a custom email address using your domain. And I know it may seem like we're jumping around since we just started creating content, but now we're creating an email address. But that's because we need a custom email address using a domain name in order to properly set up your contact form and contact page. Now, one of the many benefits of having a WordPress blog hosted by NameHero is that you can quickly create a professionally branded email address using your blog's domain. This is important for a lot of reasons, but it's great for branding, presenting yourself professionally, and it will help with email delivery issues when it comes to your email marketing strategy. Luckily, NameHero has a quick and easy webmail setup process, so let's get started. Okay, first things first, you'll want to head over to your NameHero client dashboard if you aren't there already. Then from here, open your cloud product and services, and then click on the hosting plan to open the product details. Then click on either one of the email account links, and this will take you to your webmail management section where you can manage, add, and create email addresses using your domain. Again, this is important for a lot of reasons, but it also helps you look more professional. If you're serious about your blog, I highly recommend setting up an email account that uses your domain. And here's how to do that. So go ahead and click the Create Email Account button. Next, you'll be presented with a little pop-up where you'll create your email handle, password, and quota amount. So in the email field, type what you want your email address to be and make sure you have the correct domain selected in the drop-down to the right. So this email address will be hello at whatever your domain is. Then below that, create a password. You can create one manually or click the Generate button to have them generate a strong password for you, but be sure to write this down or save it somewhere important just in case. And finally, you'll select your quota amount. And your mailbox quota determines the amount of disk space that the account may use to store emails. A good rule of thumb is to start small and change the amount as you grow. So 250 to 500 megabytes is a good starting place. All right, now that everything is filled out, go ahead and click the Create button. And just like that, you have a new email account. You should get a little notification letting you know it's been successfully created. Then you should also see it listed here as well. And in order to log into your new webmail account, click this little mail icon, and it will take you to your new webmail dashboard. Now, for the sake of time, I'm not going to go into too much detail here in terms of configuring your personal mail settings, but it's pretty extensive, and when you have some extra time, I recommend checking out all of the features like the autoresponders, spam filters, etc. Then if you look in the upper left corner of the screen, you'll see a round cube logo. This is the email client that webmail uses, and your email client is the back end of your webmail. This is where you will read, sort, delete, and configure your email and email settings. And Roundcube is very popular. I've been using them for years for my custom domains, and I haven't had any issues up to this point. Now, by default, when you log into your webmail, it will take you to this dashboard. However, you have the option of logging in automatically by checking this box. But if you want to set up your email autoresponders and spam filters, then leave this unchecked so that you have easy access to these settings. Then to log into your new email, just click the Open button. And voila, we have a new email address and webmail. The Roundcube interface is pretty straightforward and easy to navigate, and we'll definitely be using it during the next portion of the tutorial whenever we set up our contact form. So with that being said, let's move on and create a contact form, giving your audience a way to get in touch with you. And real quick, when you log into your webmail, it doesn't open a new tab, so you'll probably have to log back into your NameHero web hosting account in order to log back into WordPress. So go to namehero.com and click the account button. And then open the cloud product listing. and select your product. Then click the WordPress login link. Alright, next, let's set up your contact form. In this portion of the tutorial, we're going to add a contact form to your blog, giving your audience a way to get in touch with you. And if we fast forward real quick and visit the contact page, you'll get a better idea of what we're going to be making. And as you can see, we're going to be adding a contact form by using the WP Forms plugin. And having a contact form is a great way to keep a line of communication open between you and your audience, and it's also a great way to build your email list. So, to add a contact form, let's go back to our dashboard. And like I said, we're going to be using the WP Forms plugin. And this plugin came pre-installed when we initially set up our blog, but if you don't have the WP Forms plugin, be sure to install and activate it for this part of the video. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is to configure the plugin so that it's GDPR compliant. And we'll only have to do this once, but after we make this quick change, all of the forms we create with the WP Forms plugin will be GDPR compliant. So within your WordPress dashboard on the left-hand side of the screen, hover your mouse over WP Forms and click on Settings. And this will bring you to the general settings of the plugin where you could change things like the license key, the CAPTCHA integrations, and much, much more. And I should also point out that we'll be using the free version of this plugin, but I have a full length tutorial on how to upgrade and use the pro version of the plugin if you're interested. And I'll put a link to that video in the video description below, and you could also find it on the Blog with Ben YouTube channel as well. Okay, so what we're concerned with right now are the GDPR enhancements, but there's also another quick setting I recommend enabling, and that's the Enable Entry Backups. This is a new feature for the light users, meaning if you use the free version of the plugin, this is recommended. And basically all it's doing is storing your form entries in WordPress in the event that there is ever a problem with deliverability to Constant Contact, which is the email marketing software we're going to be using a little later on. This way your leads will always be stored and saved in WordPress as a failsafe. So I recommend turning this on as well. So go ahead and flip that switch on. Then you should see a little pop-up. Go ahead and click the Enable Entry Backups. And after a few seconds, it will be officially enabled and your leads will now be backed up on WordPress. Okay, then you can click the Close button. And then the next setting we're going to configure is the GDPR enhancements. So under the GDPR section, all you're going to do is check that box next to GDPR enhancements. And this will enable the GDPR features for all of your forms moving forward. Now, if you know that your audience isn't going to be coming from the European Union, then you don't need to worry about this. However, it's highly likely that you will have visitors from the EU, so I recommend checking that box and then click the Save Changes button. And there we go, your forms are now GDPR compliant. Alright, next it's time to create your contact form. So on the left-hand side of the screen, under the WP Forms menu item, click on Add New. And this will bring you to the various form templates that you can use to build your form. These pre-made templates can speed up the creation process and help you quickly get your forms up and running. There are quite a few to choose from, but for this example, we'll be using the GDPR contact form. So a quick way to find a particular form to use is to use the search field. Simply type GDPR, and the results will populate, and there it is. Now, there are a few options here, but for this particular example, we'll be using the basic GDPR contact form. So go ahead and hover your mouse over it and click the Use Template button. And in a few moments, you'll be taken to the WP Forms Form Builder. And as you can see, it gives you a nice preview of what the form will look like. And this is one of the many reasons why I chose to use this plugin. I really like the design of the form and how it looked on the page. And the free version of the plugin, which we're using, still has a ton of powerful form features and building options. So let me give you a quick rundown on where everything is within this form builder. Okay, starting in the upper left corner side of the screen, you can see that WP Forms has done a good job of breaking the form creation process down into 4 sections. First, there are fields. This is where you set up the various fields you want to display within your form. Next are the settings. This is where you configure things like your thank you message and notifications. Then we have marketing. This is where you'll connect your email marketing service to the form if needed. And then payments. This is where you can set up a payment processor and collect payments from your forms. Okay, so let's create our form. So the first thing we want to focus on are the fields of our form. And this is where you'll edit and configure the fields of the form that you're building. Starting at the top, we have the standard fields that comes with the free version. These are your typical form fields you see like name, email, phone number, etc. Then below that are the fancy fields and payment fields. And these are only available with the pro version of the plugin and are some of your more intricate form fields. However, for this tutorial, the standard fields will do everything we need them to do and more. Next, on the right-hand side of the screen is the form preview and builder. And this is where you can see what your form fields will look like as well as build it. This is also where you can drag and drop the fields and edit them as you create your forms. And I'll show you how that's done right now. So within the form builder, you'll notice that each form field is like a block of content. You can tell as I hover my mouse over each field. You can also drag and drop the form fields within the form builder, giving you even more control and flexibility over how your forms are displayed. That's a pretty cool feature for a free plugin. Okay, so for this example, we're creating a contact form that's GDPR compliant. And this form template is pretty much ready to go out of the box. However, there are a few small changes I want to make to the form. So the first thing I want to change are the name fields. Now, I don't particularly need the user's last name for this contact form. So to edit the fields, simply click on the field you want to edit. And this will open the field options where you'll have the ability to configure some of the settings of the field. As you can see, for the name field, you have the ability to change the label, format, add a description, change whether or not it's a required field, and even add some advanced options or conditions to the field. And you can play around and experiment with all these settings, but right now, I just want to remove the last name field. I don't necessarily need it for this form, and I've found that fewer fields the user has to fill out leads to higher conversions. So keep that in mind whenever you're building your forms. Okay, so under the Format section, click on that drop-down menu and select Simple. And the form will update and only require one name instead of the first and last. Next, and this is a personal preference, but I want to change the actual length of the name and email fields. And you can see in the form preview that they currently don't span across the length of the entire form. So I want them to be flush with the comment box. Again, this is a personal preference, but it's also good to know how to change the length of your form fields. So you can achieve this change under the Advanced Options tab. Then under the field size, select Large. And you'll see the name field span across the entire form. Then I'm going to do that for the email field as well. So click on the email field in the preview to bring up the field options, and then follow the exact same steps. Open the Advanced Options tab, and change the field size to large. Perfect. And I'll do the same thing for the comment box as well really quick. And there we go. Now I realize that my form fields are longer than my comment box. However, you'll notice that once we publish this to our blog, the form fields and comment box will be aligned and will look a lot cleaner on the front end of your blog. Okay, next, it's time to configure the form settings. So go ahead and click on the Settings tab on the left-hand side of the screen. And then from here, you have the ability to configure the general, spam protection and security, notifications, and confirmation settings. All other settings are only available in the Pro version of the plugin, but these 4 things still give you a lot of control over your forms. So the first tab is the general settings, which we're at right now. And this is where you can change things like your form name, the description, you can add tags, change the submit button text, and add your own CSS through the advanced settings. However, for this video, I'm leaving the general settings as is. So let's move on to the spam protection and security. So go ahead and click on that tab. And this is a new setting that lets you enable spam filtering to help protect your forms from spam and bad actors. And I recommend turning on the default anti-spam protection by flipping that switch on. Then they also offer some additional third-party spam filters that you could check out here and add to your forms if you'd like. Next are the notifications. And then this gives you the ability to send out an email every time a user fills out and submits the form. Essentially, all this is doing is that anytime someone subscribes to your list via the form we're about to create, WP Forms will send you an email notification letting you know that someone filled out the form. So to keep it simple, I'm actually leaving the default notification settings on and as is. However, you can configure settings like the send to and from email addresses, and by default, they're set to send the notification to your WordPress admin email. But one thing I want to point out is that since I initially set up my NameHero and WordPress account with a Gmail email address, I'm getting this little notification alerting me that since my WordPress admin email isn't an email that uses my blog's domain, then there's a possibility that the emails will be flagged as spam and it could cause an email delivery issue. And WP Forms recommends that you install the WP Mail SMTP plugin, but you won't have to do that if you have an email address that uses your site's domain. And luckily, we just set that up and created our custom email address in NameHero a few moments ago. So to fix the email delivery issue, just swap out the admin email smart tag and replace it with your new custom email using your domain. And just a quick refresher, if we head back to NameHero really quick and open the email accounts, you can access your new email address here. And I'm just going to copy it to be sure that I'm getting it right in the WP Forms notification configuration. Then back at WP Forms, I'll replace the admin email smart tag with my domain's custom email like so. Perfect. And when we do that, the notification disappears. And now you shouldn't have any delivery issues. And we'll test it out in just a bit to ensure that the lead form and notifications are working properly. Okay, moving on to the confirmation. So go ahead and click that confirmation tab. And this is where you can customize what the user sees after they submit the form. Here you can easily adjust the confirmation settings to display a success message, or take them to another page on your site, or redirect them completely to a different domain. Simply select the confirmation type you want to use from this dropdown. However, for this contact form, we're going to use the default confirmation success message. So leave the confirmation type as message. Then below that is a text box where you can edit the actual message the user will see after they submit the form. And I'm leaving the default message as is, but you can get creative here and have some fun with different messages if you'd like. Finally is the option to automatically scroll to the confirmation message. And I recommend keeping this checked just for a good user experience. And that's pretty much going to do it for this form. Now, we're not going to worry about the marketing or payment tabs because this is a contact form. However, whenever we create our opt-in form a little later on in the video, I'll introduce you to the marketing tab. But for now, we have everything in place, so go ahead and click the Save button in the upper right-hand side of the screen. Then after the form has been created and saved, it's time to add it to our contact page. So let's exit out of the plugin by clicking the X in the upper right corner of the screen. And then you should see your newly created form listed here. Then next we want to add this form to our contact page that we created a little earlier in the tutorial. So to access that page within your WordPress dashboard, hover your mouse over Pages and click on All Pages. Then find the contact page and click the edit link, and this will bring you to your WordPress editor. Now you may see a notification from WP Forms at the top of the screen. We already created our contact form, so you could close that out and disregard it. Now it's time to add some content to this page. And this may vary from blog to blog, depending on the specifics of your particular situation, strategy, and niche. However, for this particular example, I'm acting as if I'm a stay-at-home food blogger with a contact form for my audience and possible business inquiries. So all I'm going to add here is some text and then the form right below that text that we just created in WP Forms. And for the text, I'm going to actually use my trusty AI writing assistant, ChatGPT. In the past, I would write out a quick few sentences explaining my contact policy, office hours, etc. However, now I love leveraging AI to write this type of content because it typically comes up with some great ideas. And let me show you what I mean. So if we head back to ChatGPT, I'm going to ask it to help me write an intro to my contact page on my food blog. Pretty simple. And feel free to get more specific, but this prompt actually gives me a good response. And check that out. It actually gives me a lot more than I need. Yeah, that's definitely a lot more text than I would typically use for my contact page. But again, ChatGPT gives you some great ideas, a great starting point. And normally I may whittle this down a little and just take some ideas from it. But for the sake of time, I'm just going to use it as is. So I'll highlight it and copy it. Then back at WordPress, I'll paste the text from ChatGPT and then place your cursor where it says type to choose a block and paste your text. And remember, always review it and make your edits as you see fit. Like I'm going to add the name of my blog in here, as well as change where it says we so that it says I, like it says we're thrilled, but I want to change that to I'm thrilled since this is a food blog for a single person. And again, AI doesn't always get it right, so this is just a good example of why it's always important to review the text before you actually publish it and put it on your blog. And there we go. Next, it's time to add the actual contact form. And the way we're going to do this is with the new WP Forms block. You used to have to embed it with some code, but now they have this great block that makes the process of adding a form super simple. So all you'll do is place your cursor at the end of the text and press enter on your keyboard. And this creates the space for the new block. Then click the plus icon. And within the block pop-up menu, search for WP. And there it is, WP Forms. So go ahead and select that. Then within the block, there's a drop-down menu where you'll select the form you want to use. And we've only created one so far, so the GDPR contact form should be the only one listed, but go ahead and find the form you want to use and select it. And check that out, we now have a contact form. Then if you look towards the right-hand side of the screen within the block settings, they give you a bunch of additional editing options that I actually love because in the past, you used to have to use CSS to make these type of design changes, but now they can be handled quickly and easily within the new block settings. For example, the submit button color is blue by default, but I want to change it to a color that matches my site's overall brand. So within the button styles section, click on background color, and this opens a color picker. And then if you click on where it says custom, this opens another color picker tool where you can get super specific with what color you want to use. You can use your mouse to choose the color, or you can enter a specific hex color code if you know it. But either way, this is a lot easier than what you used to have to do in order to change the button color. All right, next, let's add our featured image. So follow the same steps as before. Within the page settings, find the featured image section and click the Set Featured Image button. And either use an image in your media library or upload a new image and find the one you want to use on your computer. So click Upload Files, then select Files. And I have to say that the image I'm using for this particular example is probably a bad example of a featured image. Unless you're using the banner page layout, this image is pretty blank, but for the sake of time, it's going to do for now. Okay, so once uploaded, don't forget about the alt text and title. This is just a good habit to get into when adding images to your blog. It will benefit your SEO in the long run. And there we go. Then click the Set Featured Image button. And we have our featured image. Then before we move on, let's preview our work to see what this looks like so far. So click the preview button in the upper right corner of the screen. And then select Preview in New Tab. And the layout looks okay. I'm not a fan of the featured image, and I think there's too much text on the page, but the form looks great. Now, if I had more time, I'd definitely find a different featured image, and I'd reduce the amount of text on this page, but this will do for now, and hopefully you're getting a good feel for how to create these pages and use the WordPress editor. Okay, so let's head back to the editor. And the last thing you'll want to do is configure your Yoast SEO settings. For the sake of time, we're not going to go through it in this part of the tutorial, but this is another habit you'll want to get into when you create new pieces of content. You'll want to at least configure your Google snippet and review the SEO score for your pages and posts. All right, that's going to do it for the contact page. So let's go ahead and make this live by clicking the update button in the upper right corner of the screen. And there we go. Then let's view the page and test the form out. And check that out. We now have a beautiful and functional contact form that not only looks professional, but will help you collect and capitalize on leads, as well as open up a line of communication between you and your audience. So I'm going to fill out the contact form to demonstrate the form logic, as well as test the functionality and user journey to make sure everything is firing correctly and that the leads are being processed. And as I fill it out, you can get a feel for how the form operates. This form doesn't have too many fields, but you can get a good idea of how things work from this example. Okay, now that the form is completely filled out, I'll submit it, and success. And if you recall, we have a confirmation message that will pop up once the user submits their info. And one thing I want to point out about this is that the confirmation message color will be this green color by default. However, you could change it with the magic of CSS. I didn't see a way to change the color within the WordPress editor, so for now, you'll have to use CSS. Luckily, I have the code ready to go in the CSS code cheat sheet that you can access in the important links doc in the video description below. And all you'll have to do is copy and paste this code in the additional CSS widget, and then change the hex color code, which I've highlighted in red, and the hex color code will be the color that you want the message to be. Super easy to implement, but if you need some extra help, just leave a comment below, and I'd be more than happy to help you out. Okay, next I want to show you how the lead flow and notification system works with these forms. If you recall, we configured the WP Forms notification settings to send a notification to the custom email we created a few moments ago. So anytime someone fills out this form and submits it, we'll get a notification sent to the email address that we set in the form settings. And let me show you what I mean. So if we head over to NameHero and log into our new inbox, remember, you'll log in by clicking on the mail icon next to the email address inbox that you want to access. Then I have it set so that I still have to click the open button to access my round cube inbox. And then when I check my email, you could see that the notification has been sent to this inbox. And when I click on it, you'll see that it contains all the info from the form that was filled out. This is great because you can reply to this notification, and due to how we set up our notifications in WP Forms, the reply will go directly to the email address that was submitted through the form. This also gives you a way to strike when the iron is hot and capitalize on potential leads and business inquiries, since that's what's typically coming through a contact form. All right, moving on. Next, let's set up your email marketing funnel and create an opt-in form so that you could start growing your email list. In this portion of the tutorial, we're going to build your following and grow your email list with email marketing. And the way we'll accomplish this is by adding and configuring an email opt-in form to your blog. And if you're new to the concept, here are the basics. We'll create an opt-in form using WP Forms. We'll then connect it to an email marketing platform called Constant Contact. We'll then add that opt-in form to various locations on your blog. And then once your blog's visitors fill out that opt-in form, their information will be stored in Constant Contact, and you'll be able to begin your email marketing relationship with them via professional email marketing software. But the first thing you need to do is sign up with an email marketing company. And as I previously mentioned, for this tutorial, we'll be using Constant Contact. And I've been a customer of Constant Contact for quite a while now, and I absolutely love their platform and free integration with WP Forms. That's one of the many reasons why I use and recommend them. Now, before we jump in, you may be asking yourself, why do I need email marketing software? Why can't I just use my normal email provider like Gmail? Well, email marketing software like Constant Contact allows you to do so many more things while also staying compliant with the Canned Spam Act. Now, as you can see with Constant Contact versus Gmail, you have so many more features with Constant Contact that will allow you to efficiently collect, grow, and market to your audience. Because that's what this is all about. The goal here is to grow your email list so that you can expand your blog's reach and have a larger audience to monetize. They always say the money is in the list, and Constant Contact gives you everything you need to effectively grow your email list. Plus, Constant Contact is offering a 60-day free trial with no credit card required. And if you use my affiliate link within the important links doc in the show notes, you can test drive their email marketing platform for 2 whole months to see if it's a good fit for you and your audience. Just enter your email address here at the landing page, and you'll gain access to the free trial, and you can begin to grow your email list with Constant Contact. And again, I highly recommend them and encourage you to take advantage of their 60-day free trial. If after the 60 days you find that you want to keep using them, then you can easily get started with their Lite plan for only $12 per month. Now they also offer a standard package, which is what I'll be using in this video, and that's $35 per month, but if you're just starting out, the Lite plan for $12 per month can help you grow your email list and get started with email marketing. So with that being said, let's build our opt-in form and set up our email marketing funnel so that we could start building and growing your email list. Okay, so I'm going to log into my account really quick. And then obviously in a few moments, you'll be taken to your Constant Contact dashboard, which is what you're looking at right now. And this is home base for your email marketing strategy, and it's where you can create your email list, automate your campaigns, create your opt-in forms, and so much more. Now, before we dive in, let me give you a quick tour of your dashboard. In this portion of the tutorial, I'm going to give you a quick tour of your Constant Contact dashboard so that you can get a better idea of where things are and become a more efficient marketer. I'm also going to show you how to verify your email address so that you can begin collecting leads and sending emails to your audience. So, at the very top of the screen is your dashboard's primary navigation menu. This is where you'll access your email lists, campaigns, reports, and much more. It's basically how you'll get around Constant Contact. Then below that, they've added a little welcome message and a countdown to when your free trial ends. And you obviously have 60 days to try it out, but this lets you keep tabs on when your trial is running out. Then if you decide you want to purchase a monthly plan, you can easily get that going with Constant Contact support team. Then below that, Constant Contact has streamlined the process of getting your email marketing strategy going with 3 simple steps. And I should point out that depending on how you answered the onboarding questions, these steps could vary. However, I'll be walking you through everything you need to know to get started, so you don't really need to worry about these steps for now. Next, and this is new, but Constant Contact provides some great resources right here in your dashboard to help you along as you're getting used to the platform. Here you can access video tutorials, helpful articles, and even schedule a webinar, and I highly recommend checking these out when you have some extra time. Next, if we scroll down, is Performance, and this displays your total stats and growth for all of your lists. By default, Constant Contact creates a general interest list and adds your email address to it, so that's why you'll see one contact there when you're just starting out. And directly below that, you can download the Constant Contact app for Android or Apple devices. Now, we won't be covering the app in this video, but this can give you the ability to manage your email marketing on a mobile device. And finally, if you look towards the bottom right corner of the screen, you'll see a little chatbot icon. And clicking on this will let you get in touch with Constant Contact's customer support team and is another great resource if you have any questions. Alright, now that you know your way around the dashboard, let's verify your email address. This is an easily overlooked step, but you won't be able to reply or send emails until you do this. So, simply check the inbox of the email that you used to sign up with and look for the Verify Your Email Address email from Constant Contact. It'll look something like this. And all you're going to do is click the Verify Email button within that email. And in a few moments, you'll be verified and you can now use this email address as your from and reply to address in your Constant Contact emails. You can also add and verify additional email addresses if you need to by clicking the More About Verifying Email Addresses link, and you'll be able to learn more about that process. All right, moving on. Next, let's start building your email list. So click the Take Me to Constant Contact button to return to your dashboard. And let's create your first email list. This will be where you'll store the emails of people who subscribe and fill out your opt-in form. And it's the first step in building your list. So to get started, click Contacts in your primary nav. And this will take you to your contact management page. This is where you'll create and manage your email lists and contacts. And think of contacts as subscribers. So when someone signs up to your list, they're considered a contact. Then by default, Constant Contact creates your first list for you, which is called General Interest. And they also automatically add you to that list. You'll also get a snapshot of your subscriber count and growth here as well. But as you begin creating your lists, this is where they'll be stored. And speaking of that, let's create your first email list. So go ahead and click the Create List button. And for this tutorial, I'm using a WordPress demo blog that I've set up for teaching purposes and will be acting as if it's a food blog. So this list is going to be associated with an opt-in form that is in the sidebar of that blog. So I'll be naming this list Food Blog Sidebar, which probably isn't the best example of a list name. You'll want to name your list something that's aligned with the purpose of your particular strategy for that list, like a newsletter, or if you're offering an ebook, you may want to name this list Ebook Opt-ins. Just be sure you're naming your list in a way that lets you know why people are signing up. All right, after you've named your list, click the Save button. And we now have our first email list. Next, it's time to create your opt-in form so that you could start collecting emails and growing your subscribers. All right, in this portion of the tutorial, we're going to build an opt-in form. This is an essential component to any successful email marketing strategy, and it allows you to capture emails and grow your audience. So let's head back to WordPress, and once again, we're going to be creating an other form using the WP Forms plugin. So within your dashboard, hover your mouse over WP Forms on the left-hand side of the screen and click on Add New. And since this is the second form we're creating, I'll want to name it to help distinguish it from our GDPR contact form that we created a little while ago. So within the name field towards the top of the screen, go ahead and name your form. And since this will be an opt-in form that will live in the sidebar, I'm going to title this Sidebar Form. Then, just like our contact form, we'll want this form to be GDPR compliant. So let's search for the GDPR compliant forms again in that search field. And this time we'll be connecting the form to a Constant Contact email marketing list. And WP Forms actually has a Constant Contact GDPR form template ready to go out of the box, which is super convenient and helpful. So let's use that one. And go ahead and click on the Use Template button. Should be the first one listed there. And then if you've been following along in this video, you've obviously already made a contact form using the WP Forms builder, so hopefully you're somewhat familiar with the steps to build your form. And for the most part, it's going to be very similar to our contact form. Now, that's not to say that your form will be exactly like mine in this tutorial. You may need to add additional custom fields or even take some away. But WP Forms makes the process of building a custom opt-in form super simple. And for this example, I'm going to change the name fields again so that the form only requires one name. So let's click on it to open the editing options. Then within the format section, open that drop-down menu and select Simple. And this removes the two fields for the first and last name and reduces it to just one field. Perfect. Next, I want this field to spread out across the entire width of the sidebar. So let's open the Advanced tab and change the field size to large. And then under the field size, I'm going to select large from that drop-down. All right, looks good. Next, we're going to edit the email field, so click on it to open the editing options. And we'll leave the general settings alone, but let's open the Advanced tab. And then under the field size, I'm going to open that drop-down and select large. This will ensure that both fields are the same size across the sidebar. Next is the message box, and we actually want to remove this since this is not a contact form but an opt-in form, and the only information we'll be collecting with this sidebar opt-in form is their name and email address. So to remove it, simply hover your mouse over that field and click on that red trash can icon. And then it'll ask you if you're sure you want to delete it. Go ahead and click OK. And we have our sidebar opt-in form. Now, for the sake of time, I'm leaving most of the default settings as is, but feel free to customize the confirmation message and the general settings if you'd like. But I do recommend updating the notification email settings so that they're sent to the custom email address that we created with our domain. So within the sidebar on the left-hand side of the screen, click Settings, and then open the Notifications tab. And just like our contact form, we're going to replace the send to and from email address and change it from that admin email smart tag to the custom email we created in NameHero a few moments ago. So I'll swap those out really quick. And there we go. Now we shouldn't have any email delivery problems either. And then just for a quick review, if you open the Confirmations tab, and this is where you can edit the confirmation message that the subscriber will see whenever they submit their info through the opt-in form. This is a great opportunity to start the relationship off on a friendly note. And then before we move on, WP Forms requires that you save your form before moving on to the marketing section. So click the Save button at the top of the screen. And after it's saved, let's move on and connect the form to our constant contact list. So this time, open the Marketing tab. And then this is where you'll connect your email marketing service provider to your form. And WP Forms has made this process really straightforward, which is super convenient, and it saves you a ton of time. Trust me. So all you're going to do right now is select your email marketing service provider from the list of options on the left-hand side of the screen. And the great thing about Constant Contact is that WP Forms allows you to connect to them using the free version of their plugin. So go ahead and click the Constant Contact button to select the marketing integration. And then next, it's time to connect the plugin to our Constant Contact account. So click the Add New Connection button, and then you'll be asked to name the connection. This is just how you'll distinguish between each connection within WP Forms. So I'm going to call this Sidebar Opt-in, and then click OK. Next, it's time to make the connection. So click where it says click here to register with Constant Contact. And then a pop-up should appear where you'll be asked to log into your Constant Contact account. So go ahead and enter your login credentials and click the login button. Then after logging in, you'll be asked whether or not you want to allow access to WP Forms. And we do. So go ahead and click the allow button. Then after a few seconds, you'll be given your Constant Contact authorization code. So go ahead and highlight and copy this code. And I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C on my keyboard to copy it. Then back at WP Forms, simply paste that authorization code in the first field there. Then below that, you'll give the Constant Contact account a nickname. And I'll name this Food Blog Constant Contact. Then click the Connect button. And then give it a few seconds to make the connection. Next, you'll want to configure the connection by first selecting the account and list you want to connect the form to. So I'm using the Food Blog Constant Contact account and connecting this form to the Food Blog Sidebar list. Next are the list fields, and this is telling WP Forms what information to send to Constant Contact. First is the email. So next to where it says email, click that drop-down menu and select email. Next is the full name. So click that drop-down and select name full. And there we go. Our opt-in form has been created and connected to our Constant Contact list and account. So let's save our form really quick. So click the Save button. And since this form will live in our sidebar, we're going to use a widget, so we won't be embedding this form. So go ahead and exit out of the plugin. Next, it's time to add the form to our sidebar. So we'll need to access our customization menu, so let's visit our site. And then click Customize at the top of the screen to open the customization menu. Then open the Widgets tab. And open the Sidebar Default tab. And then we're adding a new widget, so click the Add a Widget button. And scroll down to the bottom and find the WP Forms widget. And then select your form from that drop-down, and we want the sidebar form. And check that out. The widget is working and our opt-in form that we created in WP Forms is displaying beautifully within our sidebar. Then you can add a title to the form if you'd like. This would usually be something that will entice the reader to subscribe, like subscribe to the newsletter, or maybe you have free recipes or a free ebook. But whatever your lead magnet is, this opt-in form combined with Constant Contact is a great first step in growing your email list like a pro. Okay, so let's publish our changes really quick and make this form live. So click the Publish button. And then let's exit out of here really quick and give this opt-in form a test drive. So I gotta say, WP Forms not only simplifies the opt-in form creation process, but I love the minimalist look and feel to the forms as well. Okay, so let's test drive this form to make sure our leads are being captured within Constant Contact. So I'll fill this out really quick. And we got our confirmation message, nice. Then if we head over to Constant Contact and refresh our food blog sidebar list, ta-da! Our form submission has been captured and we are growing our email list with Constant Contact. Perfect. So our email marketing funnel works. All right, moving on. Next, let's create a recipe blog post so that you can start sharing your recipes with the world. In this section of the tutorial, we're going to create a recipe blog post. And as you can see, I'm going to show you how to create a post that utilizes our WP Recipe Maker plugin and will allow you to create professional and easy to follow recipes that can be added to all of your blog posts. This is when you start publishing your own original content, and it's when you officially become a food blogger. This is very exciting. So let's add your very first post. Okay. The process to add a blog post is very similar to adding a page. Simply hover your mouse over the plus new icon at the top of the screen and click on Post. And once again, this will bring you to the WordPress editor. And this is the exact same setup as creating a page, so you should be very familiar with how to get around. However, one thing I want to point out before we move on is that this is the only portion of the video where I'm using old footage. That's why some things may look different than what you're seeing on your end. Don't worry though, the steps to create this recipe post will be the exact same as the updated version of WordPress and Kale. I just wanted to point that out if you noticed that there are some slight differences in the WordPress dashboard interface. But a quick refresher never hurt anybody. So real quick, we have our title section. Then below that is where you'll add your various blocks of content. Then we have some additional document and block settings, as well as your editing toolbar and the publish and preview buttons, followed by the Yoast SEO plugin if you installed it. Okay, now that you know your way around the new editor, let's create our recipe blog post. And the first thing that we want to do is give our post a title. So where it says add title, type in the desired title of your blog post. And remember, your title is going to be your blog post's headline. And crafting an attention-grabbing headline can be challenging at times, but try to keep it under 70 characters and always implement keywords within each title. Plus, your title should tell the reader what they're going to get from reading your post. And recipes are pretty straightforward titles because your audience will know exactly what they're getting from this headline. Okay, next, it's time to start adding our content. And for this example, I'm going to start with a quick intro. So I'm just going to paste some dummy text here, but this would be where you would introduce the recipe or maybe have a quick story to draw the reader in. Nevertheless, it's a good idea to have some sort of intro before you dive into the recipe. Next, let's add the recipe. So one of the main features of most successful food blogs is that they contain recipes. And you can easily just write down a recipe and post it to your blog, but we want to make this recipe visually appealing and shareable across your social networks. And the way we're going to accomplish this is through the WP Recipe Maker plugin, which is actually a block. So let's follow the steps to add the new block. And then we want the WPRM recipe block. So search for WPRM recipe. And there it is. Then within the block, click the Create New Recipe button to get started. And this will take you to the new and improved WP Recipe Builder. Now, if you look at the top of the screen, you'll notice that they've broken down each part of the recipe into various sections. This helps to organize your content, and it makes the process of adding a recipe super simple. Now, I know it may look like a lot at first, but once you get the hang of the plugin, you'll be a pro recipe builder in no time. So, let's get started. All right, the first thing I recommend adding is an image or video if you have one. But for this example, we're going to add an image. And this image is used within the recipe block in the upper right-hand side of the block. It's not required to add one, but I think it looks nice and helps improve the overall user experience. So to add an image, click the Select Image button. And this will bring you to your media gallery. And these are the same steps as before to add an image to your blog. And then once we have our image, it's time to start filling out the rest of the recipe details. So the first section is the general info. This is where you'll name the recipe, add a quick summary, set the author, serving size, and estimated cost. And so really quickly, I'll fill out the name. This is going to be a skinny cheeseburger in paradise. Summary, again, I'm just pasting some dummy text, but this is where you could write out a quick summary of the recipe. And for the author, if you click that, there's a drop down where you can choose to show it or use the post author. I'm going to use the name of the post author. And for the servings, we're just going to say this is for 2 people, but this is where you can add the servings for the recipe. And then estimated cost, I'm just guessing, but if you do know what the cost is, you can add that here. Next, you can set the recipe times. So for this particular recipe, I'm going to set the prep time, cook time, and total time. And for this example, I'm going to add a prep time of 15 minutes and then a cook time of 20 minutes, which would give us a total time of 35 minutes. Now you do have some other options here for different times, but for this example, we're just doing prep, cook, and total. There we go. All right, moving on to the categories. This is where you can set the recipe taxonomies like the courses, cuisines, and keywords. Now, you're not limited to use these defaults. You can just type in anything you want and press enter to confirm, and they'll show up. And there are multiple terms can be added for each section. And for courses, I'm going to have this be the main course. Cuisine, it will be American. And then keywords, I'm just going to type a couple keywords that I think would be associated with this recipe. There we go. And I'm going to skip the equipment section, but this is where you would list out any required equipment needed for the recipe. Next are the ingredients. And I'm going to start by adding my ingredients one by one. And the plugin makes this super simple to do by allowing you to enter the amount, unit, name, and even additional notes for each ingredient. And for this, I'm just going to have 1 pound of ground turkey. And I'm not going to add any notes. Then to add another ingredient, simply click the Add Ingredient button and just follow the same steps for each additional ingredient. And this next ingredient will be 2 wheat buns. And then once again, click the Add Ingredient button to add another ingredient. And this one will be 1 red onion. And then I'm just going to add 1 more ingredient. There are obviously more ingredients, but we're just going to add 4 for the sake of time. And for the last one, we're going to add 1 head of romaine lettuce. There we go. Next, let's add the instructions. And you'll notice that I'm creating each instruction so that it coincides with the above ingredients. You don't need to do that, but the first instruction will be for the first ingredient and so on. And you'll simply type out the instructions in the text box here. And I'm just simply pasting dummy text for the sake of time, but you get the idea. Then to add an image with the instruction, click the Select Image button, and you'll be taken to your media gallery where you can add your image for each recipe instruction. And since our first instruction has to do with the turkey meat, I'm going to select an image of the ground turkey. There we go, and then let's add another instruction, an image. And again, it's just the same exact steps. So to add our next instruction, click the Add Instruction button. And then you'll type in your next instruction. Again, I'm just copying and pasting some dummy text. And then to add an image, click the Select Image button. And this will take you to your media gallery where you'll select the corresponding image. This will be the lettuce. Once you find your image, click Select to add it to the instruction. There we go. And we'll do this a couple more times for each step of the recipe. And again, it's just the exact same steps as before. Click Add Instruction, and then we're going to insert an image for each instruction of the recipe as well. Then for the sake of time, I'm going to skip past making you watch me add another instruction, but hopefully you get the idea. This is super easy to add multiple instructions for your recipes, and it's one of the main reasons why I recommend this plugin for a food blog. Alright, now that we have all the ingredients and instructions, you can also enter some nutritional facts by adding the calorie count here if you want. There we go. And finally, if you have any additional notes to add, you can do so through the recipe notes section. And this gives you a text box where you can add some additional steps and whatnot. Alright, now that our recipe is good to go, click the Save and Close button to get back to the WordPress editor. And look at that. You now have a beautiful recipe within your blog post. And I gotta say, I really like the updates that the WP Recipe Maker has made to the layout of this block. It didn't used to look like this, and the new version really adds a nice touch and looks super professional. I honestly can't believe that this is a free plugin. Okay, so we have a few more things to do before we publish this post. Next, let's add our featured image. And again, these are the same steps as when we added a featured image to our blog pages. So under the post settings, open the featured image tab and click on the Set Featured Image button. Then you'll want to either select an image from your media library or upload a new image. I've already uploaded one, so I'll select it here. And don't forget about the alt text and title of the image whenever you add it. And then click the Set Featured Image button. Perfect. The next thing we want to configure are the categories. And a quick refresher, a category is a group of related blog posts that are about similar subjects. And whenever you create a category, it makes it easier for people to find your content. So to set the category for this blog post, click the Categories tab. And then as you can see, by default, WordPress places every blog post in the uncategorized category until you manually set the category. Then all you do is unselect the uncategorized category and select the new category you want this post to be associated with. Then you also have the ability to add a new category here as well. Simply click on the Add New Category link, and then within the new category name field, you'll want to type in the name of your new category. And since this is a burger recipe, I'm going to title this category Burgers. And then click the Add New Category button. And we now have a new category, and the post has been successfully added to the meal prep and burgers categories. Next, let's add some tags. So tags are a bit similar to categories, but there isn't a hierarchy and they can't be used within the menu structure. But they're good for grouping content and helping your visitors find specific types of content. And I'll show you what I mean in a few seconds. So to add a tag, within the page settings, click the Tags tab. And then within the field there, you'll type in your keywords that you want the tags to be. And you can separate the tags by adding a comma in between them or just clicking Enter on your keyboard. Then finally, let's configure our SEO settings and craft our search engine snippet with the Yoast SEO plugin. And again, this snippet is what will be shown in the search engine search results. And one of the main reasons I love this plugin is because it gives you the ability to strategically construct page titles and meta description tags within the WordPress editor. This also helps you craft an aesthetically pleasing or eye-catching listing in the Google organic search results. And by using this plugin, you can optimize the content of your titles and snippets to maximize your click-through rate from Google. Long story short, This is great for SEO. Okay, so I know we went over this whenever we were creating our page, but it never hurts to review. So first thing you want to do is enter your focus keyword. And for this post, I'm going to try and rank for cheeseburger recipe. Next, let's edit our Google snippet. So if you recall, the Yoast plugin gives you a preview of what your snippet will look like within the mobile results and desktop results, and you can toggle between the two here. It's a pretty cool feature. Then below that is where you can edit your SEO title and slug. And for the sake of time, I'm leaving them as is, but feel free to edit them here as you see fit. Next, we have the meta description. And remember, this is the preview text that people see when they search for your blog post on a search engine. So within the meta description box, start typing a preview of your post. You'll want to be sure to use keywords and make it enticing to help improve your click-through rate. Now, you'll probably notice the orange line moving below your text as you type. And I know we're reviewing this because, again, it's just like the page, but this feature helps you stay within the character limit set forth by Google and lets you know when you should stop adding content to the snippet by turning green. And there we go. Then below that, we have the SEO analysis, cornerstone content, and advanced settings. And we're going to gloss over this for now, but if you need a refresher, you can head back to the pages section of this tutorial. But I highly recommend that you review your SEO analysis to see if there's anything you can improve on within this blog post. Next, let's check out the readability analysis. Now, I'm using dummy text, so we won't have a good score, but this is a cool feature that can give you some valuable insight on how to improve your content for the search engines. Then finally, we have the schema settings, which I'm leaving as is, and then the social settings. And again, this is where you can set the images, titles, and descriptions that are used when the post is shared on Facebook and Twitter. But again, for the sake of time, I'm leaving this alone. And please know that if you don't use the social settings here and you don't fill anything out, Facebook and Twitter will still use your post's featured image and the Yoast SEO title and meta description that we just created a few moments ago. Okay, our post is ready to go and looking good. So let's preview it really quick. So click the preview button in the upper right hand side of the screen. And then we're going to preview in a new tab. And it looks great. I love how the WP Recipe plugin presents the recipes. It gives your post a clean and minimalist look and feel, while also giving the reader clear instructions on how to use the recipe. This looks great, so let's go ahead and publish it. So back at the WordPress editor, click the Publish button. But before we finalize the post, I want to go over one feature of publishing. If you open the Publish Immediately tab, this opens a calendar widget that allows you to set the specific time and date that you'd like the post to publish. This can come in handy if you're creating multiple posts in one setting, or you don't want to publish them all at once. However, for this tutorial, we're going to publish it right now. So click the Publish button again. And this is the very first post, so it may take a few seconds to load. Sit tight real quick. And there we go. Our blog post is now live. And as you can see, you have the ability to view the post here, as well as grab the link if you need it. And then let's click the View Post button and check out our new post. And it looks amazing. We have our beautiful featured image, followed by some content, and finished off with our super clean and elegant WP Recipe Maker plugin. Awesome. And then if you look towards the bottom of the post, you can see the hyperlinked author, category, and tags, as well as a recipe ranking system. This is going to allow your blog's visitors to rank your recipe. This is a cool little feature that can boost the popularity of your recipes and increase user engagement on your blog. Really cool stuff. All right, now if we visit the homepage of our blog, and then if we scroll down a bit, you'll see that our new blog post is now displaying in the blog feed. And if you remember, we placed this recipe within the meal prep category, which is also a category that's used within our primary navigation. So if you click on that menu item, that recipe post will display there as well. And I gotta say, nice work and congratulations. You officially became a blogger. You published your first blog post. Next, I want to show you how to implement social share buttons on your blog posts. All right, in this portion of the tutorial, we're going to add social sharing icons to your blog posts. And if we fast forward real quick, you can see what that will look like. So at the top of each blog post, we're going to have a few social icons displaying so that your audience can easily share your content through their personal social networks right here through your post. This is a great way to encourage social sharing and increase your audience. And the way we're going to achieve this feature is with the Shared Count plugin. And in order to do that, we'll need to make a few small adjustments to the plugin so that the icons will show up on your blog posts. So let's head back to your WordPress dashboard if you're not there already. So hover your mouse over your site title in the left-hand side of the screen and click on Dashboard. And then hover your mouse over Settings and click on Shared Counts. And I should point out that you have multiple options when it comes to social icon plugins, and some plugins offer more social channels than others. So if you think your post is going to be shared somewhere other than Facebook, Twitter, or Pinterest, then I recommend looking into another plugin. However, the Shared Counts plugin is a simple and effective way to let your audience share your blog content on 3 of the most popular social platforms in the world. Okay, so let's configure this plugin. First, you have the option of whether or not you want to display the share counts on the social icons by setting the count source. Now, if you want the share counts to display, I recommend selecting sharedcount.com from the dropdown. And there will be a few more steps if you want to do this, and you'll need to sign up for a free Shared Count account to get the API key. This will connect the plugin to your social channels and allow the share count to display on the icons. However, for this video, we're not going to be using the shared counts, so I'm leaving that alone. Next are the display settings. And here you could set the share buttons that you want to display on your post. As I previously mentioned, the buttons that support share counts are Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, and also Yumly and email. And I have to be honest, I'm not familiar with Yumly, but if you think your posts are going to be shared on that network, go ahead and add it to the list. However, for this tutorial, we're using Facebook, Twitter, and Pinterest, and you can remove them or swap their order here if you'd like. Next is the button style. And if you click the drop-down menu, you have the ability to change how the icons look. I personally like the rounded icon, but feel free to experiment with each type to see what works best for you. Then we have the theme location, and this is where you'll determine where the icons display within your content. So once you open the drop-down, you can select before, after, or before and after the content. I'm placing the icons before the content, so I'll select that. And finally are the supported post types. And I'm just going to have this on my blog posts, so select posts. However, if you want the icons to show on your pages and indexes, then just check those boxes. All right, then once everything's set, go ahead and click the Save Changes button to push these changes live. And there we go. Then if we visit our site, and open up our most recent blog post, you'll see that we now have some beautiful social share icons placed above the blog content. This is a great way to encourage engagement and social sharing. Plus, it's become a best practice and is almost a requirement if you want your posts to be shared on social networks. All right, now that you've published your first blog post, for the sake of time, I'm going to fast forward really quick so that you can see what your blog feed will look like once you start publishing more posts on a regular basis. Now, if you're just starting out, it'll take a little time for you to get your blog feed full of posts, but that's normal. You can launch with just 1 blog post in your feed or 10 blog posts in your feed. It's totally up to you, but I do recommend having at least a few posts live before your official launch. That way your homepage just looks somewhat full and more complete. And speaking of more complete, as you can see, after you start creating more blog posts and recipes, your homepage, which also serves as your blog feed, will fill up and your blog will start to look like a real food blog. Now, the Kale theme actually has a couple of different settings for how your blog posts can be displayed on your blog feed. I personally like this version the best. It has 2 thumbnails and excerpts side by side and evenly distributes the content throughout the feed. However, if your feed doesn't look like this, here's how you can edit it. In this portion of the tutorial, I'm going to show you a few ways you can configure your homepage, starting with the homepage slider. By default, the theme starts you off with this image of blueberries and placeholder text, but you can edit it to change the image and link to a different page or post on your blog. So to edit the slider, you'll need to open the customization menu. So click Customize at the top of the screen. And as we work through this part of the tutorial, you'll see that there are various tweaks you can implement to customize your homepage and make it unique. And one of those being the homepage header image. By default, the Kale theme gives you a stock image of some blueberries and displays your site title and tagline. However, you have the ability to change the image and text, and you can make it clickable, which allows you to direct traffic to specific pages of your blog. And let me show you what I mean. So first things first, within the customization menu, open the header image tab. And then this is where you can change the image, caption heading, caption description, and URL. Then I want to point out that WordPress suggests you use an image that's 1200 by 550 pixels. And don't worry about trying to find an image that will be the perfect fit. You'll be able to crop your image once you upload it, which is pretty convenient. Okay, so let's swap out this image. So click the Add New Image button, and then upload or select an image you want to use. I actually already uploaded the image, so I'll go ahead and click on it to select it, and then click the Select and Crop button. Next, in order to crop the image, you'll simply drag and drop the highlighted area, which will determine what part of the image will display on your header. And there we go, I like that. Then click the Crop Image button, and you now have a custom image for your homepage header. Looks great. Now you can add multiple images and have the theme randomize which image is displayed. This is a cool way to switch things up and make your blog a different experience every time someone visits. However, for this tutorial, we're only going to use one header image. Next, you also have the ability to link your header image to any page or post that you would like. Now I should point out that I'm going to link to a landing page that I built in a previous tutorial, so if you'd like to see how to build this page that we're about to link to, visit the link in the important links doc titled How to Build a Landing Page. You also have the ability to edit the caption and description heading, as well as the URL it points to. So watch this. All you'll do is change the default heading text to something like Free Recipe eBook, and then the description can say, get your free copy. And then add the URL to your landing page within the caption URL field. And then publish the changes to make them live. Then let's exit out of here. And when we visit our home page and click on the new header, it takes us to the landing page. Nice work. Now I know it may not seem like a lot, but this is actually a very powerful growth strategy. And it's a great way to create a massive email list. Okay, next, let me show you how to configure the blog feed. And hopefully by now you're starting to realize that the Kale theme is super flexible. It gives you a ton of control over how your blog feed is displayed. So let me show you a couple ways that you could change how your blog posts display on your feed. So let's head over to our customization menu. And then find and open the blog feed tab. And from here, you can customize a handful of features within your blog feed. First, you can choose whether or not you want to show the metadata for the post. You can hide it all, or you could pick and choose what you want to show by flipping the switches next to the metadata that you want to hide or show, like the date, category, author, and comments. Next, we have the post display format, and we're currently using the free Kale theme, so we only have 2 options. However, if you're using the Pro version, I believe they have more display options, but since we're using the free version, we can display our post format as 2 small posts followed by 1 full post, or small image and excerpts 2 in a row, which is what I'm using right now and is what I think looks better in my personal opinion. But feel free to play around with them and see what you like the best. Then you can even change the header of the blog feed. It currently says recent posts, but simply swap out the text with whatever you'd like in this field, and I'm going to call this Yummy Posts. That's a pretty cool feature that's small, but it's pretty significant in terms of making your blog unique. And finally, you have the ability to add a read more tag at the end of each excerpt. And you can literally make this anything you want, but it gives the reader the ability to click on it to read more of the post. And this is yet another enhancement to the user experience that you can add. However, for this example, I'm going to remove it. So I'll just clear out this field. And then once we have everything set, don't forget to publish your changes. And then I do want to point out that if for any reason you're not seeing your blog posts on your homepage, I recommend checking the homepage settings. So open that tab there and make sure you have your latest posts selected. In the past, I've received a lot of emails of people asking why their blog feed is blank, and this is typically the reason why. So double check your homepage settings to make sure your latest posts are set to display. All right, so let's exit out of the customization menu real quick. And moving on. Next, let's create your recipe index page. In this portion of the tutorial, I'm going to show you how to create a recipe index page so that you can have a place to store and display all of your recipes. And if we fast forward to the end of the video real quick, you can get a better idea of what this will look like. Your recipe index page will help your readers browse and find specific recipes that you've posted on your blog because we'll be storing them all in one centralized location. Additionally, we'll be adding the recipe index page to our primary navigation menu, which will give your readers easy access to all of your tasty recipes. This is by far one of the most requested items to be added to my food blog tutorial, and after doing some research, I've found a WordPress plugin that makes the process of creating a recipe index page super simple. So let's get started. Okay, first things first, you'll need to head to your WordPress dashboard if you're not there already. So hover your mouse over your site title and click on Dashboard from the dropdown. Then real quick before we get started, we're going to be using the Easy Index plugin to create our recipe index page. So if you haven't installed and activated that plugin, pause the video, do that right now, and then come back. Then after you've installed and activated it, here's how to create your recipe index page. So back at the WordPress dashboard, after you've added the plugin, you'll see a menu item on the left-hand side of the screen titled Indexes. Go ahead and hover your mouse over that and click on Add New. And this will take you to the index editor. And you may see the Yoast SEO plugin first, but you can simply close that and move it towards the bottom of the screen by simply clicking on the arrow on the upper right-hand side of the screen and then dragging that Yoast plugin to the bottom. There we go. This will make it easier to work. Now we can begin to craft our recipe index page. So the first thing you'll want to do is give it a title. This is what will be used in the permalink as well as the page title on the actual recipe index page. So where it says Add Title, type the desired title of the page and try to make it relevant. So I'm going to keep things simple and name this Recipe Index. Then below you'll see the index settings, and this is where you'll configure the specifics of how you want the page to be configured. So the first thing is the index slug. This is the string that gets inserted into the URL, so WordPress can identify this page as an easy index page. And I recommend leaving it as is, but you can change it here if you want. Then below that we have the page template sections, and we have the primary index and the secondary index. And without getting into the weeds, think of these as 2 separate pages. Let me show you what I mean real quick. If we fast forward to the final recipe index page again, the main index page is the primary index, which is what you're looking at right now. Then when you click on any given recipe category, you're taken to the secondary index. Each index page is customizable and can be built to look different and give the user a unique experience on each page. So back at the index settings, let's focus on the primary index first. So for the page template, I'm using the full width template. So go ahead and select that from the dropdown. Then for the index style, if you click on the button, you'll be presented with multiple styles to choose from. You can browse and choose what works best for you, but for this tutorial, I'm using the Calder style. Next is the thumbnail size. This too is a personal preference, but I'm using 380 by 200 pixels for the thumbnail size of each recipe. Now, you can play around with different sizes to see what works best for you in your blog by entering in different dimensions in this field. But again, I'm using 380 by 200 pixels for this tutorial. Next is the term and title tag size, and this is basically the size of the font being used as the recipe category title and then the title of the actual recipe. And I'm using the H2 and H4 headlines, and again, by default that's already selected, but you can choose the size of the font in these two dropdowns if you want to change them. Next is the number of recipes you want to show per each category. You can set it to 0 to show all of the posts if you want, but I'm only showing 3 for this tutorial, so I'm going to select 3. Then there's the more text. This is the text that displays when more posts are available. By default, it's set to see more ... I like that, so I'm going to leave it as is, but you can change it here in this field as well. Then you have the ability to show or hide duplicate recipes. This really depends on how your recipes are categorized. If some recipes cross over into different categories, then you may want to show duplicate recipes on the recipe index page. And since I do have some recipes crossing over into other categories, I'm going to select yes. Next are the formatting and custom CSS sections. You can leave these alone unless you have some specific formatting settings or CSS snippets of code you want to add. And that's going to do it for the primary index page. And let's move on to the secondary index page. And we're going to make this index page look a little different. If you recall, we're changing the index style, thumbnail size, and adding excerpts to each recipe. So for starters, we're using the full width page template. So select full width from the dropdown. Then for the index style, I'm using Fill More. So click the button next to Index Style. And select Fill More from the pop-up menu. Next is the thumbnail size. So for this secondary index page, I decreased the size and made them more of a square shape by using 150 by 150 pixels. But again, you can set this to whatever you see fit. Then I'm leaving the rest of the settings in their default settings, so I'm not touching them, but feel free to change them and play around with them here if you want. And finally, if you scroll to the bottom of the index settings plugin, you'll see that you have the ability to determine how the recipe index page is configured. Now, for this tutorial, I'm using categories as the way things are indexed. And these are the same categories that I showed you how to create when we were publishing our first recipe and blog posts a little while ago in the tutorial. So make sure Categories is selected in that drop-down menu. Then below that, you have the option of picking and choosing which categories are included within the index page. And this is very helpful because not all blog post categories will be associated with your recipe categories. So you have the option of choosing which recipe categories will be displayed on the index page. And for this example, I'm going to be choosing all of the categories except for the uncategorized category. Perfect, we're almost done. Now the next step is to generate the thumbnails. And since we changed the thumbnail size of the indexed recipes, we'll need to click the Generate Thumbnails button so that the plugin can change how the thumbnail images look after we publish the page. And once you do that, you'll see a prompt asking you if you've taken all the necessary steps before changing the thumbnail size, and we have. So go ahead and check the box there, and then click the Start button. And the plugin will go to work. And then after it's done processing the new images, click the close button. And then it's time to publish the page. So go ahead and click the publish button. And then you'll get a notification that the post is live, even though it's a page. Don't worry that it's called a post. It won't show up in your blog feed. And then go ahead and click the view post link to check it out. And voila, we now have a recipe index page that will automatically add additional recipes as we create them and add them to a specific category. Now, my index page is a little bare, but that's because I haven't created enough content yet to fill up the specific categories. But remember, I set my index settings to display 3 recipes on the primary index page, and then whenever you visit the secondary index page, you'll see the rest of the recipes. And like I said, this is one of the most requested features that I got from my original food blog tutorial, and the Easy Index plugin makes it super easy, no pun intended, to implement and add to your blog. I love it. Next, it's time to add this recipe index to our primary navigation menu, and we'll be doing that through our customization menu. So go ahead and open that up by clicking Customize at the top of the screen. Then we're editing one of our menus, so open the Menus tab. Then find your primary or main menu and open that tab. Then from here, you can edit and add the menu items. So since we're adding the index page, you want to click the Add Items button. And next, WordPress makes this super easy. Simply open the Index tab, and select Recipe Index. And this will add the index menu item to our menu. Then, drag and drop the menu item to where you want it to be located within your nav, like so. And don't forget to publish your changes, so click the Publish button. And then our new recipe index menu item has been added to our navigation menu. Now, I actually want to change the name of it, so check this out. Within the customization menu, click on the recipe index menu item, and then you have the option of editing the navigation label. And I'm going to change this so that it says recipes. I think that sounds and looks a lot better than recipe index. And then we'll publish these changes again. And then exit out of the customization menu. And our primary nav is complete. This not only looks great, but it makes navigating your blog an enjoyable experience. Because whenever people can easily find what they want, they will definitely be more inclined to follow, share, subscribe, buy, etc. A good navigation almost always equates to a good user experience. Okay, moving on. Next, let's revisit our sidebar, clean it up, and add some more widgets to it. Alright, now it's time to revisit our sidebar and add to it now that we have some content to play with. So, as I previously mentioned, your sidebar is a prime piece of real estate on your blog because it's essentially on every page and post. And that's why it's important that you leverage it correctly and make it look as good as possible. So the first thing I want to do is rearrange some of the current widgets and move the sidebar opt-in form so that it's underneath the About Me section. So let's open our customization menu. And then open the Widgets tab. Then the newsletter opt-in form doesn't necessarily look bad here, and this is a personal preference, but I just like having it within the bordered sidebar. So to move it, we need to first remove it from the sidebar default section. So open that tab, and then open the WP Forms widget, and simply click the red remove link. There we go. Then let's add it to the bordered sidebar. So click the arrow to go back to the sidebar widgets and open the sidebar default bordered tab this time. And we're adding a widget, so click the Add a Widget button. Then find the WP Forms widget. Then from the drop-down, find the sidebar form. And then give it a title. There we go, looks great. Plus, by moving the form, we've also cleared out some space within the default sidebar below. So let's add our next widget, which will be the Recent Posts with Thumbnails widget. So this is yet another great way to showcase and promote your blog posts within your sidebar. And the Recent Posts with Thumbnail widget is a great accessory to any blog and is super easy to implement. So let's add it to our sidebar. All right, so once again, we'll need to access our default sidebar. So click that arrow to go back. And then open the sidebar default tab. Then click the Add a Widget button. And find the Recent Post with Thumbnails widget. And I know it may look like a lot, but we only need to make a few small configurations in order for it to work. So the first thing I'm going to edit is the title of the widget. Currently it says Recent Posts, but I'm going to swap that out so that it says Popular Posts. Next, I only want to show 2 posts. Anything more than that can almost be overkill in my opinion. So within the number of posts field, I'm going to change that to the number 2. Next, I want to show posts in random order. So right below that, check the box that says Show Posts in Random Order. And this will obviously switch up which posts are displayed whenever someone refreshes the page. This can come in handy if you want to expose your audience to different posts, because your most recent posts will always be at the top of your blog feed. This way you can show your audience more content. Then you actually have access to a lot of other features that you can configure within the plugin, but for this tutorial, the last thing we're going to do is change the size of the thumbnails. So if you scroll down a bit to the thumbnail settings and click on the size of the thumbnail dropdown and select Kale Thumbnail 760 by 400, that'll change the default square thumbnail to something that's more in line with the rest of the thumbnails on our blog. Again, this is a personal preference, but I think it flows better design-wise. And that's all we're going to do for this plugin. Again, if you have some extra time, I recommend playing around with the settings and see what works best for you. But I'm going to go ahead and publish these changes. And then let's exit out of the customization menu. And our sidebar is really coming together. We now have our recipe newsletter opt-in form that's within our bordered section of the sidebar. And then below that, we have the search feature and our recent post with thumbnails widget. Looks awesome. Next, I want to show you how to add your categories to your sidebar. This is another great way to help your audience quickly navigate your blog and find what they're looking for. So let's go back to our customization menu again really quick. And then open the widgets. And open the sidebar default tab. Then click the Add a Widget button. And we're adding a category widget. There we go. And then you have some options in terms of how these categories are displayed. And let me scroll down a bit so you can get a better idea of that. And by default, the categories are displayed as a list. But you can change that within the widget. And I like the display as drop-down look. This encourages some user engagement, and I like the functionality. However, one thing that I don't like about this is that it isn't centered. It's aligned to the left and kind of looks off when compared to the rest of the sidebar. So if you want to center the widgets within your sidebar, you'll need to add some CSS magic to make it happen. Luckily, I've included that CSS in my CSS cheat sheet. So first, let's go back a few slides and open the additional CSS widget. Then head over to my CSS cheat sheet. And again, I'll link to that in the show notes. And then within the cheat sheet, find the center sidebar code and highlight it like so, and copy it. I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C on my keyboard. Then head back to your blog, and within the additional CSS widget, simply paste that code, and your categories widget, along with any other widget that you add to the sidebar, will now be centered. And let's take a quick look at the sidebar so far before we publish it. Really coming together. I'm liking it, looks good. All right, so I'm happy with it. So let's go ahead and publish these changes. So click the publish button. And then let's exit out of here and take a look at it. And it looks great. I actually like that a lot better. Now we still have one more monetization piece that I want to add to the sidebar, but we'll do that in the monetization section of the tutorial in a few minutes. Moving on, next, let's build your footer. All right, so now it's time to customize your footer. And this theme gives you a few options when it comes to how you want the content to be displayed along the footer. And let's fast forward real quick and take a look at the finished product. And as you can see, we're going to design the footer so that it displays 4 columns. We have a small About Me blurb, the categories of our blog posts, the pages of our blog, and our recent posts. And the footer is a great place to encourage engagement on your blog, and that's because once someone scrolls down to the bottom of your homepage, if there isn't anything to attract a click, chances are they'll bounce. So by having a footer that has a menu and clickable links, it'll help keep visitors on your blog and interacting with the content. All right, so let's customize the footer. So to make our changes, we'll do so through the customization menu. So click Customize at the top of the screen. Then we'll need to open up the Widgets tab. And then you'll notice that the theme separates the footer into 6 columns. This gives you some flexibility on how it will look, but for this tutorial, we're going to add 4 columns. So for the first column, we're going to add a small About Me blurb, and it's going to mimic the About Me blurb that we created earlier in the video for the sidebar. So first things first, let's open the Footer Secondary Column 1 tab. Next, we're going to be adding an image. So click the Add a Widget button and find the image widget. Then I'm going to title this About Me. And then let's add our image. And I'm actually going to be using the same image as our sidebar, but we'll make a few slight adjustments to it. But first, if you haven't done so already, be sure to add the alt text and title. Then under the attachment display settings, I'm going to link the image to a custom URL, and that's going to be our About page. So I'll add the URL of our About page here. Next, you can edit the size of the image here as well, but they only offer 3 options. So I'm going to show you a way that gives you more control over the size in a few seconds. So let's leave the size as is and then add the image widget. So click the Add to Widget button. And our first footer column is starting to come together. However, the size of the image is a little large for my liking. So here's another way that you can customize the size of the image. So if you take a look at the image widget, and if you click on the Edit Image button, this will take you to the image details within the media library, and you could set a custom sized image here. Simply click the Size drop-down menu and select Custom Size. Then enter the dimensions you want. I like 200 by 200. And then click the Update button. And check that out. The image is now a much more reasonable size in my opinion. Alright, next I want to add a quick blurb below the image, so let's add some text by adding a custom HTML widget. So click the Add a Widget button and find the custom HTML widget. Then I'm adding dummy text here, but this is where you would obviously add a great intro telling everyone how awesome you and your food are. And then you're probably noticing that the text isn't staying within the column. No worries though, we're going to sort that out in a few minutes. Alright, next let's add our next column. So head back a slide. And then open the Footer Secondary Column 2 tab. And for this one, we're adding our categories to this column. So let's add a new widget. And then find the category widget. And then I actually like the default setting, so I'm going to leave it as is, but if you have a lot of categories, it might make sense to change how they're displayed. Either way, this looks good, so let's add our next footer column. So click the arrow to go back, and then find the Footer Secondary Column 3 tab. And this time we're adding our pages. So once again, let's add a new widget. And then find the Pages widget. And once again, I like the default setting as is, but feel free to edit the title and how they're sorted within the widget here if you'd like. And then finally, we're going to add our recent posts to the fourth column. So let's go back one more time and open the Footer Secondary Column 4 tab. And we're adding a new widget. And find the Recent Posts widget. And this is a simple widget that displays your recent posts in a list. It's not much to it, but I like the minimalist look and feel. Alright, so that's going to do it for the footer. We have our 4 columns here, looking good. And again, you can add more columns if you'd like, but again, for this tutorial, we're adding 4. And then let's go ahead and publish these changes. And then we'll exit out of here and take a look at how our blog's coming along. And everything's really coming together nicely. Our food blog looks clean, professional, has a good flow of content on the homepage. And once again, the footer is a nice touch and really completes the layout. Looks great. All right, the next part of the footer that we're going to edit are the copyright and footer credits. And if you notice, the theme by default states the copyright is 2021 Kale. However, we want to change that so that the copyright is legally protecting your blog and your brand. So let's head back to the customization menu. And open the General Settings tab. Then from here, you'll have the ability to adjust the copyright HTML. And you'll want to change the text Kale to your own site title. So to change the credits, simply remove just the letters Kale and replace it with your blog's title or whatever you want. Then you'll definitely want to update the link. And I would link to an about page or a landing page, but This is where you'll change the URL to something that relates to your blog. And then that's it. That's how you edit the footer copyright. Next, I want to show you a quick tip on how to remove the Kale by lyrathemes.com that's directly below the copyright info. This is another frequently asked question I get quite a bit. So here's how you can easily remove that line of text with some CSS. So let's head back and open our additional CSS widget. And then click on the additional CSS tab. Next, head over to the code cheat sheet and copy the code underneath the Remove Footer Credits section. Then head back to your blog, and within the additional CSS widget, paste that code. And there we go, the CSS worked and that sentence has been removed. Okay, so let's publish these changes and make them live, so click the Publish button. Then I'm going to exit out of the customization menu again and check out our blog real quick. And it's really coming together. We are almost there. Our food blog is nearing the finish line and it's starting to really look like a professional blog. Now, if you're still with me and you're watching this tutorial, I truly respect the work that you've put in up to this point. I know it's not easy and you should be proud of how far you've come. But we're not done just yet. There are still a few tweaks that we need to make to our blog before we can launch it and monetize it. So let's move on. Next, I'm going to show you how to add a featured post section to your homepage. In this part of the tutorial, I'm going to show you how to configure the featured post section of your homepage. And if we fast forward again real quick, you can see what I'm talking about. So the Kale theme allows you to conveniently display 3 blog posts of your choosing right below the hero image on the homepage. This is a great way to generate traffic to specific posts, or you can feature your most popular posts. Either way, it's a cool feature. Okay, so to adjust the featured post section, you'll want to visit the customization menu, so click on Customize at the top of the screen. Then select the Front Page tab, and then open the Featured Post tab, and flip that switch on to unhide the featured posts. Then you'll notice that the theme will use demo content as a placeholder, but you can easily change those 3 posts. Alright, so the first thing you can change is the heading, and since we're creating a food blog, we'll adjust the messaging to something that speaks to the food niche. So I'm going to change featured posts to new treats. Next, let's switch out the 3 posts and change them to something more specific than the default Hello World posts. So it's pretty simple. Each post has its own drop-down menu where you could select from the posts that you've already published. So I'll go ahead and select my 3 posts that I want to display. Then for some reason, as you can see, the first post didn't switch over. So let's revisit it and reset that. There we go. Not sure why that happened, but sometimes technology has a mind of its own, but we're good to go. Then once you've set the 3 posts that will serve as your featured posts on the homepage, go ahead and click the Publish button to push those changes live. And perfect. And let's exit out of here and take a look at our live food blog. And it looks great. Having this featured post section is yet another way to showcase your content and expose your audience to specific posts. And I know I've said this time and time again, but I love the Kale theme. I love the simplicity of it, the minimalist look and feel, and the overall layout of the content. They do a great job, and I think this is the perfect theme for food bloggers. Okay, moving on. Next, I want to show you a cool way to add a little flavor to your food blog with background images. So one of the reasons why I love the Kale WordPress theme, and I keep making tutorials around it, is because of its flexibility. And one of those flexible features is adding a background image to your blog. And if we fast forward to the end of the video, you can get a better idea of how the background image can really impact the overall look and feel of your blog. These images are easily changeable, and you can switch them out all within the customization menu on your WordPress dashboard. So with that being said, let's change our background image. And you guessed it, we're going to be using our customization menu. So go ahead and click the Customize link. And then open the Background Image tab. Then from there, you'll add your image. So click the Select Image button and upload the image you want to use. And I actually already uploaded the image that I'm going to use for the background image, but I'm going to show you two examples. The first one is going to be a polka dot design, and then I'll switch that out to a more landscape / actual image background. So let's go ahead and choose this image. And then you'll see the background image change right before your eyes. That's pretty cool. Then you'll notice that as you scroll, the image stays with your content. But if you uncheck this box next to Scroll with Page, it'll make the image stay in place and adds a different effect to the page. It's a pretty cool way to switch up the user experience. Then let me show you another quick example. So I'm going to change the image real quick, and this time I'm going to use a background image of a kitchen. And then let me grab that image real quick, and then we'll swap that out. There we go. Then you can even configure the position of the background image here by clicking on the arrows. And this gives you the ability to control what aspects of the image display within the background. And I like that a lot. That looks great. All right, so let's go ahead and publish this. So click the Publish button. And then let's exit out of the customization menu and check it out. And very nice. I like the way that turned out. And then if we scroll down our blog feed, you can see the image position stay in place, which again is a cool effect, especially when you have a background image like this. It's just another way to switch up the user experience and is a great feature to include in a free theme. Love it. All right, moving on. Next, let's implement your first revenue stream so that you can start earning money with your blog. So I'm not going to lie, this is my favorite part, mainly because monetizing a blog changed my life and the lives of my family. And in this portion of the tutorial, I'm going to introduce you to how I earn revenue with my blogs. And if we fast forward really quick, you can see an example of how I do that. So what you're looking at is affiliate marketing. This is one of the most profitable marketing strategies, and this theme sidebar offers some premier advertising space within your blog. I'm also going to show you how to leverage your blog posts so that you can implement relevant affiliate offers within your content. This is a great way to earn passive income, and like I said, affiliate marketing changed my life and allowed me to earn anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 per month of passive income. Now, before we get started, I want to give you a quick rundown of how affiliate marketing works. At its core, affiliate marketing is a monetization strategy that lets you market other companies' products for a cut of the profits. There are a lot of ways to get started, but let me show you a quick way to start earning money with your food blog through affiliate marketing. Step 1 is you sign up for a reputable affiliate program like Green Chef. And as a food blogger, you'll want to make sure that you join an affiliate program that makes products that align with your audience's interests. Green Chef has a wide range of affiliate offers that would be attractive to people visiting a food blog, and you can easily apply to join their affiliate program from their website. Step 2 is you promote those affiliate offers on your blog through display advertising, affiliate links, and email campaigns. And Green Chef provides their affiliates with some great resources to help increase your conversions, which ultimately leads to more commissions. And this leads us to the final step, which is step 3, getting paid. So anytime someone clicks on your affiliate link and makes a purchase, you get money. And the Green Chef affiliate program gives you the opportunity to make some serious income by referring memberships to their site. There are people making thousands of dollars per month through affiliate marketing, and you can have a serious passive income stream whenever you set it up the way I'm going to show you in this video. Plus, whenever you set up your affiliate marketing strategy correctly, the food blogging industry offers some of the most reliable and high converting affiliate programs around. Okay, with that being said, let me show you how to get started with affiliate marketing and how to implement your first revenue stream on your blog. So the first step in the process is you have to officially partner with the company before you can start promoting their products on your blog. And the way you do that is by applying and joining their affiliate program. Now, there are a few ways you can go about doing that. For example, I mentioned the Green Chef affiliate program a few moments ago. So if you know there's a particular company you want to partner with, you can try going directly to their website and applying to their affiliate program there. Now, you'll more than likely find their affiliate program listed within the footer of their website, but here you can find some great information about their affiliate program, like how much you can earn per sale, what type of creative they offer, cookie duration, etc. Then once you've determined that it's a good fit for you, your blog, and your audience, and you think that you'd make a great partner, go ahead and sign up, and more than likely you'll have to submit an application in order to be approved. And it looks like the Green Chef is part of the CJ Affiliate Network. And I'm glad that they set it up like this because this is a great introduction to affiliate networks. So if you're new to affiliate networks, they're basically a hub for companies to promote their affiliate programs. So whenever you sign up for the CJ Affiliate Network, you'll have the ability to apply and join the Green Chef Affiliate Program. Think of it like joining a club. Once you're in, you have access to all these different companies' affiliate programs. Plus, instead of going to the company directly, you can now access all of the information about their affiliate program from the affiliate network. Let me show you another example. Here we have the Thrive Market affiliate program. And this is yet another great company for food bloggers and influencers to partner with. Again, finding companies that align with your audience is a key component to this strategy. But let's say you want to join their affiliate program. You'll notice that they too are within the CJ Affiliate Network. And just like the Green Chef, they let you sign up to CJ Affiliate directly from their website. However, you can also sign up directly from cjaffiliate.com. And one thing I want to clarify is that when you sign up, you're signing up as a publisher. And think of a publisher as partnering with brands and publishing content that is promoting that brand's products. Then after you sign up, which is free by the way, you'll have access to literally thousands of companies or advertisers, as they're referred to within the CJ Affiliate, that you can then partner with and promote their products for a cut of the profits. Now, one thing I want to point out before we get started is that the reason I waited until the end of the video to go over affiliate marketing is because when you're applying to these affiliate programs and asking to partner with these companies, they'll want to see your blog to make sure that your content is aligned with their brand and that you'll be a good face, so to speak, of their brand. So that's why I wanted to wait until you had a solid foundation in place before you applied to these affiliate programs. All right, so let me show you how to apply to an affiliate program within CJ Affiliate and also how to add multiple affiliate marketing revenue streams to your food blog. Okay, so after you've joined the CJ Affiliate Network, you'll have access to multiple advertisers. And you can easily browse these companies' affiliate programs by clicking on the Advertisers tab at the top of the screen. Then within the search field, type in the name of the company. And for this example, we'll use Thrive Market. And then if the company is associated with the affiliate network, you'll be presented with their affiliate program profile. Now, as I previously mentioned, in my premium online course, the Affiliate Blogger Academy, I go into much greater detail about these profiles, what everything means, and how to get approved and negotiate higher payouts. But this is a great starting point that can give you some insight on whether or not you'd be a good fit for this brand's affiliate program. So once you've done your research and you're ready to apply, simply click the Apply to Program button and you'll go through their application process. Now, this could vary depending on the company you apply to partner with. Some have automatic approvals, and some will review your application and blog before approving you. However, most companies will manually review your application before approving you to join their affiliate program, so just be ready for that. Then, if the company thinks you're a good fit, they love your blog, and they love everything about you, which I'm sure they will, you will be approved to join their affiliate program, and you'll have access to the company's affiliate resources like their links and banners. And if you click the Get Links icon, you'll see everything that they have to offer. So what you're looking at right now are all of the links and banners that the Thrive Market affiliate program provides their affiliates to use in their promotions. So essentially, you can use these ads and links on your blog, and then if someone clicks on the ad or link and makes a purchase, you get a cut of the profits, which is $40 if they sign up for an annual membership and $5 if they sign up for a monthly membership. Either way, these are the display ads and affiliate links that you'll use on your blog to help drive traffic to these offers. And let me show you how that's done. Now, I'm not an affiliate for Thrive Markets, so I don't have access to these banners, but I am an affiliate for Grammarly. So let me show you how to access and embed the banners using a company that I'm an affiliate for. The steps will be exactly the same regardless of the company. So what I'm about to show you will still be relevant to any of the companies that you join within the CJ Affiliate Network. All right, so let me switch over to the Grammarly affiliate program real quick. As you can see, Grammarly has quite a few banners to choose from, and this is a good sign and is something to keep in mind whenever you're reviewing companies to partner with. You want to make sure that they have the tools to help you be successful as an affiliate. And then for this example, I'm going to show you how to embed an affiliate banner within the sidebar of your blog. So we'll want to use a banner that is a square in shape, like this one. And then you'll click the Get Code icon to access the HTML embed code. Then, under the HTML tab of the Get Code section, is the code that we're going to use on our blog's sidebar. However, if you just wanted to use the affiliate link, you can open the Click URL tab, and this will give you access to the affiliate link by itself. And this is typically used within blog content or within a hyperlink somewhere on your site, or if you share it on a social network. Either way, it's good to know where both of these live. However, for this example, we're going to be using the HTML embed code. So let's go back there. And then highlight the code and copy it. I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C. And then let's head back to our blog. And from here, we'll want to access our sidebar. So let's open the customization menu. Then click on Widgets. And then we're adding this at the bottom of our sidebar, so open the Sidebar Default tab. And then we're adding a custom HTML widget, so click the Add a Widget button and find the custom HTML widget. There we go. Then within the content box, before you paste the code, I recommend adding the center opening and closing tags and then pasting the HTML code within those tags. This will center the banner image and make it look much more aligned within the sidebar. And check that out. You now have a professional looking display ad that is driving traffic to your affiliate offer. This is officially a revenue stream, and you could start earning passive income through these ads. Next, let's add our affiliate disclosure. And if we fast forward real quick, you can see what I'm referring to. So as you can see, I've created an affiliate disclosure below the affiliate offer. Now, I should start out by saying that I'm not a lawyer, and nothing in this tutorial should be considered legal advice. So with that being said, simply put, your affiliate disclosure is essentially written copy to ensure that you're following FTC guidelines, which protects you legally as an affiliate. So, back at the blog, we're simply going to add a custom HTML widget, and this will allow us to add some simple text within the sidebar. So, click the Add a Widget button, then select the custom HTML widget, and I'm going to title this Affiliate Disclosure. And then I'm adding my disclosure within the content section. And again, this is where you notify your visitors that there are affiliate links on your blog and that you'll earn a commission if they make a purchase through those affiliate links. Now, this is not only a best practice to be transparent with your audience, but it's the law. And if you need help crafting your disclosure, feel free to use this one. But again, this shouldn't be considered legal advice or even something that will protect you legally. I recommend visiting the link in the important links doc titled FTC Affiliate Disclosure, and there you'll find some guidelines on what you should include in your own affiliate disclosure. Okay, so now that we have our affiliate ad and disclosure within our sidebar, let's go ahead and publish our changes. So click the Publish button, and then let's exit out of here really quick and test it out. And then I'm going to scroll down to our affiliate banner ad in the sidebar. And click on it. And it should take us to the company's landing page or sales page. And then whenever someone makes a purchase through this ad, you'll get paid. Again, I know it sounds simple, but that's because it is. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I earned over 6 figures in 2020 with affiliate marketing alone, and it has literally changed my life and the life of my family. So starting with banner ads is a great way to get your foot in the door and learn how to implement affiliate marketing revenue streams on your blog. Okay, before we move on, there's one aesthetic edit that I want to make to this sidebar. I don't necessarily like these lines that the theme uses in between the custom HTML widgets. And I get why they do it, but I don't like the way it looks. So let's remove them with, you guessed it, a little bit of CSS magic. So first things first, let's head over to the CSS cheat sheet and find the Remove Sidebar Borderline section. Then highlight and copy the code. Again, I'm on a Mac, so I'm pressing Command-C on my keyboard. Then back at the blog, access the additional CSS widget, so open your customization menu. Then click on Additional CSS and paste the code that we just copied from the cheat sheet. And look at that. The lines have been removed and the spacing just looks a little more appeasing in my opinion. And then real quick, if I remove the code and re-add it, you can get a better idea of what the CSS is doing, which again, makes it a little easier on the eyes. All right, so let's publish these changes. So click the Publish button. And then let's take a quick look at it again. And I gotta say, the blog is really coming together. I just love the Kale theme and the minimalist look and feel. I know I sound like a broken record, but it's just a clean design and I absolutely love it. And then check it out. Our CSS and our embedded HTML is transitioning correctly within the sidebar and looks great. Well done. Next, I want to show you how to add an affiliate banner within a blog post. And if we fast forward again, you can see what that will look like as well. So what we're going to do is embed another banner ad within the blog content. And this time the banner ad we'll use will be thinner and a little wider. And this is just another way to diversify your offers and potentially increase your click-through rate. Okay, so back at the blog, let's pick a blog post to add this banner to. And then go to our WordPress editor, so click Edit at the top of the screen. And then it's widely recommended to place banners towards the top of your content for optimal performance. So let's embed this ad before the first paragraph of this post. So follow the steps to insert a block before the paragraph. So click the 3-dot icon and select Insert Before. And then let's add a custom HTML block since we're going to be embedding some HTML. So click the plus icon and then find the custom HTML block. Then before we do anything, I'm going to head back to CJ Affiliate and find a thin banner to use. And that one looks good. Let's go with that. So let's click the Get Code icon. And once again, you'll want to highlight and copy the code within the HTML tab. Then back at the blog, within the custom HTML block, I'm going to add the center opening and closing tags again. And remember, this will align the ad so that it's centered within the content. And this time I'll add the opening tag first, and then I'll paste the HTML code that we just copied, and then add the center closing tag at the end of the snippet like so. Okay, so let's preview this real quick and make sure it looks good. And it's displaying correctly, but there isn't much space between the ad and the text. So let's change that with the spacer block. So let's go back to the WordPress editor, and I'm going to insert a spacer block after the custom HTML block. So follow the steps to insert a block after it. Again, click the three-dot icon, then select Insert After. And then we're adding a spacer block. So once again, click the plus icon, and then find the spacer block. And then I'll adjust the height of the spacer, and I'm going to be using 20 pixels for this one. Then let's preview our work again to make sure the space looks good. And it does. The spacer block has given us a little padding in between the ad and the text and makes it much easier on the eyes. Nice. Okay, so let's go ahead and make these changes live. So back at the editor, click the update button. And then let's just view the post one last time. And it looks great. This is yet another way to showcase the brands that you're partnered with and drive traffic to your affiliate offers. And one thing to keep in mind though is that you don't want to overdo it, meaning you don't want to overload your pages and your blog posts with affiliate links and affiliate banners. I always say use everything in moderation, and the same thing goes for your affiliate promotions. Try to promote things the way that you as a consumer would want to be marketed to. That's just a good rule of thumb to live by as an affiliate marketer. All right, so that's the gist of affiliate marketing, and I hope that you're starting to get some ideas as to how you can leverage this monetization strategy on your food blog. And just remember, if you want to go deeper and learn my blueprint that helped me earn 6 figures with affiliate marketing in 2020, be sure to visit the Affiliate Blogger Academy link in the show notes and enroll in the course. All right, moving on. Next, let's create your blog's privacy page. All right, so your privacy policy page is an aspect of your blog that can sometimes get overlooked, but due to the always changing privacy and data landscape, it's extremely important that you have a privacy policy page on your blog, regardless of what country your traffic is coming from. Now, I want to clarify that the following information should not be perceived as legal advice. I'm not a lawyer, and by no means should this tutorial be used as any type of legal consultation. I recommend that you reach out to a legal professional if you have any questions or concerns when it comes to how to move forward with your blog's privacy policy page. So with that being said, the new WordPress update makes it super simple to get started with your privacy policy page. All websites on the internet should have a privacy policy page because it protects your business from legal issues and also helps build consumer trust. All right, so to get started with your privacy policy page, we'll need to visit the WordPress dashboard. So hover your mouse over your site title and click on Dashboard. Then we'll need to access your page management menu. So hover your mouse over Pages and click on All Pages. Then you'll notice that WordPress has already created a privacy policy page for you. However, WordPress does start you off with a template, so to speak, and if you hover your mouse over the privacy policy page and click Edit, you can get a better idea of what content they've added to your privacy policy page. Now, this is great, but it can get a little tricky, and that's because the content within it needs to match your blog's specific requirements. However, there are some resources for you when it comes to creating your privacy policy page. First, you can use a service like termsfeed.com. This is what I used for my personal blog, and they can help you create trusted legal agreements in a matter of a few minutes. Now, there is a cost associated with it. I think my privacy policy page cost me around $200, but I personally think it's worth it if you have the budget for it, because this can help you stay compliant and give you peace of mind about the protection these policies can offer. Next, you have the option of using the WordPress policy guide, which I'll show you in a few minutes. But they've outlined some recommendations for your privacy policy based off of what software and plugins you've installed on your blog. That's pretty cool. Then finally, I recommend reaching out to a legal professional. This will probably be the most expensive option, but it too will give you peace of mind that you're legally protected when it comes to things like this. Okay, so after you've created your privacy policy page and published it, you'll need to set it in WordPress. So for the sake of this example, let me publish this page really quick. And then we'll need to officially set this page as our privacy policy page in WordPress. And to do that, hover your mouse over Settings and click on Policy. And this will bring you to your privacy settings where you'll set your privacy policy page. Now, as I previously mentioned, WordPress provides a policy guide that you can review and use as a guide when you're creating your privacy policy. And as you can see, WordPress has suggested the sections you will need, and under each section heading, you'll find a short summary of what information you should provide, which will help you get started. As you can see, some sections include suggested policy content, and others will have to be completed with information from your theme and plugins. Either way, this is a great resource, but it's still your responsibility to create a comprehensive privacy policy. So that's why I recommend using either TermsFeed or talking to an attorney before you put this page on your blog. Okay, so once you have your privacy policy page, you'll want to set it in WordPress. And all this is doing is that it's signaling to WordPress, the search engines, and the rest of the internet that this particular page will be used as your privacy policy page. So first things first, head back to the settings page if you're not there already. Then where it says change your privacy policy page, choose the page that you want to set as your privacy policy page from that dropdown. And by default, it will probably have the pre-made privacy policy page selected. But once you've selected the page you want to use, click the Use This Page button. And then this makes it official and will be the first line of defense in the ongoing and ever-changing terrain of the privacy laws online. Then the final step in this process is that you should have it somewhere on your blog. Now, you'll get a notification reminding you to update your menus, but if we visit our site really quick, and scroll down to the footer, you can see that the privacy policy page has automatically been added to our footer due to how we configured it earlier in the tutorial. And I recommend either having it in your primary nav or in your footer. Either way, in many countries, including the United States, websites are required by law to disclose the information they collect about their visitors and how the information is used. Your privacy policy page can protect you legally and is also good for SEO. Google looks for a privacy policy page and is a ranking metric they use when crawling your blog. All right, moving on. We have a few SEO house cleaning tasks to take care of, and then we can launch your food blog. All right, we're almost there. Your blog is a few minutes away from launching. But before we finish up, there are a few tips that I want to share with you. The first has to do with SEO. Now, by default, WordPress hides your blog from the search engines, and that's because your blog isn't optimized for the search engines when you're just starting to build it. However, now that you have a search engine-friendly blog that is structured correctly and has content, you're now ready for the search engine bots to crawl your site. So one way to let the search engines know that your blog is ready can be configured in your WordPress dashboard. So let's head over there if you're not there already. Then on the left-hand side of the screen, hover your mouse over Settings and click on Reading. Then towards the very bottom of the reading settings, you'll see an option for search engine visibility. And like I said, by default, WordPress sometimes discourages search engines from indexing your blog whenever you're just starting out. So if you see this box checked, just go ahead and uncheck that box, and this will encourage the search engine bots to crawl your site. Then once you've unchecked it, click the Save Changes button. Next, it's time to create and submit your sitemap to Google. And if you're unfamiliar with what a sitemap is, it's basically an easy way for you to inform search engines about pages on your site that are available for crawling. A sitemap is a file where you can list the web pages of your site to tell Google and other search engines about the organization of your site's content. And then search engine web crawlers like Googlebot read this file to crawl your blog and index your site. Luckily, the Yoast SEO plugin handles a lot of the heavy lifting and creates your sitemap for you. And the way to confirm that is within the Yoast SEO settings. So within your WordPress dashboard on the left-hand side of the screen, hover your mouse over Yoast and click on Settings. And we were briefly here whenever we configured our homepage settings within Yoast, but if we scroll down to the very bottom to the API category, you'll see the XML sitemap card. And then by default, it should be turned on, but if it isn't, just flip that switch to enable it. Then to view your sitemap, click the View the XML Sitemap button. And I know it doesn't look like much, but trust me, this is very important to your blog. So we want to check the validity of the sitemap. And to do that, you'll want to copy the sitemap URL in the browser. So highlight it and copy it. And then head over to xml-sitemaps.com. And I'll put a link to this tool in the important links doc within the show notes. And then once you're at the site, click on the SEO tool menu item. And then click the Validate XML Sitemap link. Then simply paste the sitemap URL in the field provided, click the Validate Sitemap button, and the tool will check if your sitemap is formatted correctly. And it is. No issues detected. Perfect. Now remember what I was saying, this doesn't automatically guarantee that your blog will be on the search engine results. You still have to submit the sitemap to the search engines. And this process will vary depending on which search engine you're submitting this to, but the most common search engine is by far Google, and the way to notify Google is through the Google Search Console, which is what you're looking at right now. And I'm not going to walk you through the entire process in this video, but all you need to do is sign up for a free Google Search Console account, verify your site, and submit your sitemap. It's a fairly straightforward process, and I actually have a video that walks you through that process that you can access in the show notes titled Verify Your Site with Search Console, and you can also find the tutorial on my YouTube channel as well. So what you're looking at right now is the dashboard of Google Search Console, and depending on when you're viewing this video, some things may have changed, but after you've signed up for Google Search Console and you have verified your site with Google, this is how you would submit your sitemap. So within the Google Search Console dashboard, you'd click on the Sitemaps tab on the left-hand side of the screen. Then where it says Add a new sitemap, simply paste the URL that we copied from Yoast a few moments ago and click the Submit button. And this will ping Google and let their search engine bots know that your site is ready to be crawled. And I'll put a link in the important link doc within the show notes that will take you to the Google Search Console sign-up portal so that whenever you're ready to launch, you can get that process started. And speaking of launching, let's move on and talk about some next steps that'll help you launch with success. Now it's time to launch your blog, but before you officially announce it to the world, there are a few quick tips I want to share with you. The first has to do with regular maintenance and updates. So, in the digital realm, stagnation can lead to vulnerabilities, and the WordPress ecosystem, consisting of its core software, themes, and plugins, is dynamic and continuously evolving. And WordPress developers are always releasing updates to fix security loopholes, introducing new features, or improve performance. And failing to update can expose your blog to potential security threats, or you might miss out on enhanced functionalities that could benefit your readers. Additionally, periodic backups ensure that you can quickly restore your site in case of unforeseen issues. So, That's just a long-winded way of saying that you should make sure to update your version of WordPress and plugins and make regular backups of your site. Luckily, NameHero Web Hosting does both of those things automatically for you, but it's always a good idea to keep an eye on it. Next, it's time to promote your blog. So once your blog is live, it's time to launch. And the next step is to get eyes on it. And think of your blog as a shop in a vast digital marketplace. Promotion is how you attract visitors to your storefront, and social media marketing is an indispensable tool in this regard. Platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram can amplify your reach and allow you to engage with a broader audience. Additionally, search engine optimization, or SEO, ensures that your blog ranks higher on the search engines, making it easier for potential readers to find you. Techniques such as keyword optimization, quality backlink building, and regular content updates play crucial roles in your SEO. So don't shy away from exploring other promotional avenues like email newsletters, guest blogging, or even podcasting. The digital landscape offers numerous paths to visibility, and the key lies in finding what works best for you, your niche, and your audience. Finally, engage with your readers. Publishing content is just one half of the blogging equation. The other half involves building a community around your blog. Active engagement fosters loyalty and turns casual visitors into dedicated readers. Encourage discussions in the comments sections of your posts as well. Responding to comments not only answers queries, but also shows that you value your readers' opinions. Additionally, using email campaigns can keep your readers updated with the latest content and offers. Social media as well can be a two-way street. Instead of just broadcasting your posts, engage in conversations, run polls, host a Q&A sessions, etc. The deeper the connection you establish, the more invested your audience becomes in your blog's success. And there's nothing more left to do than say congratulations. You now have a fully functional food blog that's ready for the world. Again, I can't thank you enough for allowing me to be a part of your journey, but it's only just begun. Now it's time for you to create blog content and implement the lessons you've learned in this video to begin growing your brand, audience, and revenue. And I wish you the best of luck with your new food blog, and please don't hesitate to reach out if you have any questions or need some additional assistance with your blog. I'm always happy to help. So that's going to do it for this video. If you found it helpful, I'd greatly appreciate it if you would like, comment, share, and subscribe to the Blog with Ben YouTube channel. Also, now that you've started your blog, check out these two videos on email marketing and blog monetization. They'll help you grow your audience and earn a passive income with your blog. And as always, your support means a great deal to me and my family, and for that, I thank you. So with that being said, I'll see you in the next video, and thanks for watching.